Oh, yeah, we're here. And yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to a wonderful, wonderful day here. It is Thursday.
More fried chickens.
Oh, yes.
Coke. And some dry white toast, please.
Welcome to TopstepTV. Yes, this is opening call. He's Jake and I'm Elwood. And we've got a great day here for you today. Hello, traders, friends, family, and everybody else. What a wonderful time for trading. Lots going on here today. We've got our new president going to be talking at 10 o'clock. I think that's going to be something big if we could pipe that in, or at least keep an eye on it. But let's say hello to our good friend. Yes, the handsome gentleman next to me. My brother from another mother, John, a.k.a. the Hoag. Hoagland.
Hey,
Johnny.
it's good to see Eddie. It's good to see everybody this morning.
Yeah,
Missed
what do we got?
everybody this morning, or yesterday morning on the opening call. I can't believe it's Thursday already. This week is just flying by, January the 23rd. And as always,
Yeah, the
our focus
23rd.
for the opening call here is accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Good morning to the top of the chat. One time beat Dan Trader into the chat this morning.
Made it.
Man Caves, good morning. Jibo, Anastasio. Shubham, good to see you. Thomas, Anastasio, Bashir, or Cool Bash, good to see you. Vibing. Gigi, Zachario, Tom, good morning to you. Dick Nichols, good morning, my friend. Matthew Smith, it's great to see everybody. Welcome to all of you. We're happy to have you here on Topstep TV.
Hell yeah. What happened to Yabbersmack and Slippers? My goodness, where are they? Somebody call them up.
They may be here. I didn't see them at the top there.
And look at all these lovely people here in chat today. God love you. All right. Let's get busy here. Big day today. U.S. stock futures edged down today, pointing to an easing in stocks after the benchmark 500. That's the S&P touched a fresh record intraday high in the prior session. S&P contract had slipped by 14. That's an Oscar Robertson or points, or 0.2%. NASDAQ fell by 109 or 0.5. And the Dow inched down 23. Yes, of course, here in Chicago. That's a Michael Jordan, or 0.1%. Wednesday's jump in the S&P were the technology stocks. And of course, with the AI exposed giants like NVIDIA and Microsoft, those were the big gainers. Sector's best individual performance was Netflix, which reported a strong holiday quarter results. And I got a message from them saying, hey, we're going to be raising the price once again. I tell you, we canceled cable to start buying streaming, and I tell you, we're paying more than we are now than we were before. Crazy stuff, but as I mentioned
earlier,
earlier,
aggravating to get into as well.
It is. It's a catch-22. You know, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But damn it, I love watching TV. Trump set to deliver a speech remotely to the World Economic Conference in Davos. Davos sounds like a villain, James Bond villain. Davos. Today, according to a meeting cited by Reuters, the exact topics Trump will cover in his first major speech to global business and political leaders since return to the White House remain unclear. Okay, we're in for a big surprise. He's due to speak around 10 o'clock Central Time, and my eyes will be on the prize. Johnny, what else do we have here today?
All right. As far as economic numbers this morning, the jobless claims came out. They were looking to rise from 217,000 to 220,000. It came out 3,000 more than that at 223,000. The continuing jobless claims also rose by about 33,000 over the previous week. At 9:30, we have the nat gas storage due out. 10 o'clock, the Kansas City Manufacturing Index and Composite are due out. 10 o'clock is when the president is going to be speaking to the World Economic Forum in Davos. Eddie, you mentioned Davos sounds like a Bond thing. And if you ask me, Klaus Schwab, the founder of the World Economic Forum, one of the most useless things that I've ever seen in my freaking life, sounds like a Bond villain himself. They're there just to try and divide up the world amongst themselves and give us a little bit less. Very interesting to see what the president is going to say to them today.
Oh yeah.
At 10:30, we have a 4 and 8 week bill auction. 11 o'clock, the EIA petroleum status report is due at noon, a 10-year tips auction. As far as earnings are concerned, GE beating on both earnings per share and revenues this morning. Union Pacific beat on earnings per share, came out as expected as far as revenues concerned, and American Airlines beating on both. After the close today, Texas Instruments, Intuitive
Oh,
Surgical, and another rail company, CSX. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's up a little bit this morning at 1520. 1476 is where it was yesterday at this time. The dollar index up holding 2-year highs here at 108.22. It was 108.04 at this time yesterday. And the yield on the 10-year leaking to the upside, 4.63%. Last I checked, it was 4.56 at this time last week. One last thing.
yes.
I know Hoops has been talking about this a lot. I'm seeing a lot about this in the news, a lot of expectations as to what it's going to mean for U.S. markets. But the Bank of Japan is due to announce a rate decision tonight, tentatively at 10 p.m. Central Time. They're expected to raise their interest rates from 0.25% to 0.5%. A lot of speculation on what that is going to do to global markets, mostly here in the U.S., of course. And that's what we've got as far as economic numbers and other information this morning. Eddie,
Troy,
back to you, dude. Where's the crude?
crude right now. Taking a look here. One thing you mentioned, Texas Instruments, and then Nick and Dolby Time mentioned it too. That was our that when I was young, Texas Instruments had computed. They were like the big electronic behemoth when I was growing up. We didn't have anything else. It was like Texas Instruments was the shit, and that was it. It's good to see that they are still in business. But anyway, let's take a look at crude. Crude right now, ETH. I'm looking at a 76.45 high and a 75.02. Looking at my 15-minute candlesticks, and boy, it's a mess. So be careful you're trading that crude here. Oil prices rising slightly today, bouncing off to a degree after the recent downturn as traders brace for a higher U.S. production and possible, yes, possible disruption to trade under the new Trump administration. We did see that Brent rose 0.1%. Also, copycat WTI also climbed 0.1%. Now, crude prices tumbled from a near 6-month high. This is in the past week, as once again the over uncertainty of Trump's energy and trade policies weighed in. Signing of a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas also sapping some risk premium from crude. So have fun trading crude today. Yes. All right, Gabe. Gabe is with us here this morning. And Gabe, can we get the tip of the week? What's a tip of the week? Quality over quantity. Well, here's some tips. It's going to help your confidence boost. Executing well researched trades reinforces confidence in your strategy, making it easier to stay consistent. You don't want to be all over the place, just sort of throwing things against the wall, hoping they stick. Also, time efficiency. Now, quality trades means less time staring at these screens, okay? Giving you a better work-life balance and reducing burnout. You're sitting there, just keep trading and trading. You're going to burn out, or you're going to start losing your focus, losing your balance. So keep that in mind. That is my tip. And Johnny, what do you got to add to this tip?
Well, I mean, we've been watching some really good traders put up some really big numbers. I mean, look at Kai. Look at the guy yesterday that in five accounts made, I don't even know how much money they made.
Well,
And
yeah.
they're not over trading. They're looking for quality over quantity. I know, Kai is, just a few trades every day
Yeah.
and just killing it. You don't have to catch every move. You don't have to overtrade. Look for those quality setups, process over profits, and take a look at maybe looking at some bigger opportunities. Look at a longer time frame chart. That's where I think you're going to find some of those bigger, higher quality executions and opportunities. Just a great example of how looking for quality and easing up on the quantity can really make a big difference in your performance. Hopefully, this is going to help everybody.
Yes. Thank you, John. Hey, next week, just want to put this out there real quick here. Next week, we've got some legends that are going to be joining us. Tuesday, we got Brett Steenbarger. Yes, Tuesday, market down 11 a.m. Central. And Thursday, Johnny's financial hero, trading hero, Jim Dalton. Jim Dalton's going to be with us, man. That is all-star, superstar. Oh, Justice League market expert going to be with us here January 30th at 11 a.m. Central Time. And we're going to keep reminding you about this because we want everybody to be here for that. Do not miss it. All right. Jerome and Nick for a tick coming up here in just a bit. But right now, let's get to Johnny's charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. As always, starting with the daily in the S&Ps. Let me get that daily chart up here. So we saw a pretty decent breakout above the weekly kickoff high. Much more, I would say, satisfying in the S&Ps than in the NASDAQ. The breakout above that weekly kickoff high, 60.93, brought in some new longs per open interest, adding 37,000 contracts to the, on an up move indicates new longs. Volume was relatively low, and I'm kind of putting that on the World Economic Forum right now. A lot of folks don't know what's going to happen there. Again, I don't really care what happens there. As long as they're dissolved, I'm fine with that. But it may have something to do with a little bit of the lower volume that we've been seeing for the past couple of days. Looking on this daily chart, we do have a degree of excess on this chart. This move to the upside did not really hold all that well. I wasn't all that impressed. The tempo during the later half of the day just did not indicate, new buyers coming in. Although open interest does say that when we did break out above that weekly kickoff high, new buying came in. Is it longer time frame? We've come a long way in a short period of time. Just last week, our low was down at 2809, 2809. I mean, we're a long ways from there. We've moved a big distance in a short period of time. It looks like the market is set to digest some of this new level, some of this new information, and again, some of these price levels. The market can't go in one direction forever. It needs to consolidate or pull back a little bit to even out inventories before the market can continue to move higher. We've got our all-time high not too far off here in the S&Ps. Take a look at the 30-minute chart and a little bit shorter time frame, and let's see what we're looking for as far as potential opportunities for today. So, it was an overnight breakout. The market opened, leaving the overnight, the regular trading hours opened, leaving the opening range at the dead-ass low. All right. So the volume really was more to the upside early in the day than anything that really happened in the downside. We saw some liquidation of longs coming in at the end of the day there. We still closed relatively well. We closed above weekly kickoff high. What are we looking at as far as overnight inventory? So the market opened here at 5 o'clock p.m. Central, right around settlement. It got a little bit too short in the overnight session. The London session buyers decided, you know what, we're going to take some of those profits. It's coming back into range. I still think we're a little bit short as far as overnight inventory is concerned. My real question is, are we going to be opening with a gap below yesterday's range? The gap below yesterday's range would take us into that gap. That takes us below 61.11 quarter. We'll watch and see how that opens up during fast markets here this morning. There is some weakness in structure down below, and there's always weakness in structure in this gap, in the naked points of control that we have below. We've got another gap much lower. That's below last week's low. We'll be in trouble if we start getting down to that. And these weaknesses in structure are important when they are important. So we'll see how this market opens up. If we open up with a gap in a gap, that's going to, I think, maybe open up some opportunities for us. But again, remember, if we cannot close that gap and that gap close to yesterday's, hey, I just did that, didn't I? To yesterday's, the day before's high is approximately 6,086 half. That would close the gap. That would put us back towards the weekly kickoff high. Pretty decent open interest increase above that level, indicating new buyers coming in. Volume again a little bit soft. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. The NASDAQ is is a little bit behind the S&Ps. We did have a look yesterday above the weekly kickoff high, that big fat round number, 22,000. Excuse me. And we did close above it. Did we close above it? I mean, 2 ticks above it. All right. What do we do as far as open interest yesterday? And there was negative delta, the better part of the move to the upside yesterday. And I was looking for an increase in open interest. That just did not happen. Open interest was basically inert. It's saying an estimated loss of 400 contracts in open interest. Now, that doesn't mean it didn't attract new buyers. Those new buyers could have run into long liquidators, and when a new buyer buys from a long liquidator, it doesn't change open interest. We did see negative delta the better part of yesterday. We ended the day with negative delta, so it seems as though on an up move that there were sneaky buyers here in the NASDAQ, and they're really sneaky because we can't even see them in open interest. It seems like new buyers took out old longs liquidating into new buyers, evens, and it keeps open interest even. Something that is that we can talk about, maybe during group coaching, is how open interest really works and how it increases, decreases, or stays even. So volume again a little bit soft, open interest inert. Do we have an excess high here above the weekly kickoff high of 22,000? Again, we did close 2 ticks above it. I would say that's a close right on it. Of course, everything is a zone, right? So here we are looking at the 30-minute chart. Again, leaving another gap to the upside. Opening range yesterday was the dead ass low. The market pushed above and very, very timidly, it seems, for the most part, held above the weekly kickoff high. Again, that big fat round number of 22,000. It did close or just above it. Or since then, the market's been coming off. We have a little bit of short overnight inventory. We are opening probably with a gap. I mean, right now, if we were to open right here, we would be opening with a gap below yesterday's range, which does offer us opportunity. And the opportunity that I'm talking about is the ability to limit risk. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we could see a gap close from from Tuesday to Wednesday. That could take us down to 21,772. Naked points of control down below that as well. There is another gap down below here in the NASDAQ again. That's a long ways away. Not expecting anything like that to happen, but we never know. So look for on the open for a gap close and reacceptance in the range from yesterday. If those buyers come back in, rejection of range yesterday and acceptance in the gap could bring us to that gap close again back down to 21,772. The profiles in the S&P and the NASDAQ were similar, but I think that the profile in the NASDAQ speaks a little louder. Largely a P-shaped profile, which would indicate short covering. Okay, short covering is our sellers. If that is the case and they ran into longer time frame buyers, that would explain the even open interest numbers from yesterday. And I'm suspecting that might be what happened. And if that is what happened, now we're searching for the level where the longer time frame will begin to protect those positions. Now, the longer time frame, they're not just naked long the S&Ps. They're spreading S&Ps against bundles of stock and a bunch of other things. But if the S&Ps start to get into their pocket, they may protect those long positions at some point. I'm questioning where that might be. And again, we open with a gap and we can't close the gap, then I would look for them to protect those positions at lower levels. A gap close between Tuesday and Wednesday, again, takes us down to 21,772. Now, crude's a tough one these days, it seems. So with the new regime and a energy-friendly regime, goodness, obviously we're seeing prices come off the recent highs. Yesterday, we lost about 4,100 contracts. Volume, again, was relatively low. So we're starting to see volume kind of falling off at lower pricing. This market, I believe, is now seeking an area of balance. We're about halfway. If you're looking at fibs, we're about halfway between this low and this high, halfway back. It's not a fib level, but it's a level that everybody looks at. And I believe that this market is trying to seek balance, seeking new information, which it may get today. The API announced a 1 million barrel increase in inventories. Okay, let's see what the EIA says today. It'll look like, maybe look a little bit like balance is trying to form with the inside day that we had yesterday. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. So yes, yesterday an inside regular trading hour range. Where are we today? Well, we just opened at 8 o'clock and we are inside the range from yesterday, inside balance, inside the range, testing out to the IB low from yesterday. The market is seeking balance in this area. So my focus would really be on the extremes. Our overnight low looks like a tasty little level for an opportunity. Should price offer us the opportunity down there? What about the overnight low the night before last? Maybe that could be something that would be interesting, because those are really kind of forming the extremes of an area that the market is trying to find balance in. Markets spend a lot of time in balance, more time than they do trending. If that is the case, then we might find our opportunities better later on in the session if any of those extremes are approached. The profile yesterday, normal variation, traded below the initial balance low, traded above the initial balance high, very rangy, range bound day. Again, another very small range, 85 tick range, something that's been very prevalent in the crude oil market these days. Make sure you're getting good trade location if you're going to be trading crude oil. And now, finally, to our gold market here. We saw a decent move above the weekly kickoff high. We closed above it on Tuesday. Wednesday, we saw an attempted continuation. How good of a job did it do? That's the question. The upside auction in short time frame, I would call this shorter time frame. It's only a couple of weeks old. It remains to the upside. So we haven't broken any upside trend at this point in the longer time frames. Volume again was a little bit low yesterday. We did manage to add about 12,000 contracts, and we've been adding open interest as price has been moving higher for quite some time here. Let me take a quick look here. Since the 7th of January, every day has been adding open interest since the 7th of January. So we started adding open interest here, and every day we've been adding open interest on a daily basis as price continues to move higher. That is positive for the auction process. We're also seeing on the vast majority of those days, every day except one, we've been seeing negative delta. So we're seeing open interest increasing at higher levels with negative delta indicating longer time frame buyers in the market. We know that some world banks have been accumulating gold. That may have something to do with it. What does it mean for us today? Have we gotten too long to rally? Are we looking for some kind of pullback, which may actually be healthy for the upside continuation to continue? 30-minute chart. Okay. So my question in this market again is, where is the longer time frame going to begin to protect their positions? Where are they going to continue to put in bids as it gets cheaper and cheaper? Did we find it? Yesterday's range was 100% in the overnight session, in the regular trading hour session, above weekly kickoff high. As a matter of fact, I think pretty much the entire session was above weekly kickoff high. We closed well. We closed above the initial balance high. Is that true? Yes, it is. So the market added a bunch of longs yesterday on negative delta, longer time frame. They're letting the market pull back a little bit. Where is the level that they are going to buy them? Well, here we've got some consolidation here. We've got an area where a couple of days ago the market left the opening range at the low of the session and began to drive higher. This looks like a pretty logical area if I were a longer time frame trader to maybe start to look to pick up some bargains down there. And it seems to be what is happening so far. But we still have overnight inventory very short. We've got a gap that we would have to close. That gap close would be all the way up to 27.59.60. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. That's about all the time I've got here for everybody. But make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace, and let's have a great trading session. Eddie, back to you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Hey, coming up here in our Fast Markets Life, funded trader number 25 on the big board, Jerome, and number 8 on the big board, Nick Vertick, here for Fast Markets. Jerome making a little over 2,000 in his live account yesterday, and over 5,000 on Tuesday. And Nick making just about a G in his live funded account yesterday. We're going to talk to both of them, and we'll have some fun. So, hey, don't go away.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I promise. All right, let's get our ponies, llamas, and donkeys in the gate, and say hello to our good friend JD. Good morning, JD. How are you, buddy?
What is up, guys? Good morning, everyone. We got Jerome, number 25 on the big board. We got Nick for a tick, number 8 on the big board. We got John the Goat Hoagland, and we've got open markets right off the bat. I'm looking at the this bear flag on the 30-minute chart in the NQ, guys. We're kind of breaking through to the downside of it right now as we're speaking. What are you guys looking at this morning?
Yeah, we've opened with a gap in the NASDAQ, not in the S&Ps.
Yep. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, very bearish movements this night. Will we reach the gap from yesterday? We don't know. Around 810 from it to 700. We'll see. President Donald Trump is speaking in an hour and a half. Correct?
That is
Yes.
I think he's speaking every day this week, right? Yeah. That sounds.
This is the Davos.
sounds about right.
Yeah,
remote.
you can pretty much be sure about that.
So let's be cautious about that as well. I'm going to be cautious for that. So if
Yep.
I have a
Headline
very
risk.
nice A+ position before, I would take it and try it. Otherwise, I think I'm going to sit on my hands when he starts speaking.
Always a good call. Yeah.
Yeah.
Headline risk is on today and for the rest of the week. Who knows what he's going to be talking about? The agenda. He kind of flies by the seat of his pants when he starts talking. So who knows what will come out of his mouth? But
I want to
we'll
short
be
it.
piping in some. I want to short.
So
it
do
as
I,
well.
Hoag, but I'm still getting my my lay of the land here. It's been one of those mornings. How's everyone doing? Good morning.
Good morning, Nick.
Good to see you, Nick.
Good morning, Nick.
Any trades overnight? Are you
No
in a
trades
position right now?
for me overnight. I am really trying in 2025 to stay the heck away from Globex. It just gets me in holes. Then I start the RTH, the New York session in the red or whatever, and it's like even I get myself in trouble even just being like, I'm going to scalp 10 points or I'm going to go for a quick trade. And then it turns into a red trade. It'll turn into a martingale and then or something. And then it just creates bad habits for me. So plus it's a time of the day and evening where I should be sleeping and doing other things.
Not like you don't have anything else to do.
No, absolutely nothing else.
Hey guys, we've got those daily levels pinned at the top of the chat right now. We had a little hiccup this morning, a little tech issue, but Coach Robert is in the background putting those levels into that webpage as we speak. So he's got a couple markets in there right now. He's working on the rest. So get in there and check out those Topstep daily levels, folks.
Mm.
Big shout out to Coach Robert in the background too.
He's doing a good job there.
Well, I guess we found the buyers in gold.
Can't hold that gold down, man. I tell you.
No.
I just realized I'm not sharing charts. Give me 1 second, guys.
Sharing is caring, JD.
There's always something, right? Always miss something.
All right, let's take a look. See here. Oh boy, just nothing but chop inside that gap, the session gap between Tuesday and Wednesday. Once the NASDAQ went in there, it's just been chop, chop, chop. Took out the opening range high. Still no gap close, though. No gap close to the range from yesterday so far in the NASDAQ. Why I'm thinking short, but we're going to be patient here and look for some sort of an opportunity as when something really good presents itself, because we're right in the middle of this range. That overnight range is just brutal.
Just had a false breakout of the. I drew the bear flag on the 30-minute NQ chart, and we just kind of had a false breakout. We tested that lower trend line, didn't quite take out that previous low, and right back in the middle of the range right now. So sitting on our hands, waiting for better trade locations. Does that sound like the game plan for right now?
To me, yes.
In the equities, at least. What's happening in gold?
We took out the IB high, and it's at risk of failed upside auction as we speak here. We got a little time to find out if that's going to be the case, but looking at the daily here, we can get on my charts. Just noting an opening call since the 7th of January. Every day we've added open interest as price continues to move higher. That's healthy for an upside auction. It's been negative delta all but one day. That is also healthy for an upside auction. We had a bunch of open interest yesterday. 12,000 contracts above weekly kickoff high. that also had negative delta. It still seems that there's longer time frame buyers here. And my question was, where are those longer time frame buyers going to start to scoop up bargains? Looking at this 30-minute chart, we did open with a gap lower. There's yesterday's range. We opened with a gap lower, and a lot of overnight inventory to the short side. So be careful. But it's looking like we've got some excess on these lows on this 30-minute chart. As long as we can hold above the initial balance high, which is 27.5140, right about where we're at. I like the idea of longs here, but we've got VWAP against us. We do have a lot of overnight inventory to the short side, and we're looking for longer time frame longs to protect at some point. My thoughts in gold.
NASDAQ
Sound
70%
analysis?
long here in the tilt.
Creeping higher. Let's go back to that.
Still
Oh, we
stuck in the
got some-
20-minute range.
Still stuck
Down.
mid-range, yeah.
Sorry, 20-point range from the pre-market.
Mm-hmm.
Got some
Just
strong
closed the
buyers
gap
here.
in the
Crude,
NASDAQ and rejected it.
Russell, Dow. Dow taking off here right now.
Kevin in the chat wants to know what Globex is. Globex is the overnight trading session, non-regular trading hours. That is your Globex
Yeah.
session, Kevin.
Blue chips are doing well this morning.
Yeah, what
New
is
high
the
Dow.
7 doing?
They're higher on the day. They're already above yesterday's range.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of eerie when that happens.
Nvidia's down 2%.
Yikes.
Is it
Sure
possible?
is. Microsoft down 0.65, Amazon down 0.8%.
So far, the 24-hour VWAP and previous day low on the NASDAQ looks like it's being defended again. I don't have
They
much
need
to
much
take
of an
pleasure
edge
to
going
be
into today's
trading
session. Yesterday was weird. Friday was OPEX. We haven't moved a whole lot since the volatility kind of died post the CPI move. We've just kind of been, I wouldn't even say range bound, just kind of slowly drifting higher. And then there was an interesting reoffer, I guess, on ES, kind of near that mid FOMC area before we kind of dumped off there. So I'm going to be patient and kind of see if the market wants to make a decision. Was that a reoffer, or was that just some liquidation of shorter time frame longs from yesterday that just kind of made their money from the CPI candle on and took some profit, and now here we are kind of back in the top edge of the range we've been in for the last month.
I think what you're talking about, Nick, is a safe haven here with the changing of the guards here in the White House.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wants to fall off the fence. You go first. I think that's the mentality here.
Yeah, and you can see on my chart too. Here's that FOMC kind of little balance area we were in for like 2 weeks, and we almost to the tick kind of just reoffered right at it yesterday, like pretty much at that 35s kind of spot, and slowly just drifted down yesterday into the close and then throughout the overnight session. So we'll see if that continues. Do we fall back towards 6,000s? Not 6,000s, 6,100s on ES? Could be a trade, but for the time being, I'm going to sit on my hands.
Yeah. Still not a whole lot. Tilt paired off a little bit. We're still 66% long in the NQ, 65% long in the ES.
So the session low in the mini S&Ps is the exact session low from yesterday. Dow is above the range from yesterday. NASDAQ opened below the range from yesterday. And the S&P is just traded exactly to the tick to the low of yesterday's regular trading hour session range. A little overnight inventory adjustment perhaps coming in here. Starting to not like the shorts in the NASDAQ.
Not so much
Holding
anymore.
above
Yeah, I
that
see that also.
3-minute bar. We held VWAP on that 3-minute bar on this bar. We show any signs of acceptance of range from yesterday, which we're already seeing in the S&Ps. Dow is just doing its own thing.
It's running. Yeah. Well, crude making some higher highs here.
Potential failed upside auction in gold. Crude. Yeah, basically just inside the range yesterday. Eddie, those ranges in the crude oil have just been so small. An 85 tick range all day in the regular trading hour session yesterday, and so far we're inside that range in the session today.
Keeping it's being very cautious. Hey, we got 72% long here in the Nasdaq. It was just 75% on the tilt.
Well, if we break through this pattern on the NASDAQ, might be a decent long signal. But right now, we're still in this bear flag channel, right in the middle of it.
Russell pulling back pretty strong here.
I think our most confident shot at a trade would be in gold right now.
Yeah, and we're already
kind of late to the
falling.
Already failed out.
Late to the party.
Where's the VIX?
I can pull up the VIX real quick.
It's under 15, so it's dead.
Is it real today?
Count.
No, absolutely not. It hasn't been real since post CPI.
It's a figment of your imagination.
Every time it creeps above 20, you just get vol sellers just selling her back down to the 15s. But we didn't on the move up yesterday. It was also positive, which I think had a little bit to do with the expiration yesterday. Yeah, just kind of a tough trade. This is like the last 4 sessions, let's call it, is like my least favorite type of price action, where it really just, you get 5-minute candles of like 2 points on ES at the most, and we just kind of slowly drift higher. And when you look at it on like a 5-minute chart, it just is like, just like a 35-degree angle up and to the right. It's just like pure algos, bidding this slightly higher. I just can't personally trade it. It's just not my style. I can't sit in a trade all day. So unless I caught the long, I guess near the lows. So I didn't do a whole lot yesterday. Somehow made money. I really don't know how, even looking at my trades. I think I was short. You guys remember shortly after the open, there was like a tape bomb sell near kind of the high of the opening range on ES that pushed us down like 8 points. I think I caught like 4 or 5 points of it, and then I didn't do anything else the rest of the day.
Sweet.
Jerome, you still locked out here, or are you ready to play?
No, I'm ready to play. I don't lock out myself anymore. The beauty of the brain and of Topstep X is that it has features it has amazing features that helps you develop great habits. And once you develop these habits, you develop enough discipline not to lock yourself out anymore. I still lock myself out when I'm in profit and I don't want to overtrade. But yeah, locking myself out for the first 15 minutes now, I don't do it. It's okay. I don't feel I need it thanks to Topstep. That's all.
Okay, just checking.
Perfect. Love hearing that kind of stuff. Yeah, and you don't have to lock yourself out for the whole day anymore, folks. You could set a timer on that lockout. So make sure you're following up with all the improvements that we're making at Topstep X.
I think we got Gabe coming in a little later explaining that, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yep. Gabe will definitely be here talking about some new Topstep X features. We're rolling out new stuff every day on this platform.
Yes.
And don't forget, guys, follow us. What's up, Jerome?
And hit the like button. Hit the lucky like button as well.
Hit the like button. Yes, I was just getting to that. Click like, click subscribe. Follow us on Twitter, X, Twix. Follow us on social. Send us your content. Hashtag Fast Markets. Hashtag Power Hour. Send us your trading certificate. Send us your payout information. Send us your trading setup. Tag us on social. We will come find you. That's for sure. We had an awesome trader on yesterday, Jose, who had his trader certificate in a frame behind him on the wall. It was pretty cool.
It was good stuff.
It was
you
cool.
know what?
That's beautiful.
The chat missed his wife. We had his wife in the green room with him, and
also a trader.
That was great. They both trade. They both Topstep couple trading. How romantic!
Family that trades together gets paid together.
There you go.
Unless they're
Good
trading
stuff.
natural gas.
Good numbers coming up here in about 45 minutes there, Nick.
So what I
Here's
could be
the
looking
Dow.
for, so the 15-minute opening range is 50 points even on the Nasdaq and 7.5 points on the S&P. Let's see if we can have a push and a break above the opening range, which is 916 so far. And if we can have a pullback, I would consider perhaps short, looking to target the low of the opening range. If we have enough bullish signal and we don't have this setup, I will be looking for longs. So far, I'm looking for shorts, but at any moment I can shift. This.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the consensus, the momentum, I should say, is to the short side, in my opinion. Also, until this chart pattern, I guess, sort of just totally fails. But we are still mid-range right now, so.
My fear is we're just going to be stuck in this range until 47 speaks in about an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He started talking like 20 minutes
Bitcoin
early
is
too
good.
yesterday, didn't he?
Something like that.
We got it in the
Bitcoin is
background,
making
keeping an eye
moves.
on things.
Up 3,000 so far since the open. Yeah.
What is that you're looking at, Jerome?
Bitcoin is up 3,000 since the open.
Who owns crypto or Bitcoin in particular? Anybody?
No, I tried
don't own
to
Bitcoin.
start distributing to wallets to do some stupid things because why not? And it's way more complicated than setting up an account for equities. You got to like transfer, you got to swap, you got to do these things. So we're back to where I was the last hype train in 2021, which is just I'm staying away.
I'm in for a little bit,
Dow,
not a whole lot.
Dow just spiked to a new high here. 44.47. Didn't gradually climb.
Oh, wow.
Sort of spiked to that little pullback here right now.
Perhaps
what's
today
Russell
Dow is the
doing?
trade, yeah. Good
Russell's
pull. The opening range of the Dow is so far 100 points, 102 points. This is decent. Looks like it wants to move, contrary to the
How long of
S&P
an
and
opening
the
range do you
Nasdaq.
look at, Jerome?
Sorry?
How long is your opening range that you're looking at?
50,
Do a
it's a
30-minute?
15-minute range. 15 minutes.
15-minute opening range, okay.
So the first 15 minutes of the open, and I take the low and the high. So you see this box, it's an indicator that builds itself. And here you can have like the low and the high already printed. And you can have the range written in here as well. Don't know if you see it.
Here we go.
You've got Topstep X shared, Jerome, currently.
Here we go.
Oh, my bad. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we
I
go.
forgot I had.
Seeing some buying coming in the NQ.
Yep, that's great.
And then take out
Volume has
the
been-
jobless
If we can break
claims wick.
above, break and close above, that would be a nice short.
Creeping higher and steadily decreasing volume, too. How important are volume patterns to you guys when you see a little rip like this, but steadily decreasing volume?
Yeah. Means a lot.
76% long in the NASDAQ here. That's screaming. 62% in the money on tilt.
Trade for Freedom says, yes, volume is very important. I've always kept volume bars up on the bottom of the screen. I like to see how strong those moves are based on the size of volume. The amount of volume traded, I should say.
Volume drives price.
It certainly does. Oh, there you go. There are my volume bars at the bottom of the screen there. So slow grind higher with steadily decreasing volume. Usually see tops and bottoms being made at the peaks and troughs of those volume bars. So
All right. So we do have a failed upside auction in gold. The auction is relatively large, though, 51 half to 53, 54. So it's $350. If you sell the high, the IB, that's your risk.
That
Kind of
sounds.
I don't like the trade because I'm looking at this market as seeking longer time frame buyers, which it has been for the last couple of weeks. I'm
Mhm.
not going to take that short. I don't think that this failed upside auction is going to hold. If I were following the rules, I would have to take it.
I like
Oh, we're not
longs
following
on
rules
gold.
today, huh? You do like longs on gold.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
this
because
4-hour candle.
the longer time
Go
frames
ahead.
to the upside.
Yeah, and we've had 7 red 4-hour candle. Doesn't mean anything, but this one looks like it wants to retest this week this area. So it could be a perfect short and then ripping down, but that's what we call a juicy long, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
That could be a very nice move, considering we dumped like almost 18 points. Can be interesting. We have the 200 EMA on the 5-minute time frame at 27.49, which is 5 points above, and the 15-minute opening range is so far at 47.5. So let's see. Yeah, there is a good chance it retraces back up. Gold has great volume lately. I'm considering
Yes,
to
it does.
perhaps trade it for a while. I don't have the data for it because I don't trade it. I used to trade it on my funded accounts back in the days, and I really like it. The thing is, it's wild as well, so it's as dangerous as the Nasdaq, I would say. And
It can be,
so,
yeah.
but lately,
Mhm.
it respects great price action dynamics and behaviors. So I will see. But
Speaking
yeah,
of
longs
gold,
today
just here in chat,
looks very good.
talking about gold sitting at the monthly point of control. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Eddie.
Interesting. Yeah. Very good.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
We're going
Pretty
to be
flat so
range
far.
bound until Trump speaks. Can we just be violently range bound? Like, can we go take out the overnight low, then go back up here to like 930s?
Oh,
Come on. Something.
From your mouth to God's
Anything,
ears.
yeah. Give us something. Anything.
And we'll see here.
Hey, Nick, it's a pleasure to be with you today, Nick. You've been a
Oh, is this your
great
guys'
inspiration in my trading journey. So yeah, I really like
You too,
this
buddy.
your
Wait,
guys'
have we not?
your style.
This is
Have
your
we not
first
been
time
on
on together,
together?
huh? I
I
feel
think
like
it's the first time,
I think it is the first time.
interesting.
Aw,
I don't
and
know
that
why I
tweet.
assumed
unless my memory
like
is
you
wrong,
guys
which
were.
could be. But yeah,
You have to excuse me because my days just blur together at this point. Like, I barely know what day of the week it is. If it wasn't for are the markets open or
Yeah.
closed on this day, I would have no idea where we are on the calendar.
How much sleep are you getting every night, Nick? What's your average
Like, God,
crash time now?
So we had 4 days in a row sleeping through the night, 7 to 7. And then she regressed in the last week. And so it's been like up at 3, up at 4, not feeding her. We're kind of still transitioning. Like, she's proved she can make it through the night. So we're doing other things, trying other things to get her back to sleep. And it works. It's just, I get to get up for 10 minutes to try to soothe her back to sleep. And then I get another hour, 2 hours. So we're pretty consistent, like 7 a.m. to 4 a.m., 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. But it's that last little stretch before I get up and get her up we have regressed back a little bit.
you go,
So
Dad.
we're getting there.
Hoag remembers those days.
Amazing.
Oh, yes. The stories are running through my head right now. Although my daughter she was always a good sleeper. I mean, for her like 1 week checkup, the doctor was like, how's she sleeping? I said, well, she slept about 6 hours last night. He's like, oh my God, wake her up and feed her every 4 hours if she wants to sleep that much. We're like, why? She's sleeping.
Yeah, she's been a very good baby thus far. Like, I had expected worse, and she has exceeded all expectations. Like I thought I'd be in a much darker place than I am in now.
Jay Buck's got a
Always fun,
5-month-old. Just thank God my wife is a rock star.
Awesome. Good to have a solid support system at home for that kind of thing.
Takes a
for
team.
sure.
Yeah.
Takes a village, yeah.
Peeking back into the opening range now on both ES and NQ.
Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Approaching that lower
Give us
trend
something
line.
to trade.
Switch back over to the 30-minute.
Thing is, this 870 area has been a strong support starting yesterday, and we've seen, like yesterday, we've seen a nice sort of resistance transformed into support with a double bottom, and then we had the expansion pre-market, and then we had the rally during this New York session. So today we've seen a couple touches of this zone, like 880, 870. We had a fake breakout, as you explained, JD. So let's see if it holds. If it doesn't, that could be a great short attempt. But I feel we have like weak sellers today, and everybody's waiting for the president to speak. So at any moment, this could like rip up with volume. I feel everybody's waiting and sitting on their hands. Not
Agreed.
much volume.
We just kissed that bottom channel line again. Sort of bounced right off of it. We're looking at a pretty strong 15-minute candle here.
Yep.
We got Coach Ray from the Mindset Hunters VIP drop in just a few minutes. Coach Ray will be with us. We're going to talk about what his strategy is going into season 2 of VIP. Remember, folks, that draft starts on Monday, 27th. New VIP teams. We've got we're going to be drafting 10 teams, 50 traders per team, total of 500 traders for the next VIP experience. And Hoag, I talked to my dad last night. He's gonna come in and coach a team for VIP.
Awesome.
He's looking forward to that.
That's going to be some lucky traders, man.
Yeah, Jack is a great coach.
Jack and I go way back.
Back.
1984, 5, 6.
Way back. Yeah, you guys did spend some time together on the floor.
Yes, we did. Back in the lumber pit.
Yep.
The lumber pits, yep.
That market was a great market back then, man.
Patience, ladies and gentlemen.
Patience, yeah. There's not a whole lot to talk about right now. What do you guys want to talk about? Seen a little pop in gold. We're back up above the initial balance high. Still rallying.
The 4-hour candle is gonna open, the new one, in 40 seconds. So that's when the play begins, right? Let's see.
Hey, just a reminder here for those that are logging in a little late. You're late, but you're here. Better late than ever. Next week, we're excited to welcome market legends. Yes, market legends. Brett Steenbarger and Jim Dalton. Boy, we've got a big week next week. Draft on Monday, Steenbarger on Tuesday. Thursday, we got Dalton. And remember, mark it on your calendar. Brett Steenbarger, Tuesday, January 28th, 11 a.m. And then on Thursday, January 30th at 11 a.m., Jim Dalton. Good stuff coming down the road.
There will be no better place to be than TopstepTV next week. Next week is just going to be awesome here. Steenbarger.
Every day.
Jim Dalton. Like, man, we just got a stacked lineup back to back to back.
Can I throw a teaser out there?
We might have a couple
of
other surprises too. Yeah,
you know
go
what?
ahead.
We are every day we have a thing called stand up where we all get together, we talk about the day. We just don't log off here. All right. We discuss today what can be improved, what can we add. And yesterday we were talking about some things to add to Topstep TV that are going to blow your mind. And that's about as far as I want to go. I don't want to step over that line, but we got some badass cool stuff coming up down the road. So tell your friends, tell your fellow traders, tell your mom, tell your dad, Tell the guy next door.
Dun, dun,
Tune in to
dun.
Topstep TV. Dun, 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 dun. My goodness, Matt. Good stuff.
Good stuff, Eddie. Thank you.
Here we go.
Amazing.
There we go. There you go.
Well, since we have nothing to talk about, let me just show this real quick. If we want to jump to my tab, here's a reason why we're probably range bound, at least for the first 30 minutes. The options activity today looks
Look at that.
horrendous for traders. Looks like it's a premium sellers morning thus far. So we'll see how this shifts, but that's probably why we're not going anywhere just yet. Pinned dead in the middle.
Too close.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
What's your resource for that game information, Nick? Where do you get that from?
I used a couple, but this is a model built by a mentor of mine. That just gives a quick aggregate of it. So there's so many providers out there, but some of them do like real time data. This is I think a longer time frame aggregate of the 0DTEs. Doesn't like update every 30 seconds where you just get a lot of false signals and things. So I like to use his model just because it doesn't make me jump into trades because some bigger player threw some size around or something. So that's TraderAid, but just gives a very simple histogram. I think anything more than that for a lot of traders, if you trade futures, is going to get you into trouble.
Oh, hey, we're breaking out on the NQ a little bit here to the downside. We're through that bottom channel line of the bear flag.
Yeah. Let's see if 870 holds or if we can break and close below it.
New low in Russell.
Close below 870. Is that a short signal for you, Jerome?
If we have a closure below, a pullback, and then a rebreak of the level, yeah, that would be the entry.
Perfect.
Just a closure below is not an entry. It would be a potential confirmation of acceptance of price going below.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification.
You
do have the keys to the house account right now.
Oh, yeah,
house
I got my
account is
finger on the
open.
button.
We throw up that graphic explaining what the house account is. What's the house account? Why do we trade it? What's the purpose? I'll just read this off for the people listening, not watching. The house account is a trading account inspired by the ideas of our community and backed by the TopstepTV team. We take levels from our coaches, funded traders, and other members of our community in order to enter trades and manage them together as a team. We are not signal providers. Please do not copy our trades, as this is not trading or financial advice. This is for educational purposes only. So we will all get together and decide on the best trade to take at any given moment. Right now, we're kind of scouting a short in the NQ, but we're going to wait for a little more confirmation before we jump in.
Still range bound.
At my 15-minute candlestick, seller
back
morning.
Back inside that flagging pattern.
And longing the Dow can be a very good trade as well.
Just a trap.
Mm-hmm.
Colonel Akbar said.
Trap.
Admiral Akbar. It's a trap.
The Dow Jones is slice. Stop. Points. I go for contract. 20 times 50. That's 1,000. Okay. Potential long on Dow Jones. We'll see.
What are you looking at, Hoag?
Just thinking.
Yeah.
Moment of ponder.
When they say good trading is boring, they are not joking.
Bad trading is boring too.
Yes, this is true. At least you're getting some action when you're trading bad, though.
Yeah, it's true.
Well. Well,
a little more selling pressure coming in, just a bit.
Man, GD,
What's
that
up?
failed upside auction
In gold?
in gold.
Yep.
It came up and tested the high of that failed upside auction by about 10, 12 ticks. And now it's come back
Fell
inside the
right back
initial
again.
balance. You can see it right here. That was the opportunity because here it was a lot of risk. It offered us a much better trade location with the risk above the current high. And that would have been the entry. But I still think it's see money, take money on the short side here. We'll see what happens. I mean, if we're
Do you
too
think we
long,
missed? Do
continue
you
to
think we missed this
rally,
trade?
then
Is it too late? Is it too late to get into this trade?
yeah, I don't want to do anything here.
Okay.
Because the longer time frame is to the upside. That's why I think any shorts should be see money, take money. There's gonna have to be some sort of a change for me to change that bias, and it's not a bias. I mean, it's just what the market's telling me. We'll see what happens by the end of the day. Seems to be holding up pretty well. Let's see here. All right, is
See
there
this
an opportunity
870? This 870 is holding pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, just bounced off of it again.
Very nicer. Yeah. And this is a zone from yesterday. I mean, not only from yesterday, but it's holding very well from yesterday. Like I've noticed almost 8 times, I think I can recall, strong buyers coming in every time we touch this level. So it's a very big zone of interest. And if today we have enough buyers to push this up, I am confident we can perhaps go back to 22,000, or at least try to rip up the high of the opening range of yesterday, which is 980. We'll see. There's decent ranges to the downside and to the upside, whether we go long or short. So yeah, let's be patient. We'll see. 1 hour left. The president is speaking.
Just range. Nick, I wish we'd get that sweep of the overnight low and see what happens down there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm waiting for before I'd really try along, unless we break out of this range to the upside. There's just, I mean, there's nothing to do. ES is in a 7-point range.
Right.
The whole session, 30 minutes.
Yep. Very small. Very small range. We got 20 minutes before the IB is finished. A 7 3/4 handle initial balance in the S&Ps. Yikes! Won't take a lot of energy to extend that.
Yep.
No, but that's usually a touch grass kind of. If Trump wasn't speaking, I would say this is a touch grass kind of warning. Like, go do something better, come back for power hour, see if there's an opportunity. But
yeah, true. We should find something better. We got something better to do, actually. We've got Coach Ray in the back. We've got a quick VIP drop-in. We want to take care of that. I know Coach Ray is a busy man. He's a high school math teacher. He's taking a little break right now to join us.
I need him to teach me math.
What is up, Coach Ray? You are on.
Not too much. How's everyone doing today?
Coach Ray, head coach of the Mindset Hunters Topstep VIP experience. What is up, Ray? How are you doing?
It's all about the mind. I'm doing excellent. How's everyone?
We are doing great. So season 1 is in the books. You finished off pretty good. You got 4 traders still in XFAs. You graduated a total of 26 out of 54. Nice 48% pass rate for the Mindset Hunters. $7,100 in total payouts. Total of 5 payouts across between 4 traders, I believe. So pretty decent numbers for Coach Ray's squad. What's the plan for next season? You gonna make any moves?
Well, everything across the board came in really nice. The only, I guess, somewhat a little bit disappointed is that kind of Coach J kind of slipped in there at the end and overtook the Mindset Hunters. right? So we're gonna, double down again and see if we can stave off Coach Jay and the others this time around.
It's going to be quite the competition. We're going to have 10 teams instead of
Yes.
5, doubling the number of teams, doubling the number of traders. We had a total of 247 traders in season 1, I believe. 130 of whom passed the training combine into the funded level. We had an overall pass rate of just over, I think it was 53% total pass rate for
Very
all
nice.
traders, all teams combined. So
Very nice.
traders were definitely noticing or taking into consideration they were getting towards the end of the season, and we just had a huge spike in training combine passes those last couple weeks.
Very good.
Still active there. What do we got? 7, 11. Just about 20 traders still active in XFAs now across the entire season 1 experience.
Excellent.
But are you getting your room set up in Discord? Are you
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of waiting for the draft to take place, and dusting off the room, making sure we have a very hospitable place for folks to come in and work on their trades, work on their mindset, and get us another group to pass some combines into XFAs.
Yep. You're gonna keep the room open to season 1 Mindset 100 traders?
Yeah, I
also?
really don't know what the plan is on that, to be honest. But whether we're to create a new room, yeah, I'm happy to have that room there. Yeah, so I really don't know.
Very cool, very cool. Well, we've got Coach Ray's top 5, the Mindset Hunters that are currently still in XFA accounts. Matouche, Danicorn, Thomas, and Ashley. Ashley's been around for months now, since the beginning.
Yeah.
Not much change to that P&L. I don't think Ashley's actually traded this account in probably 2 or 3 weeks, but still hanging in there. Account is still active and open. So Ashley has that opportunity to keep making money off this account. So
very nice.
Ashley, if you're out there listening,
yes,
get in there.
Ashley, let's go.
It is not over yet. And then Matouche making some moves, Danicorn and Thomas both doing all right. Thomas is down a little bit, nothing too heavy. Danicorn's up a little bit.
I really like Thanacorn's win rate. I think that's excellent. I think obviously the others are reasonable. All depends on what the reward to risk is, but I'm resonating with Thanacorn's win rate at the moment.
60%, very nice. Keep it up, Mindset Hunters. Not quite over for these 4 traders yet. I shouldn't say not quite over. It is not over for these 4 traders
not
yet.
over. That's right. You need to choose your words wisely.
Yes, I do. And I will be more considerate when I speak of the VIP traders. Well, that's it, Coach Ray. Any final thoughts before the draft on Monday?
Yeah, no, I mean, it was really a pleasure to work with these guys. And again, that's like JD has alluded to, is not over for sure. Far from over. We want to continue to trade these XFAs the way that led us to the XFAs to begin with, right? So whatever processes, whatever strategies, whatever we use to get past the combine into these XFAs, we want to continue to do the same thing. We don't want to change things up, and we want to continue to grow the equity in the account and maybe get to eventually some funded accounts.
There you go. If you guys were here and you filled out those forms, be here starting on Monday, you might just find yourself on Coach Ray's Mindset Hunters team.
Ray, I'm really impressed with the combine pass percentage of you and of all the coaches. I mean, I think it's really a testament to how important having a trading coach is. You guys have all done a great job. I'm proud of you, and it's just amazing how well you guys were able to help all these traders. And that combine pass rate is just huge. It's like magic. Great job, Ray.
Oh, thank you so much, Coach. I mean, I owe a lot to you for my beginnings in this as well, and as my coach. So definitely.
Thank you, Ray. All right, we know you are busy. Got to get back to
All right, guys.
class. Coach Ray's a high school math teacher, everyone,
Yes,
and an excellent
yes.
trader.
Let's,
He has one of
we're
the
going to
oldest.
be cracking these books today.
Be
You guys
easy
know
on
Coach
them.
Ray?
Be easy on them.
Coach Ray has one of the oldest legacy live funded accounts at Topstep.
Yeah,
He's been
I
on a
do.
live
I
account
do.
for years.
Yes.
So
I
listen to
have
the man.
no
He knows what he's
idea
doing.
the value of X.
And we will never know. All right, guys.
It's a
Have
mystery.
a great session. And
Thanks
we'll
for
talk
stopping
soon.
in, Ray. Appreciate your time. We will
All right,
catch you
take care.
next week.
Bye now.
Blessings, Ray.
Likewise.
It's going to be
I
exciting.
don't think there's a
Whole
single
new-
human trading ES right now.
It doesn't look like anybody's trading anything right now. Everything is just flat. We got to find something to talk about.
So I'm gonna say I like longs. So the market dumps, and then we can start to have some volume or trades.
You're looking at the
long
NQ
one
right
from
now,
these
Jerome?
highs.
At the NQ as always, trying to make it dump. When I speak, it looks like it likes to dump. So let's make it flush and see if we can break the 870 level, and if we can catch a short. With the thing is 902 and as well 6115 for the S&P has been resistance support pre-market, and they can turn very fast as support, and if they do, we can see a good rally up. So I'm watching for that as well, in case of we are unable to have the move down and we reclaim back up this level 902 61 15 for the S&P. If we can pull back and retest these levels with buying confirmations, that would be a very beautiful long entry. That would also trap a lot of sellers that would be short, and we'll pop some stops and we'll go up. So we'll see. Again, we are ranging. This is kind of disgusting. No volume, atrocious range. So we'll see. Even though we have a setup, the confidence rate percentage of the setup is lower. It's high, but it's lower than usual days for me because there's a lot of bias. So we'll see. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, what do you think
my
there,
hate
Nick?
watching has triggered a little early in today's session. I don't know. This is I just really hope we're not going to be sitting here for 40 minutes and still in the same range for the time being between 900s and 870s in the NASDAQ. If we lose the overnight low, it makes a lot of sense that we could rotate down towards kind of the 730s, 750s spot. That right? Let me double check. Yeah, 750s and maybe a little further down. Kind of falling back into this range we've been in for 3 weeks if we were to lose the overnight low pretty much. But it's hard to make much of anything at this point. You've got sellers continuing to kind of be sitting at the top of the 5-minute opening range on ES or not sellers, buyers, excuse me, holding us above it, but not really doing anything, not really pushing us even to the overnight high at 120s. So I don't know. I got nothing right now. I'm not seeing anything on Delta. I'm not seeing anything on, just the price action of these candles. Volume's not telling us much. We're dead.
Yeah,
everybody's sitting back here waiting for Trump to speak, I believe. And this is
yeah, probably right, Eddie.
Yeah, we got
it's
some
like
time.
an FOMC. What's it all about? Coach Jay watching corn. Is corn off to the races right now?
Jay, have we sunk to that level that now we are becoming an aggro trader?
Oh, come on, man! There's a lot of good corn traders.
You just got to go out looking for trades wherever we can find them right now. That's it.
I mean, you can always find a trade
on beaver pelts right now. Let's trade.
You can always find one.
Look at the chart. I don't even have corn hooked up in here. Let's see. I assume in my live account because I don't pay for that data. Let's see. I don't even know what the symbol is for corn.
ZC.
ZC, yes.
No.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. It's popping here. 490 and a half.
We've got grain levels. Look at your Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. You've got corn. You've got soybeans. You've got hogs. You've got cattle. You got Bitcoin in there now, too. We are expanding the daily levels.
Well, that's good. I mean, there's so many opportunities, so many different markets, and we do share that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a
Sellers
sell-off
trying
volume
again.
coming. Yeah, don't know where it comes from, but it looks like there's more volume in this movement than before. We'll see.
Well, can anybody
But
juggle?
again, we'll see.
Can you juggle, Hoag? You get Robert in there and do some card tricks.
No, not really. I
can't.
can't. I
Back
played
in the day
drums for
before
4
Hoag was
years.
married, he was juggling girlfriends.
Oh,
A little bit. A little bit.
Let's hear some Hoag Bachelor stories.
Stud Omega.
All right. So I was a bartender, and I was at one time dating 2 girls named Sue. And so I'd go out with one girl named Sue, and then one of them would call me the next day, and I was never sure which one it was. And this was before caller ID. So I'd have to kind of just, kind of feel my way through it. I didn't want to say, hey, we had a good time last night. And then that Sue go, what are you talking about? We were not last night. Now, the nightmare was if they both ended up in the bar at the same time.
Oh, crap.
So
You met them both at the same bar. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'd have to put one at one end and one at the other and hope that I was busy.
That's a Hoag juggle right there. Nicely done.
Yeah.
They never did find out about each other.
And today they do. If they watch
Still
the
got
show.
married.
I married a girl named Donna.
now. There you go. And a
Hoag
good choice
created
you made,
Tin-
Johnny.
Tinder before it became mainstream.
I was never a player.
There we go. Some
I
more
love them
buyers
both.
stepping in the NQ, but still mid-range. Still nothing happening.
Yep. I really
Gold
like the
really,
longs here. It looks like the support is holding. 4-hour candle is reflipping on the Nasdaq. S&P is not yet, but the 61.15 and 902 on the Nasdaq. That's what I'm watching for. And if we can have a closure above these levels, I would wait for a pullback, a retest, and then possible entry there if the market allows us, because it can go without us, right?
That is for sure. Gold really petered out also. That move just fell flat.
Yeah, there've been 2 opportunities for longs, and we've been chatting. If you look at this 3-minute bar, this is the anchored VWAP on the open. This is the opening bar. We're staying above the opening bar. We're staying above this VWAP. If we're looking for longs, it's telling us, this VWAP is upsloping, price is holding above it. It's telling us that buyers are still in control, even in this time frame. So with this pullback down around 47.5 was a nice little opportunity to look for a long. We were talking to Ray at the time. I thought about barging in, but we're going to wait and see if we have any continuation above the current high of the day today and see if we can't find a good opportunity there. We still have negative delta on an up day. If you can call it an up day, still a lot of overnight inventory is sitting here to the short side. We'll see.
Just a heads up here, if you are trading natural gas, yes, the Widowmaker, we got a number coming up in about 5 minutes here. We're looking at negative
Widowmaker.
270 billion cubic feet. So we'll find out here in
you,
just
Eddie.
a bit.
Well, while we're waiting on those nat gas numbers, what do you say we take a look at some live funded P&Ls from yesterday, folks? Decent
Let's do it.
numbers.
There you go. Live
We did have
accounts,
a-
live market.
Yep. Jerome knows. We did have a little glitch, and one trader came out with a 232,000 total profit yesterday, which we apologize sorry to say, it is not an accurate, It was Kai that happened to also. But anyway, here are the rest of your live funded P&Ls from yesterday. We got Timothy at the top trading the NASDAQ, $31,222. Then we've got Kai Chun, pretty popular name. Kai Chun, Nicholas, Alexander, and Andy all trading the NASDAQ. 22,745, 46 for Kai Chun, 16,888 for Nicholas, 14,749 for Alexander, and 14,741 for Andy A. Actually, Alexander was trading MNQ also, made $350 in the MNQ and 14,398 in the NQ. So mixing it up a little there between the micros and the minis. Real traders taking real money out of the real live markets, folks. Those are your live funded P&Ls from yesterday. Top 5 live funded P&Ls from yesterday.
All 5 figures. Beautiful.
All 5 figures, yeah. That's pretty much the new norm.
Yeah, it's crazy. Congratulations to them, beasts.
It can be done. It can be done, folks.
And
might
Kai
have
is
to,
showing us,
cancel.
well,
Go ahead,
we
Jerome.
shouldn't take example of that as a goal, but he's showing us that on a live account, you can trade well, very well, and do it again. Some might have said, yeah, he was lucky, he put 50 cons on and it was in his direction. I'm just speaking out loud, right? But he did it again, and he did it again, and he's doing it again. So yeah, amazing. Kai Chun as well has been on the leaderboard for a while. So
He's been
amazing traders.
Kai Chun's been around for a while. What is his place on the big board? We're not going to show the big board today because there were a couple of trade report errors that are affecting placement on the big board. We're working to get that fixed. We might have it ready by the time we're done with fast markets, but right now the plan is to not show the big board for today until all those errors are rectified. But yeah, Kai Chun's jumped up on the big board, number 4 right now. Number 5 yesterday.
Wow. That is wow, ladies and gentlemen. Now top 5 is above 200 grand, right?
Yes, it is.
Top 2 is above like 400.
Top 5.
Top 5 above 200. It's
Top
crazy.
5 are all in the 200,000 handle. And yeah, Kai's been in that live funded account for only 12 days now and has amassed over $260,000 in profits.
It's crazy.
Huge.
So
1 minute.
it's not an accident. It doesn't just happen by accident. You get lucky once or twice, but for the most part, this guy knows what he's doing.
Wow.
Cobra Kai. All right, coming into that natural gas number. Don't forget, Trump's going to be speaking here in about 30 minutes. And then crude traders, you got your number at 11 o'clock Central Time, EIA crude oil inventories.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you.
Jeez, man.
Yeah. Well, for the viewers, if you're feeling FOMO, not clicking, not getting into a trade, put your hands up, take a deep breath, and tell yourself to wait more. That's all you need.
This is a good time to do some
to
meditating, folks. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't let your dopamine.
All right, coming in here, we do
overcome
got
your
our gas
mindset.
numbers coming in. 223 billion, negative 223 billion cubic feet. They were looking at 248 prior, 258. There you have it, 223. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
the update. Eddie's also got his eye on the news. If we see any funky movement, he'll be on top of that. But so far, nothing much to talk about in the markets today.
Anybody have any opinions on the World Economic Forum? Might be some hot takes here.
I do believe we're going to pipe in some of those speeches in a little bit.
Some of those comments.
Yeah,
Not a bad idea.
Yeah. James setting that up for us. Thank you, James.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Drunkenstein, I'm with you.
Dr. Drunkenstein. I missed that
Mhm.
one. What a great name.
Klaus Schwab is a Bond villain, 100%.
Is he even real? He's like 130 years old now, right?
He's like
Just a
Dr. Evil.
hologram. Alpha Dredge, we could talk about hot streaks. I think I know why you want to see them so bad. I have one more thing to do for the hot streaks before we show them. I got to add up the P&Ls for all the traders. We'll probably get to those in another segment, but I will tease it for you, Alpha Dredge. If your name is Zachary, you may or may not be at the top of the list today.
A 50
Demo thinks
point
Mr.
initial
Goldfinger would have
balance.
hit the jackpot.
I am so
I'm gonna
tempted
look it
to
up.
short, but I'm not going to do anything.
Tilt on the fence here. It's about 50-50 across the board here on our tilt. And remember, please, this is data for entertainment purposes only and should not be used for a buy and sell indicator.
Perhaps long.
Still liking the long
I
side,
hate
huh?
waiting for a news when somebody's speaking. It's like technical analysis becomes so like fundamentals almost always overcome technicals, right? You can have a setup, but if the political news is out, it erases all your analysis and it goes straight up or straight down, or both, but violently, and it follows fundamentals. It doesn't follow the technical analysis, right? So I hate these days where you're like waiting for the news to happen, and then you have like a move, and you start to settle some setups. You think about them, but there is a lot of bias. So let's see. Let's see if we take a position today. But no position is also trading, ladies and gentlemen. No trade is trading.
Very true. Try and stay out of your own way. You could be getting chopped up pretty brutally right now.
I wish
No
Jack
trades
was
yet
here
for
because
the
I would
house.
imagine today's price action is a lot like trading the ZB.
Yeah. Waiting all day for the 2-tick move.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the day, the bonds used to make, for a long time, it would just make one move in the morning off those 7:30 numbers and then sit in a 3-tick range for hours. Hours.
You were the wrong
You
way, you were
missed-
screwed.
If you missed that first move or you're on the wrong side of that first move, you had no chance of making your money back in that market.
I kind of feel like gold is a lot that way. Here it is. Here comes gold. It's going to make a new high. Watch. Right back at IB high. Nabbit.
Right.
NASDAQ just took out the IB high.
Have to push. Yeah, we have a nice,
look at that.
nice and
You
decent.
get a little rip.
Nasdaq broke the opening range. Let's see if we can close above. Let's see.
What is your so you want to see a close above was it 02, Jerome? And then you look for a long after that?
18.
Actually, yeah, 02 and 916, which we had.
Okay, 916.
Now, technically, the move I've been waiting for is right here, and following my plan, I should short right here, right now. That's my plan. At 16, exactly at 916, that's the place I would like to short. Thing is, we are 20 minutes away from President speaking. I think yesterday he spoke, like literally, I entered long, literally. And you guys said on the show, President Donald Trump is speaking, and boom, I was long, down 30 points. I was like, okay. And so I ended up having a profit, but it was almost an instant stop loss because of this. So I don't really want this to happen today. So I'm not gonna enter this. And I wanted to short 5 minutes, too long, sorry, 5-10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. So my goal wouldn't have been too long and short, right? So I'm gonna wait. If my setup doesn't play today, it's okay. You know, it's the way I trade. I have a playbook. The play doesn't present itself with enough confidence, I don't take it.
Here comes
way to do it.
new highs in gold coming up.
Hmm.
I feel like I got to say, here we go to make it happen. Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
It's Dakota's new catchphrase, right? Here we go.
Here we go.
Get it
Still
done.
7 3/4 point range in the S&Ps after an hour.
Watch this NASDAQ. NASDAQ making a nice little surge north.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with our.
I mean, we can use the IB high as
Yes.
a
Nice.
stop level below it, 918, 916, 915, something like that. But with Trump coming on at 10 o'clock, who knows what's going to happen?
Mm-hmm. It could be nothing. Could be a non-event.
Could be nothing. He could be late, like Kashkari a couple of weeks ago. We don't know.
He was early yesterday, right?
I think so. That's why I got trapped. So
He just starts yapping whenever he wants to.
Yeah, it's true.
yeah.
All right, we've got Gabe coming in just a minute. We've got some new Topstep X features he's going to demonstrate for us right here live on TopstepTV. So Gabe, whenever you are ready, we're still seeing some buyers stepping in the NASDAQ. We're getting some movement now. Look at this. Breaking out above the upper trend line of that bear flag. So we might have a failed
Above the IB high.
potential failed bearish pattern. Just keep waiting and seeing.
I really love the shorts. I really love the shorts.
You like the shorts right here in the NQ?
Yeah.
You like them enough?
That was my plan of the day. Usually when I have a plan, like I do my analysis in the morning, I always have as scenarios, and one has always a sort of, most of the time, bigger chance of not happening. But if it happens, I take this setup, and that was my setup of the day. And what I'm watching, what I would like, or not taking it, but I wish. Well, I don't wish, otherwise I would take it, right? But I want to see also. It's my first time. I'm new in trading, right? So it's my first time trading with this kind of behavior of dynamic, kind of driven by a lot of news, a lot of tweets, a lot of announcements that can come out of nowhere. So I kind of want to put my toes in the water and take the temperature and have a feel. And perhaps in a couple of weeks, perhaps days, but I assume weeks, hopefully, I will be able to kind of feel what news, what moments would have high volatility, even if you never know, right? But have a better feel compared as today. So yeah, that's why I prefer to wait as well. I could take a trade and it could be a win, and I would just say, yeah, I was lucky. But that's not trading. That's not what I want to do. So I'm not doing it.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. Well, oh, James had to step away. As soon as James is back, we're gonna get Gabe in here to do a little Topstep X demo for us.
Oh, let's knock it out.
Oh,
let's knock it out.
Gabe is here. Let's do it.
I'm on the
We're
box and I'm doing it all. We're doing it live.
Let's go, Gabe.
We're doing it
Okay.
live.
All right, guys. Well, you're not going to see my face today, but that's okay. You've seen plenty of it. We have a new Topstep X update. If you did not already know, there is a new daily risk lock that you can actually implement to lock in some good habits. So super excited to share this with you. We've been featuring it the last couple days, but I just want to hammer it home. You get to set your risk settings before you enter the market, of course, and lock them to prevent any emotional decision making, sticking to your plan regardless of how the day unfolds. And then you can revise and adjust these settings after each session when the market reopens at 5. So let me go ahead and change over to my charts real quick. Take this image down and let's knock out a brief tutorial. And I'm going to full screen this to give you guys just a second. All right. What we're going to do is we're going to navigate over to the left-hand side here to the platform settings. And that's the little gear icon right above the TV icon. Did you know that you can actually open the TV link to our YouTube directly from Topstep X? But if you hit that gear icon and then go to the default tab, which is your risk settings, if you had a personal daily loss limit, let's say I wanted to put a $500 loss limit, liquidate and block. Let's say I want to do a profit target of 2 to 1. So I'll do a $1,000 profit target, liquidate and block. Say I want to take 5 trades a day max and maybe 25 trades max per week. I hit save. And then what I can actually do, max trades must be, get rid of that for just a second. Save those. And now I've actually locked out myself already for the day, but I should be able to lock my risk settings. There we go. All right, so this button down here at the bottom, all you're going to do is go ahead and hit lockout risk settings for the day. Make sure you check this confirmation screen to understand what is actually being impacted. This will not impact your brackets. So any risk or profit brackets that you're implementing, those will not be impacted. It's just your personal daily loss limit, profit target, and trade limits. Once you're okay with what you have, you just hit yes, lock for the day. And then you get a nice little timer, just like the personal lockout up at the be able to readjust those settings. But that's what I got for you for this demo. We're going to get back to the markets as we are finally getting some movement out of this range. And we'll see what we can come up with for the day.
Thank you, Gabe. Very much appreciated. And you can keep up on all the Topstep X improvements and what's coming down on the pipeline directly from your Topstep X platform. There's a feature on the side where you could see exactly what's going on. You can actually vote for your favorite features to come out next. So if there's a feature that you are waiting on, get in there and vote for it.
New high in gold.
New high in gold. That was the trade,
Right to weekly kickoff high, 2756.
All right, Hoag, I'm going to do something in the future. I'm going to take the data, and every time we are on air, we take the gold trades we say. It's the third time, at least, in a row, we have the right trade and we don't take anything. So we have to do it. That's the correlation.
Oh, I'm just trying to add another market to the mix here. And when you see it, you see it. When you don't, you don't, you know?
Yeah. And
it's a mover right now,
it's a very nice market. Yeah, gold is a very nice market to trade. It moves a lot during the London session as well. I used to trade it almost only during the Globex session. And it moves pretty well. So yeah, I can do a lot of stuff.
Now let's see if we can take out that weekly kickoff high. A lot of shorts still in this market.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of new shorts too.
That
Still negative delta on the highs here. I love gold.
The Dow is popping, S&P as well. Nasdaq looks like lagging compared to the Dow Jones and the S&P.
Like I say, John, you can't hold gold down.
I love how you snuck in that I love gold right at the end there.
I love gold.
I love gold. Smoking a pancake?
Gold!
There you go.
There it is.
Right back to flat. All right. We can knock out some housekeeping. We got plenty to do before we start piping in that before Trump starts speaking and we start piping in that World Economic
Let's do
Forum forum.
Do we know how
yeah.
long he will speak for, or is
Who
it
knows?
random?
I mean,
The World
there's
Economic
probably a
Forum.
scheduled time. There's probably a scheduled time, but he doesn't have a track record of sticking to schedules, does he?
Okay, that's great news for us then.
Yeah. What else we got? We got some news. James, whenever you're ready, if you want to pop in and do a couple news items. Take your time, no hurry. Right back to the upper channel line of this bear flag that I'm getting tired of talking about.
JD. We're holding above IB high in the S&P and the NASDAQ. The Dow seems to be driving everything higher. As long as we hold that IB high and the NASDAQ is 19,918, IB high in the S&P is 61,19. As long as we hold above there, we're looking pretty good to the upside. But again, you never know what's going to happen at 10 o'clock with the president and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
The world economic F heads.
Oh, and I did look up Klaus Schwab. He's only 86 years old, not 130, as I assumed.
Give or take a
He's
few
Nosferatu.
decades.
He's never going to die.
He is, yeah. Nosferatu.
He's like Larry Ellison, just basically has looked 70 for 40 years.
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't realize he actually formed the World Economic Forum. I thought he was just a member or the chairman. But he actually created
He's
it.
trying to split everything up for himself.
Yeah.
Well,
He
you
will
can't
own
take it
nothing
with
and
you.
like it. Oh, yeah. Him and one other. The Sith. There are always two, right?
Yeah.
Getting a little bit more of a rip here in the NQ. Nick, you say anything you like yet?
No, I'm going to wait for reaction to whatever the heck comes out of Trump's mouth. It's just there's no point in doing anything. You could have taken, I guess, the tight range breakout, but even then, I mean, if you took the breakout, you got 20 points maybe.
Mm-hmm.
If you're still holding it, you got 20 points. I guess it was cleaner on ES, even just longing the bottom of the range.
It's a juice not really being worth the squeeze type of setup right now.
I love that metaphor.
Is the juice worth? Is the juice worth the squeeze? Yeah.
Well, hey, while we're sitting here, just want to remind everybody, coming up next week, we got a big week next week. We got the draft. We've got Brett Steenbarger. We've got Jim Dalton. So mark your calendars. Monday is going to be that draft. Tuesday, January 28th, Brett Steenbarger. Yes, the author of the Daily Trading Coach. Then Thursday, the 30th, Jim Dalton. Yes, author of Mind Over Markets. Where are you going to get this kind of value for free anywhere else? Huh? These are some of the biggest names in the trading world. Inspirations to many of us on TopstepTV, and people who help us become professional traders. So, Steenbarger, the 28th, 11 a.m. Central, and Jim Dalton, Thursday, January 30th at 11 a.m. Central. Thank you, JD.
Man,
good stuff.
Make
Jim
sure
knows it, but he saved my life.
John, you're
Hoag's
like an
got fanboy.
apostle. That's what you are.
Hoag's got
You're like
fanboy vibes all over his face right now.
Yeah, he is. He's like a John Dalton apostle. Preaching the word,
Make sure
sharing the
Make sure you are tuning into Topstep TV next week. It's going to be a huge week. We can't wait to have all these guys here. It's going to be awesome.
Tim says that Trump is talking already. We got him talking, James.
I think we'd probably be better off telling us when he's not talking, because he seems to be talking all the time.
Yeah.
This is true.
We've seen some volume.
At least
up
we
here.
understand what he's saying.
Oh, I shouldn't laugh. Damn it.
Well,
Maybe a little bit of iceberging up here.
What are you looking at, Hoag?
S&Ps. We're stacking up some volume in here, up here, and most of the delta is plus side. So there may be some iceberging going on up here around 23 quarter, 23 half. Nothing huge, but just a smattering of some iceberg selling up there. Nick, you seeing that?
Nothing. I was actually watching to see if it would start up there, but nothing that's like jumping out. I mean, it's only like a positive 900 delta so far.
Right.
I'm building a little bit.
Dan Emmons pointed that out in the chat. Thanks, Dan.
James is going to be here in a few minutes. We got some news highlights for you. James has really been killing the news lately. Once he gets all set up, we're going to bring him in.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look at
Says there goes cattle. We'll close the gate. What's going on in cattle there, Hoop?
Gold went
What is going on
right
in
to
cattle?
weekly kickoff high and fell off. It's about a 30 tick drop right off that weekly kickoff high in gold.
Hoag, I
All
have
of your
a question.
Topstep daily levels are now updated. Go ahead, Jerome. Fire away.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say all of the Topstep daily levels are now updated. If you grab that link at the top of the chat, pin to the top of the chat, all of your Topstep daily levels are now updated in the on that webpage. What's up, Drone? You had a question for Hoag?
Yeah, for everybody actually, but especially for him. Is this if we close the 30-minute candle above initial balance high, would that be a sort of successful upside auction or not?
Yes. And you would look for longs using the IB high as basic risk.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, if we leave single TPOs, if we open up here and we never come back to the initial balance high, we're leaving single TPOs. Some people would call it maybe a fair value gap, but that should be supportive. We leave single TPOs, that means the market is seeking new levels to facilitate trade. If we take them out and we go back inside the initial balance high, it's all off.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, for cattle, Hoop's reporting we're hitting some highs here. So he said, could you please hit the air horn?
So,
oh man,
Jerome, I mean, if you look at this, I mean, this is the IB high right here, 21,918. Once we moved above it, and this is a 3-minute chart, once we broke out above it, it became supportive almost immediately. Now, if we close this 30-minute bar up there, that support should kind of, be relatively stable. Nothing is going to happen the same way twice, and we never know the outcome. It could close up here and then fall right back through it. We don't know, but at least it gives us the opportunity to limit the risk. Got to give it a little bit of space below that IB high. Sometimes it'll come down there, as the market has a tendency to do, to come down and check out all of the stops that everybody knows are going to be there. But if there's real move behind this, it shouldn't do that. We'll see if we see when we get this close at 10 o'clock. Of course, Trump's going to be talking to the scumbags in Davos, so we'll see how that plays out.
scumbags.
You can tell I don't like those people. They're just not. They're shitty people. So that's all.
Here, directly here, TopstepTV.
Well done, Hoag. Thank you, sir.
Bunch of grape heads.
Now listen, Grapehead. I'll explain it so even you can understand it.
Yeah, they're a bunch of grape heads.
All right, I see James in the back right now.
I hear him.
Whenever
That's for damn sure.
There you go.
we just got the thumbs up, I think he's good to go. James, what has happened in the world of the news today? What do you got for us?
In the world of the news today, where earlier I heard you were talking about there's always got to be two Sith, right? So I got my boy Vader here with me, hanging out. He'll tie back into another story later too. So Vader and I are going to bring you the news. First off, I always talk about weird food on this show, and today is no different. A new collab announced yesterday by Cinnamon Toast Crunch and Totino's Pizza Rolls.
No,
That's right, we're
God,
getting
no.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch Pizza. The disclaimer at the bottom of this image: yes, this is real. Yes, it is real. It's a limited edition drop, and I believe they're completely free. I think they're only making 7,000 or so. You have to be one of the first 7,000. Fight all the scalpers and the bots. But you can have, I almost called it delicious, but you can have this, whatever it is, for free if you're one of the lucky 7,000.
Congratulations.
You better believe.
You've
RFA
ruined
Jr.
pizza
about to,
and
roll
Cinnamon Toast
over in his
Crunch.
bed and come after post.
You
Or
you better
Kellogg,
believe I'm
whoever it
going to
is.
be there trying to get us a box. And if I do, Topstep TV guys, you're all getting portioned amounts.
So is it a cereal or is this a frozen treat?
Yeah, that's my question also. What is this? Is this a
With a story about wait, go ahead, JD.
is it a pizza roll with a cinnamon toast crunch like crust? Is that what's going on?
No, it's a cinnamon toast crunch cereal with a pizza flavor.
Oh,
Oh.
God.
It's Frankenstein.
It's way worse.
Yeah,
It's even
It should
better.
never
I had
happen.
my pizza in milk.
Should-
Can,
You gotta
can,
put
can
milk in it,
anybody
yeah, that was
call
my-
911, please? Call 911 right now.
Just ruined both.
This is illegal.
Pizza, yeah, it's like you feel like a little kid sitting at the dinner table, drinking a glass of milk with your pizza, right?
Mhm. Yeah, pizza
it was
and milk.
gross. Your parents made you do it.
So now you can do
You
it for
might as
breakfast.
well just put ketchup on ice cream.
Mm-hmm. You had to finish your milk
Ew.
before you could have a pop.
Well,
Ew.
ketchup is kind of a good
just when you thought
segue.
people that put pineapple on pizza were the worst in the world. Here you go.
I never caught
That's
caught
true.
on to that fad. I never understood it. I think it's gross.
I'm a pizza
Fruit.
purist myself.
Well, we're going to segue right into this next story. You may have heard, years ago, there's the woman who sued McDonald's over coffee too hot. This week, a Texas restaurant was ordered to pay $2.8 million over barbecue sauce burn. A jury in Texas sided with the woman who brought the lawsuit after she claimed that dropping the barbecue sauce on her leg caused second-degree burns. And the barbecue sauce was reported to be as hot as, let me see if I can find that percentage again. It was like 175 degrees or something like that. Here it is. Yeah, we aim to serve a minimum of 165 degrees, but the lawsuit claims the sauce was 189 degrees on the day that she spilled it on her leg. So
Just on her leg?
2.8 million. Yeah, on her leg. Now, to be
mean,
fair,
I-
if you
I didn't-
do remember the McDonald's story, it wasn't that she was suing because the coffee was too hot. It was because she also got second-degree burns when it spilled onto her lap. She initially offered to settle with McDonald's for $20,000. McDonald's refused, and she won $3 million in that lawsuit. So,
Fire that
if
lawyer.
someone, yeah, I mean, also if you're a business and someone tells you got second-degree burns from something you made, maybe just look into it. Otherwise, you're gonna be paying millions, 2.8 million, in fact, for barbecue sauce. So,
Here's a practical question: have you ever?
yeah.
I can't think of a single time in my life that I've asked for piping hot barbecue sauce with
I
my
Yeah.
Crazy.
and I thought,
Is that a
they
thing?
said they maintained the degree at 165. That seemed a little high for me, right? Like that's their normal. That's yeah, I've never wanted my barbecue sauce boiling.
I could see syrup, but not
Sure.
barbecue sauce.
I mean, they're both
I can
hot,
see hot
sugary liquids.
lava.
It'd be awful. Yeah,
Not barbecue sauce.
the sugar makes it worse.
Hot
All
bridge
right,
sauce.
next
Yeah.
story. Elon Musk taken to take down another foe of his. This time, it is the penny. The controversial coin that's been in our circulation for as long as I've been alive, and probably a lot longer than that, apparently costs over 3 cents to make one. If you're new here, a US penny costs 1 cent. So we spend 3 to make one. The Department of whatever is seeming to cut back on the unnecessary spending, they're calling it, by finally getting rid of the penny once and for all. However, the Doge department does not actually have the authority to see it through to the end, so they're just kind of starting running the numbers, getting everybody aware that we might be looking into cutting the penny soon. I don't know about you guys. I don't. I'm very indifferent about the penny. Like they just go into my coin jar, which then goes into a coin star. I don't actually use them in my everyday transactions.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you just put up the value of 3 cents? This way we're sort of working it off flat. So pennies worth.
Eddie, ask any American to times by 3 any higher than 3, and they're not gonna. It's gonna take longer to think. 1 is an easy
Hold on,
number
let me
to
get my
come by.
calculator.
Yeah,
My abacus. Hold on a second.
hold on. You're gonna
This is
scare
no
them.
time to think.
Yeah.
This is no time
We need
to
Ray.
think, everybody.
We need Coach Ray, the math teacher.
Coach Ray. Yeah.
So maybe say
Do you know
farewell.
what they say in Cicero about pennies?
What do they say in Cicero about pennies?
Penny is a penny.
That's right.
And for
Get
a
out of my
penny and for a
face.
pound.
And finally, our last story, which loops back to my boy Anakin back here. A Japanese aquarium has placed cardboard cutouts of people near the tank of a sunfish to cure its loneliness.
Oh,
They discovered that sunfish are very curious fish. They're actually known to come up to divers and fishermen alike. They're very seemingly friendly, for as friendly as a fish can be. And when this aquarium closed down for public renovations, they noticed this fish kind of went into an underwater depression. It stopped eating. It would kind of just be lethargic in the water. And they realized it was seeing the villagers. So lo and behold, they put up cardboard cutouts of people, much like how sports games did during COVID, to try and give the players a feel that there are people there. And yeah, the sunfish perked right up. He started eating again. They're friendly, but they're not smart. But just seeing a friendly
Quit
face
smoking.
apparently was enough. Yeah, quit smoking. He called his ex-wife and apologized. Tried to patch things up with the boys. So this is why I don't want to be lonely either. So me and Anakin just hang out.
It's cool.
Yeah. He's had a questionable past, but anyway, that's all I got for you guys today. Hopefully Trump should be talking soon, so we'll put that on and maybe watch these markets go.
Let's get him on.
DJT is giving the opening speech at the World Economic Forum. Once he hits the podium, we're going to pipe that in for you guys. We're seeing a little movement in equities right now.
Going to be talking to the guy behind James. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
thanks,
now it's
James,
all buyers
for
from
this
this,
news.
from this point, as long as we hold the IB high. Got a lot of risk on it, though.
ES is definitely making a stronger move than the NQ right now.
Yes, it is.
Gold came back, retested at initial balance high, trading just above there right now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Did they start talking yet?
People in the chat.
Well, I've got the feed.
Podium.
We've got the feed. He's not on there yet. So far, we just have Klaus Schwab, the good old evil master of the overworld. He is currently up. I'm not going to throw the volume on until I see Trump, but I'm going to take this down for now. But we've got it. It's ready to go. So I'll throw it in as soon as he comes on.
I'm watching the wire too, so I will, whatever I see come across the wire, hot biscuits, I will post those in chat too. Yes.
Thank you both, Eddie and Gabe, keeping us informed in the back. It's not an easy job.
You will eat bugs, and you will enjoy it.
You will own nothing and like it.
That is Dr. Evil.
Yeah, right.
Beautiful.
He sounds so much like a Bond villain. It's just scary.
I don't want to hear his voice. Don't put that on.
Yeah.
Pass.
Ugh.
Pass.
Pass.
You said put it on. I got you, JD.
Hey,
And I want short this so bad.
Yeah, so do I.
You're right back, guys.
I'm not in any
Yeah,
short,
that's-
but that would be the potential short I would have done when I was interested. So
Yeah.
I would
Yeah,
have
that's-
been short. I'm not in a position for anyone seeing this. I'm not in a position, but that would be theoretically a 25-point stop, targeting at least the low of the opening range and potentially leaving a runner here. So just gonna leave this here for personal data, because that was my plan of the day, regardless of President Trump speaking. So if it's a stop, it's money saved, right?
Tick saved is a tick earned.
Yes.
We got the same kind of vibe as yesterday going on right now. Just a slow, steady grind higher. No real big moves happening. It's just kind of death by 1,000 cuts trying to short this thing right now.
People think Trump is on. Is it real?
We've got the feed lined up in the background, people. When he's on, we will pipe it in for you.
Let's
the
go.
world has witnessed
There
in
he
the
is.
past 72 hours is
Oh.
nothing less than a revolution of common sense. Our country will soon be stronger, wealthier, and more united than ever before, and the entire planet will be more peaceful and prosperous as a result of this incredible momentum and what we're doing and going to do. My administration is acting with unprecedented speed to fix the disasters we've inherited from a totally inept group of people and to solve every single crisis facing our country. This begins with confronting the economic chaos caused by the failed policies of the last administration. Over the past 4 years, our government racked up $8 trillion in wasteful deficit spending and inflicted nation-wrecking energy restrictions, crippling regulations, and hidden taxes like never before. The result is the worst inflation crisis in modern history and sky-high interest rates for our citizens and even throughout the world. Food prices and the price of almost every other thing known to mankind went through the roof. President Biden totally lost control of what was going on in our country, but in particular with our high inflation economy and at our border. Because of these ruinous policies, total government spending this year is $1.5 trillion higher than was projected to occur when I left office just 4 years ago. Likewise, the cost of servicing the debt is more than 230% higher than was projected in 2020. The inflation rate we are inheriting remains 50% higher than the historic target. It was the highest inflation probably in the history of our country. That's why from the moment I took office, I've taken rapid action to reverse each and every one of these radical left policies that created this calamity, in particular with immigration, crime, and inflation. On day one, I signed an executive order directing every member of my cabinet to marshal all powers at their disposal to defeat inflation and reduce the cost of daily life. I imposed a federal hiring freeze, a federal regulation freeze, a foreign aid freeze, and I created the new Department of Government Efficiency. I terminated the ridiculous and incredibly wasteful Green New Deal. I call it the Green New Scam. Withdrew from the one-sided Paris Climate Accord and ended the insane and costly electric vehicle mandate. We're going to let people buy the car they want to buy. I declared a national energy emergency, and it's so important, national energy emergency to unlock the liquid gold under our feet and pave the way for rapid approvals of new energy infrastructure. The United States has the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we're going to use it. Not only will this reduce the cost of virtually all goods and services, it'll make the United States a manufacturing superpower and the world capital of artificial intelligence and crypto. My administration has also
Oh,
begun the
God.
largest deregulation campaign in history, far exceeding even the record-setting efforts of my last term. In total, the Biden administration imposed $50,000 in additional regulatory costs on the average American household over the last 4 years. I have promised to eliminate 10 old regulations for every new regulation, which will soon put many thousands of dollars back in the pockets of American families. To further unleash our economy, our majorities in the House and Senate, which we also took along with the presidency, are going to pass the largest tax cut in American history, including massive tax cuts for workers and family, and big tax cuts for domestic producers and manufacturers. And we're working with the Democrats on getting an extension of the original Trump tax cuts, as
The
you
market's
probably
moving hard.
know by
Now
just
we're going.
reading any paper. My message to every business in the world is very simple. Come make your product in America, and we will give you among the lowest taxes of any nation on earth. We're bringing them down very substantially, even from the original Trump tax cuts. But if you don't make your product in America, which is your prerogative, then very simply you will have to pay a tariff, differing amounts, but a tariff which will direct hundreds of billions of dollars and even trillions of dollars into our treasury to strengthen our economy and pay down debt. Under the Trump administration, there will be no better place on earth to create jobs, build factories, or grow a company than right here in the good old USA. Already, Americans' economic, you can see this, I think, maybe even in your wonderful, wonderful room that you're all gathered together, so many of my friends, but Americans, the economic confidence is soaring like we haven't seen in many, many decades, maybe not at all. Upon my election, it was just announced that small business optimism skyrocketed by 41 points in a single month. That's the highest ever. There's never been anything like that. SoftBank has announced between a $100 and $200 billion investment in the U.S. economy because of the election result. And just 2 days ago, Oracle, SoftBank, and OpenAI announced a $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure. Other companies likewise have announced billions and billions and billions, adding up to trillions of investment in America, in the United States. And it's also reported today in the papers that Saudi Arabia will be investing at least $600 billion in America. But I'll be asking the Crown Prince, who's a fantastic guy, to round it out to around $1 trillion. I think they'll do that because we've been very good to them. And I'm also going to ask Saudi Arabia and OPEC to bring down the cost of oil. You got to bring it down, which, frankly, I'm surprised they didn't do before the election. That didn't show a lot of love by them not doing it. I was a little surprised by that. If the price came down, the Russia-Ukraine war would end immediately. Right now, the price is high enough that that war will continue. You got to bring down the oil price. You got to end that war. They should have done it long ago. They're very responsible, actually, to a certain extent, for what's taking place. Millions of lives are being lost. With oil prices going down, I'll demand that interest rates drop immediately, and likewise, they should be dropping all over the world. Interest rates should follow us. All over, the progress that you're seeing is happening because of our historic victory in a recent presidential election, one that has become quite well known throughout the world. I think a lot of things are happening to a lot of countries. They say that there's light shining all over the world since the election, and even countries that we aren't particularly friendly with are happy because they understand what there is a future and how great the future will be. Under our leadership, America is back and open for business. And this week, I'm also taking swift action to stop the invasion at our southern border. They allowed people to come in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It was ridiculous. I decided and declared to do, and very, very importantly, a national emergency on our border, immediately halted all entry of illegal border crossers, of which there were many, and began promptly returning the illegal trespassers back to the place from which they came. That action, as you've probably seen, has already started very strongly. I've deployed active duty U.S. military and National Guard troops to the border to assist in repelling the invasion. It was really an invasion. We will not allow our territory to be violated. After 4 long years, the United States is strong and sovereign and a beautiful nation. Once again, it's a strong, sovereign nation. In addition, I'm pleased to report that America is also a free nation once again. On day one, I signed an executive order to stop all government censorship. No longer will our government label the speech of our own citizens as misinformation or disinformation, which are the favorite words of censors and those who wish to stop the free exchange of ideas and, frankly, progress. We have saved free speech in America, and we've saved it strongly. With another historic executive order this week, I also ended the weaponization of law enforcement against the American people and, frankly, against politicians, and restored the fair, equal, and impartial rule of law. My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense. And these are policies that were absolute nonsense throughout the government and the private sector. With the recent yet somewhat unexpected great Supreme Court decision just made, America will once again become a merit-based country. You have to hear that word, merit-based country. And I've made it official, an official policy of the United States, that there are only 2 genders, male and female. And we will have no men participating in women's sports, and transgender operations, which became the rage, will occur very rarely. Finally, as we restore common sense in America, we're moving quickly to bring back strength and peace and stability abroad. I'm also going to ask all NATO nations to increase defense spending to 5% of GDP, which is what it should have been years ago. It was only at 2%, and most nations didn't pay until I came along. I insisted that they pay, and they did, because the United States was really paying the difference at that time, and it was unfair to the United States. But many, many things have been unfair for many years to the United States. Before even taking office, my team negotiated a ceasefire agreement in the Middle East, which wouldn't have happened without us, as I think most of the people in the room know. Earlier this week, the hostages began to return to their families. They are returning, and it's a beautiful sight, and they'll be coming in more and more. They started coming back on Sunday. Our efforts to secure a peace settlement between Russia and Ukraine are now hopefully underway. It's so important to get that done. That is an absolute killing field. Millions of soldiers are being killed. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. They're laying dead all over the flat fields. It's a flat field farmland, and there's millions of Russians and millions of Ukrainians. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's time to end it. And here in America, we have big events coming up. Next year, we have the 250th anniversary of America's founding. I'm so honored to be president during that. That's been a big event. They've been talking about it for 10 years. We also have the World Cup, and I understand Gianni's in the room. Infantino, he was very instrumental in helping us get it. He's there with you someplace, I think, and I want to thank him for that. And then we have the Olympics coming up, which I was instrumental in getting also in my first term. And who would have known that by skipping a term, I would get the Olympics? I was upset. I said, I got the Olympics to come and I won't be president. But it turned out through a stroke of luck, or whatever you might call it, that I'm going to be president during the World Cup and the Olympics and the 250th anniversary. So that's going to be 3 big events. And we've accomplished more in less than 4 days. We have really been working 4 days than other administrations have accomplished in 4 years. And we're just getting started. It's really an amazing thing to see, and the spirit and the light over our country has been incredible. Under the last administration, our nation has suffered greatly, but we're going to bring it back and make it greater, bigger, stronger, better than ever before. I want to thank everybody for being with you. I would have been there myself, except the inauguration was 2 days ago. I thought it might be a little bit quick to make it the first stop. but we'll get there one day. We hope to get there. But I do appreciate, I heard the audience is fantastic, and many of my friends are in the audience, and I will be taking questions now from some very distinguished people. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for that very powerful speech. And I think you could hear the applause all the way from Davos to the White House. But next year it will be even better, because then you can get the applause here in Davos. So we wish you welcome to our village next year. We hope to see you.
Thank you very much.
So we also know, Mr. President, that you open up for interaction here. We have a great panel with some of the most distinguished business people in the world. Let me start with someone that you know really well, that I think is almost a neighbor of you in Florida. Mr. Steve Schwartzman, Chairman, CEO, and co-founder of Blackstone Group. So, Steve, floor is yours.
Well, Mr. President, I'm sure the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia will be really glad you gave this speech today. You've had the busiest 4 days that anybody can imagine, and congratulations for that. My question is about some of the things I've observed here at Davos. It's a terrific forum. I've met lots of people, as usual. I think I've been here 30 years. And a lot of the European business people have expressed enormous frustration with the regulatory regime in the EU, and they attribute slower growth rates here because of the numerous factors, but especially because of regulations. And you've taken a completely different approach in this area. And if you could explain the theory of what you're doing, how you're going to do it, and what you expect the outcome to be, I'd appreciate it.
Kurt is dead.
Well, thank you very much, and congratulations, Steve. You're a friend of mine, but on a great career. You have had an amazing career, and it continues. I just want to congratulate you. Very inspirational to a lot of people. I want to talk about the EU, because you mentioned specifically that I've also had a lot of friends and leaders of countries. I've gotten to know them all my first term and a little bit during this period of 4 years, and know them well, like them a lot, but they're very frustrated because of the time everything seems to take to get approved, environmental impact statements for things that you shouldn't even have to do that, and many, many other ways that it takes. And I'm going to give you a quick little example. In the private life, my beautiful private life, before I had all these things happening, the world is a little different. I had a nice, simple life. You knew that. But when I had that simple life, I did projects. And I had a big project in Ireland. And it had to get approval on something that would have made it even better. And I got the approval from Ireland in a period of a week. And it was a very, very efficient, good approval. And they informed me, though, the problem is you're going to have to get it from the EU, and we think that'll take 5 to 6 years. And I said, you have to be kidding. And this was before politics. And I said, wait a minute, it's not that important. I don't want to go 5 or 6 years, but it would have been a big investment. It would have been nice, and it would have been good for the project. And I sent the people to the EU to see if they could speed it up, and basically it was a 5 or 6 year wait just to get a simple approval that Ireland gave me in a period of literally not much more than a week. And I realized right then, that was the first time I really was involved with the EU, but I realized right then that's a problem, and I didn't even bother applying to do it. Or if I did, I pulled it very quickly. I have to be very accurate because I don't want to be criticized. He did apply, actually. No, I want to be very accurate. So I don't think I did, but if I did, I pulled it very quickly. It was just something you couldn't wait 5 years or 6 years to get an approval. So a lot of, in a very big business sense, a lot of people are claiming that's the problem. From the standpoint of America, the EU treats us very, very unfairly, very badly. They have a large tax that we know about, and a VAT tax, and it's a very substantial one. They don't take essentially don't take our farm products, and they don't take our cars, yet they send cars to us by the millions. They put tariffs on things that we want to do. Like, for instance, I think they actually, in terms of, these are non-economic or non-monetary tariffs, and those are very bad, and they make it very difficult to bring products into Europe, and yet they expect to be selling, and they do sell their products in the United States. So we have, hundreds of billions of dollars of deficits with the EU, and nobody's happy with it, and we're going to do something about it, but nobody's happy with it. So I think the EU has to speed up their process. Friends of mine that are in some of the nations within the EU, great people, they want to be able to compete better, and you can't compete when you can't go through the approval process fast. There's no reason why it can't go faster. So, I'm trying to be constructive because I love Europe. I love the countries of Europe, but the process is a very cumbersome one. And they do treat the United States of America very, very unfairly with the VAT taxes and all of the other taxes they impose. One other, just to finish up, I got a call from the head of a major airline, one of the biggest airlines in the world, and he said, "Sir, could you help us? What? Landing in Europe is brutal. They charge us fees for everything, and it's so unfair." I said, "How does it compare to China?" He said, it's much worse. And the other thing, as you know, they took court cases with Apple, and they supposedly won a case that most people didn't think was much of a case. They won 15 or 16 billion from Apple. They won billions from Google. I think they're after Facebook for billions and billions. These are American companies, whether you like them or not. They're American companies, and they shouldn't be doing that. And that's, as far as I'm concerned, it's a form of taxation. So we have some very big complaints with the EU. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'll now go to one of your friends in the EU, Patrick Pouyanné. He's the chairman CEO of Total Energies. I guess you have a question ready, Patrick, for the president.
Mr. President, as we understand, energy is at the top of your agenda, and it's an honor for me to represent the energy industry tonight. In this panel, Total Energies is indeed the fourth largest oil and gas and electricity company in the world. I will not ask you a question about the oil price. It's quite clear what you expect from us. I will go to gas more. And our company is the largest #1 exporter LNG from the US company. We are a strong contributor to, and we invest in a mammoth LNG projects in Texas, $20 billion. It's far from 200, but it's $20 billion. And we contribute with that to security of supply to Europe as we export this LNG to Europe. Some experts fear that if there are too many projects developed in the US on LNG, this could have an inflationary impact on the US domestic gas price. And they recommend a pause on these projects. I would ask you the following question. What are your views about such a pause on investments on LNG in the US? What would happen if you would observe an increased domestic gas price because of these exports? And final question, which is important for Europe, would you agree to guarantee security of supply of US LNG to Europe?
Well, on the last part of your question, yes, I would. I would make sure that you get it. If we make a deal, we make a deal, you'll get it. Because a lot of people do have that problem. They make a deal and then it can't get supplied because of war-type problems and other problems. So we would absolutely do that. LNG is very interesting because when I took office, for the first term. One of the first things I looked at was there were two very massive plants in Louisiana, a state that has been very good to me, won it by many, many points. And I felt strongly indebted to it, actually. And they said there are two plants that have been under environmental consideration for more than 10 years. And they were costing, as you say, you know how expensive those plants are, but they were costing like 12 billion and I think 14 or 15 billion, but they couldn't get their permits. They were in review for years, many, many years, like a decade or more. And I said, so ridiculous. I know so much about that because in the construction industry, I had to go through it too, but I got good at it after a while. But I saw the projects, and you're talking about a total investment of 25 to $30 billion, and it looked like it was going to end. They couldn't get their permits, and I got them done in less than a week. It was done, completed. In fact, when they called them to announce that it was done, the countries, largely countries, Japan was involved and another country and some very big investors, they couldn't believe it. They actually couldn't believe it. And I said, just do yourself one favor. Don't pay any consultants, because the only one that got it done was me. I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and for the world. But the consultants had nothing to do with it. You know, the consultants go in and they say, give us millions of dollars because Trump did it. Nobody called me about it. I just heard it was a problem for years. And I got it done because it was the right thing to do for the U.S. and the right thing to do for beyond. It had to do with energy, very important. So I think it's very important. I think
What was your takeaway? He's going to, I made some notes. He's going to demand lower interest rates. Demand lower interest rates. And he's
Which
going to start.
may not work.
How can you just demand interest rates drop?
He's going to lower the price of oil.
Yes.
And it fell off a cliff.
Yeah,
Largest tax cut in U.S. history about to be passed through Congress. We'll see if that actually takes place. And yeah, looking into peace talks to end the Russia-Ukraine war. So
yes,
he's just regurgitating
ending
the
war
same.
would be good.
I don't think he's said anything different in the last couple days. So
no, it was a lot of the same, I guess,
A lot of the
speech
same
rhetoric
stuff.
that he's been giving in, other engagements since the inauguration.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're seeing some movement in stocks now. We're kind of megaphoning in the NQ for a bit, and we're starting to extend the range higher as we speak.
Gold as well. Crude hitting the skids, as one
Gold
would
ripped,
expect after something
crude
like
dipped.
NASDAQ 70% long on the tilt. Back to the markets, folks.
Here we go.
No, it seems to be a polarizing thing, right? Whenever politics are involved, and we all believe what we believe. We all see what we see. My thought on this is, no matter who it is, no matter where we are, we should always be praying for success for everybody and that's in a leadership role. I don't care who they are. Just keep praying for peace. Keep praying for success for all of us. And we can agree to disagree. It doesn't have to get ugly. Let's just keep praying and keep moving on. Hopefully peace will come back in, and hopefully be a successful presidency, president, the whole thing. I'm just always praying for success for all of our leaders. Now,
Amen.
Davos,
Thank you, Hoag.
that's another story.
Right.
I think they're all just trying to divvy everything up for themselves.
Well, we've got Eddie, Gabe, and James all in the background, keeping an eye on the speech, listening for anything that might be seriously market moving. But yeah, I don't think we really heard anything new there. So sort of a non-event. But we're seeing movement in crude oil. We're seeing some movement in gold. Equities still a little bit flat. Some buying coming in.
I was very optimistic there for about 30 seconds. Equities were going to do something.
Yep.
And
no such luck.
Back to the top of the range. At least NQ made a new high.
Well, we got a 25 minutes left. Any more housekeeping we can get to? I think we got some payouts to show.
Let's do it. This may be a day I don't take a trade or see if there's any opportunity at Power Hour.
Yeah. We were waiting
Yeah.
for that. And
We have a better price to short so far, so
Yeah, now I'm just sitting here watching ES, wondering, are we going to go take out previous day high? SPX make a new all-time high again. Like, you're so close. It's like, I don't want to short it here because it could easily pop another, 10 points.
Yep.
yeah, S&Ps never even came back to the IB high. NASDAQ did, looked below it, but was rejected again. So I think we're still looking for possible continuation to the upside. Gold, thank God we didn't short that. That thing has just kept going.
Yep, sure did.
So, maybe we did a good thing and dodged a couple of bullets today. But now it's, as things settle down, as this talk comes to an end, things should settle down. I was watching the dome. It didn't get real thin. The NASDAQ was, it looks a little thin now. It's just one digit mostly for 4 or 5 points on either side. The S&P dome got a little bit thin, but I don't think it was excessively thin. Liquidity would just kind of dried up there while this has been going on. But we're, still seeing one time framing to the upside in the S&Ps, one time framing to the upside in the NASDAQ. I wouldn't want to short this, but it is the easier trade to take.
Yep, we're seeing some sellers
once
stepping
I say
in
that,
right now.
I usually put in the high when I say that. So I don't know. We'll see.
Look at that, Hoag. As you were saying it, a nice little.
Yes, there you go. The sellers come in. All right, he said it. Let's sell it.
He said it. The high is in. Mr. Hoagland has picked the top.
Yes, Mr. Valentine has set the price.
Right back to where we started, sort of.
Pretty much.
Yep.
All right, no trades for anybody in this fast markets. House count flat. Nick for a tick flat. Jerome flat. 0 trades. So
0
far this
trades.
morning.
I mean, if this price actually continues, who wants to quit trading, open up a little beach bar in Cabo with me? That sounds fun. Let's do that.
In.
I'm down.
I am in.
I'm in. Taking my
I have
flight ticket
bartending experience.
right here, right now.
Man.
Promise I won't date 2 girls named Sue.
You don't have to promise
Or a
us
boy
anything,
named
Hoag.
Sue.
You be you. Do what you got to do.
Yes, we can play Jimmy Buffett. We'll have it on repeat the whole time in the beach bar.
Yes. The flag will be, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
We'll call it
Can we put a flag on there that says 420 all the time?
Yes. Right under the it's
Thank
5
you.
o'clock somewhere. We'll put them both up.
Thank
We'll call
Who
it
loves
the
those
iceberg
signs?
or top tick or
The iceberg. That's a great one.
initial
yeah.
balance.
The IB high.
This is honestly, that's how I felt about the last like 4 or 5 days of price action. It's like there's been one decent move, I feel like, and if you caught it, you had a very nice day. Otherwise, you've been hate watching it the rest of the session.
Yeah, unfortunately, some weeks are like that, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
it's painful
And
for
we,
the
and
mind.
we had a great,
It
we had a
generates
great
lot of
2
FOMO,
weeks.
but yeah, we did.
From what, January,
Well-
or I guess it was a week, but I guess if you include kind of the holidays and FOMC, like you had a good volatile couple weeks where there was plenty of time, plenty of opportunity to make good money, capture a lot of points. And now we've just kind of reverted back to what the market typically is just slowly up to the right, minimal pullbacks, minimal rotations back,
grind.
which is interesting too. There have been on this move back up there have been pretty minimal, retests of point of control. There's been a lot of gaps on the ETFs without filling them. So just something I continue to watch, but hard to want to fade this. Also, Nancy's long, so who wants to fade that?
Forgot about Nancy.
Nancy bought the dip, so you all should too.
All right.
Question: why is trading so bad lately? I think because everybody's walking on thin ice right now, not knowing which way markets are moving. Better be safe than sorry.
Yeah, and we've been talking about it. Headline risk is back on for the time being. You never know when that rogue headline's going to hit the tape and just put the markets in a whirl, you know. That's why we're pumping in that the speech from the World Economic Forum. You never know what somebody's going to say just off the cuff that can make the market moves.
Right.
But they were talking economic policy. He's still talking, yeah. And it's a meeting. It's a forum on economic policy, so it's relevant to the markets that we're trading.
We got some time here, JD. I've got some house cleaning to do since we are showing some signs of silence.
Let's do it, Eddie.
If you'd like, we're asking you as friends here at Topstep, take a minute out of your day, right? Leave us a review on Trustpilot. We'd love for you to share your experience with our traders. I'm going to put that link here in the chat. Trustpilot, have at it. And you got a minute. It's only going to take about a minute. Also, if you need us, we're here. Yes, we are. Our support team. You can get in touch with them in two easy ways. Either you can give us a call. Here, write this number down so you don't lose it. 1-888-407-1611. That's 1-888-407-1611. And I repeat that just like every commercial that you've ever seen. Chat with us through Chatbot. All right, Wendy, found on our website. You go to our website, topstep.com. You look in the lower right-hand corner, I believe. Give it a couple seconds. A box will pop up, and you can click on that. And also, we've got that option on our Topstep X where you can get some help. And also, another way to reach us to get some help is in our Discord channel. If you'd like to, there are moderators in there that can direct you or help you with questions you do have. And that's what I've got so far, JD. I'm going to pass it back to you, my friend.
Thank you, Eddie. Much appreciated as always. We got a few more pieces of housekeeping to burn through. Let's take a look at payouts from yesterday real quick. Live funded payouts. There they are. We've got Trevor, $13,086 payout. Zane, $6,700. Rolando, $5,250. Francisco, $1,500. And Brian L, $834. These traders are all taking money out of the live markets, putting it in their pocket, and doing what they should be doing, paying themselves. So good on these traders.
I like Brian.
Say again, Hoag?
I like Brian.
Yeah,
$850, something like that. I mean, that's money. Put it in your pocket.
$834. That's somebody's rent.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, Brian. I don't know if that's his first or his 100th withdrawal or payout, but you know, it's take it.
Yeah.
Take it.
It's yours. And now it's in your pocket.
I had smaller payouts than that. The real bad
the key
payouts
thing
are the
is
ones
just
you have to pay in, writing a check, but
tapping on the ceiling of new regular trading hour highs again.
Yeah.
Get some liquidity up at 70 in the
grinding.
NQ.
There's the
Just
pop.
took it out. 100 lot traded at 70, bounced right off of it.
Just grinding shorts. 250 on the offer at 35 in the S&Ps.
Something just sparked these markets.
Tick
We're
above
seeing
the
some
high.
movement now.
Yep.
Gold just continues to rally.
Mm-hmm.
Very happy we didn't take that
Still falling
short.
off.
Green Machine was on board. Oh, pardon. Taker SP was on board for that pop in the NQ. Says it felt pretty good. Always nice to catch a little ripper, right?
Always. As long as you catch it the right way.
Yep.
Yeah, he's
Is that
still
an iceberg
talking.
at 70? Yeah. Earned out through
I
some
see.
liquidity, coming right back down again. Look at that move.
Yeah.
Bit of an iceberg there.
Still no signals to get in a trade. Thank you, Robert. Dow up over 300 points from the low.
The NASDAQ still lower on the day.
And we're seeing some decent selling coming in after that liquidity grab to the upside.
S&P's traded pretty much to yesterday's high and yesterday's low. So far, basically an inside day in the S&Ps. NASDAQ struggling to get back into value from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dow seems to be the fair-haired market today. Up 6.63%, S&P's up 0.18%. Dow, NASDAQ still lower, 0.2%.
Still keeping an eye on this Q&A in Davos.
Yes, the wire's pretty hot here. A lot of comments coming from that. So we're posting those in the chat. So you
Thanks,
don't have
Eddie.
to search for them.
Awesome.
You're welcome.
Perfect, Eddie. Appreciate that. Last on the list is live call-ups. XFA to live call-ups. I believe that is our last piece of housekeeping.
Sweet.
If the guys on the back are ready, we can do those real quick.
Hey, real quick here, before we get there,
Arnaud.
just a reminder, coming up in about 10 minutes, if I can't mention it, we do have that EIA, crude oil inventories coming up. They're looking at negative about 400,000. So heads up, top of the hour, crude oil inventories.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, on to those live funded trader call-ups. We've got Arnaud from Belgium. Starting that new live funded account with a $5,000 balance, also took a $5,000 payout from the single XFA that he closed out and transferred to live. 50-50 split. 50% going in his pocket, 50% going into that brand new live funded account. Nice job, Arnaud. And next we've got Juan from Kansas City, Missouri. $44,000 starting balance trading the ES and the NQ. Took a $5,000 payout also. Big shout out to Juan. Starting with a nice cushion and in that new live funded account. Those are
nice.
Those are your call-ups from yesterday. Just a couple of them. Just the pair.
Kansas City.
Kansas City.
Kansas City, here I come.
I knew you were going to say that.
Kansas City, hard red winter wheat. Good for making
I remember
bread.
that.
Yep.
That used to
Yeah,
be
we were
a number
talking
that would come up.
We were just talking about that last week, weren't we, Hoag? What's the difference between Chicago wheat and Kansas City wheat?
Mm-hmm.
good for making different products, right?
Yep, you got it.
Jerome, so what would the rest of your trading day look like? Are you gonna continue to try to find an opportunity, or are you pretty much gonna call it?
Good
I'm
question.
not gonna find it if the opportunity. Yeah, thank you for this question. If the opportunity comes, I'm gonna take it, but I'm not gonna chase it. So, for example, on 2 days ago when I was on air, I think 15 minutes or half an hour after the fast market show ended, we had the final long breakout. I took the trade. I did an extra, I think 1 or 2,000, and I called it a day, which was great. If today I have a setup, I would, but yeah, definitely not chasing any trade. I try to always reward our patience beyond the profits made, and $0 is a W for discipline, right? I could tell myself, oh, I stood up on the screen and in front of the screen, and I spent, for example, 4 hours, and I don't get paid for that. But no, that's the wrong mindset, right? Many traders don't take positions on a daily basis. I am used to do a daily position, so I don't know if there's gonna happen a setup. What I know is when I don't have a trade on during the morning session, because there's not volume or not that much volatility. It appears that during the PM session, but usually during the last 2 hours, so not the first 2 hours, but the last 2 hours, there's a spark of volume. So sometimes I could look for that, but tonight I won't be able to stay on the chart. So this window will not be for me. So if I don't have a trade in the next hour, yeah, I'm gonna call it today. What about you?
Yeah, I'm trying to get, better about days like this where historically this type of session, unless I catch one of my first trades happens to be a winner, I may just be sitting here getting chopped up, taking both sides, both directions, trying to almost making something happen. And when I've done that, that's a good way to dig yourself in a hole. So I'm trying to get better in a mindset where a flat day and come back tomorrow is better than going to Club DLL and having to dig out another $3,000 just to get back to where I could be. So this is not my type of trading environment. It just there's no volatility. Volume's pretty dead. We're moving a couple points on 5-minute candles. It's not the type of market that I tend to make money in. Like, yeah, I could hit a scalp, I could catch something, but I also could take a stop out for absolutely no reason. So if you guys have ever watched me trade, I need a little volatility. I need a little faster speed of the tape. So this just ain't it. So I'd rather come back tomorrow, see if the tape changes rather than, waste screen time on a market that is most likely just going to kind of drift a little bit higher and then probably be range bound and more of an inside day is likely. So I'm probably just going to stay away and do something else.
Here's a question. If you guys weren't on TopstepTV right now, do you think you would have taken a couple trades this morning just to feel it out a bit? Does being on TV change your trading habits at all? Yeah.
I may have, if I was not on, I may have tried like the 128 short during Trump's speech. And then I most likely would have probably trailed it somewhere in the kind of mid 20s. So probably would have just turned into a scalp. But other than that, I mean, I didn't see a good short entry. The only good long entry was kind of, early in the session. And I typically sit out for the first few minutes unless it's crazy volatile. So yeah, that's probably the only trade I was sitting here itching, kind of wanting to take, but still was like, why would I jump into a speech trade the first time there's movement, kind of waiting to see the reaction first. But there just really hasn't been a ton of great entries, like high probability setups. I know we always like to talk about a lot of on this show, and there really wasn't a great one unless you just took the range breakout, to be honest. The only thing that felt safe.
Yeah, it's true. What about you, Jerome? Does being on TV change your I guess, mindset when it comes to taking trades? Do you think if you weren't here, you might have put a trade on or done something a little different?
Well, the thing is, it's all about attention, right? So when we are all together speaking, we are listening. So we give attention to you instead of giving full attention to this. We give attention to the chat. We split our attention potential. So does that mean we lower our decision-making process in terms of percentage success rate? No, but for me, it means there's a bias, right? So for example, sometimes I want to enter, let's say I want to enter, but I want to call it, so we all take the trade, but somebody is speaking, I don't want to interrupt, yet the setup is very beautiful, but these 10 seconds of thinking can pass the opportunity, right? So that would be for me the bias. But as for today, same as Nick. I was watching the 870 area. We bounced from it, so couldn't take any proper setup. I would have probably tried a scalp, almost the same as Nick, what I call the short, but that would have been transformed as a scalp. Sorry, I'm not showing the red chart because we didn't have the follow through. So I don't think TopstepTV changes my. It's not. I don't think. I am 100% confident being on TopstepTV doesn't change my strategy, nor my execution. But sometimes the timing makes it harder to execute as fast as I would have done it if I were alone. That would be my take. Don't know if it makes
perfect
sense.
sense.
EIA in 4 minutes.
Thank you, Eddie. We'll probably be in transition between segments when that comes out, but we will keep you as updated as we possibly can. We got Hoag coming up next. He's going to do the morning recap. He's going to talk a little bit about the markets, what happened. We didn't do much, no trades in the house account. But we did get some movement, gold and crude oil, and a nice steady grind higher in equities. After that, our guy John London is back. He'll be here for Trade with Topstep. I believe that's what we're calling. Let me double check that real quick. Yes, Trade with Topstep.
You know what I'm
John
gonna do,
London,
actually?
Time, and me. What's up, Jerome?
I'm gonna lock myself, and here you go. I am locked out
For the day? Done for the day?
For the day. I am locked out for the day, so I don't make any mistakes. Sometimes I mess up. I have huge discipline, but a single mistake can ruin your day. And this is what I love Topstep X, because this right here, right now, this feature that I activated protects me. I can see whatever I want on the chart. I can see a 1000% confidence rate in the trade, but I won't take it, and I would be happy with that. So I was thinking about locking myself out, but when I reach a point I'm thinking too much about it, that means you have to push the button, right? So I did it, and thank you Topstep for having this feature. It's a great one.
Thank you, Jerome. Nice plug, by the way. Great features on Topstep X, and a move of pure discipline right there. Getting out of your own way. You don't see anything attractive in the markets, so take a step back, lock that account, and make sure you don't do anything foolish with your funded level accounts. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. Hoag's going to be right back with the market recap, the morning market recap, and then we're going to roll right into Trade with Topstep. John London, Dolby, and myself, and me, I should say, will be there. Hoag, what were you about to say? I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Not at all. I was just going to say, Jerome, what you were talking about is, you're being on Topstep and listening and focusing and trying to focus on trading, trying to focus on what people are saying, trying to think about the things that you want to say. It is a lot. And I saw a quote yesterday that kind of really reminds me of that. And the quote is simple. It says, "You can do anything, but not everything. You have to focus. You have to be able to focus." And it's difficult when you're on screen. I get it. We get it. It's hard for me. It's hard for everybody to have that kind of focus that you would have if you were, just, watching TV or being on. It's a different animal when you're trying to trade. So, you can do anything, just not everything. Got to focus on one thing at a time.
Exactly. But I would trade every day, and thank you for this beautiful quote. I would steal it from you if you allow me. But yeah, I would trade every day, being with you guys rather than versus being alone and having a better focus. So of course, for my trading, it would be better probably. But yeah, I love being here. So every day, all the day.
We enjoy having you
Hey, we
here
might as-
also.
We
What's
might
up,
as well
Eddie?
stick around here. EIA crude coming out negative 1.1 million. So they were looking at negative 400,000 coming in at negative 1 million. So there's your EIA. I will post it in chat. Back to you, JD.
Thank you so much, Eddie. Not a very good number for crude inventories there. We'll keep an eye on the crude market for you guys. Hoag's going to take a look at that in the recap coming up. We're going to take a short break. Hoag will be back with the morning recap in just a minute. Thanks for joining us, everybody. TopstepTV.
Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Welcome to the morning recap. I'm Hoag. Thanks for joining me. So, no trades in the house account today. Our live traders were very cautious, waiting for Trump to be talking in Davos. I think he might be pretty much done now. So a lot of folks were really, just kind of. I mean, we were just kind of watching and looking. The initial balance in the S&P and the NASDAQ was very small. So there's a bigger probability of a bigger move away from that. And I think we did see that, currently in the market so far. I wanted to start this morning on the recap on gold. I mean, we talked about the fact that we are holding structure to the upside. We have been seeing a lot of open interest increasing at higher pricing. We are making an assumption or a hypothesis that this is longer time frame buyers in the marketplace. Today, there was a pretty good pullback. The buyers did come in and recover price, at least for now, back above that weekly kickoff high, 27.56. Let's take a look at this on the 30-minute chart, and we'll get a little bit greenier on this as well. So here we have settlement was all the way up there. Where was settlement? Let me get this here. Settlement 27.70.90. Overnight inventory was very short. Where did the market open at 5 p.m. last night? It opened, let's just call it 27.66. Okay, all of this movement to the downside is probably shorter hands, weaker, shallow pockets, shorter, weaker hands, sellers coming into this market getting short. Once we put in that IB low, would have been a tough trade to try and pick that, right? But it was basically the opening range from 2 days ago, which was left at the bottom of the range. So buyers came in. We established the initial balance. There were a couple of things that I was looking at and we talked about during fast markets here. Okay. We talked about the fact that the market initially left a failed upside auction above the initial balance high. I'm like, okay, that could be a short, but I'm not really liking that because the overall picture is to the upside. So we're not going to take that short. We're going to look for opportunities for longs because, again, the bigger picture is telling us, and I think I even mentioned, if we are going to take a short, it's got to be see money, take money. See money, take money. And we did have an opportunity a little while later, around 9 o'clock. The market did take a look up into the failed upside auction, did not take out the high. Very, very little risk on this trade. It was a cheap trade. We probably could have taken it. I think we were distracted by something at that time. And then the market did come back off. But where did the market come back down to? Now, I got to give my guy Jay big props on this. This is a 3-minute chart. Jay focuses on that 3-minute chart. So the 720 opening bar, the high of it was, let's just call it 2747. Everything's a range anyway. And if you anchor the VWAP on that bar, you see that the VWAP is tilting to the upside. It's going to the upside, going to the upside, going to the upside. We took out the IB high twice. The market comes back to that anchored VWAP. Okay, there's an opportunity. We're seeing that buyers are in control. We have that VWAP anchored on the open to continuing to push higher. This push down to that level opportunity for a potential long. If we took that long, we could have taken it all the way to weekly kickoff high. Maybe that would have been something we could take. We'd taken part of our package off at that level. What does the market do? Comes back. Now, this is after Trump started speaking, so this would have been very scary opportunity. But the market is doing what my original hypothesis for today was. It traded higher, came back to that anchored VWAP. Jay, thank you very much for this. I'm loving this, especially when it lines up with information that I'm getting from the TPO charts or the market profiles. Another nice opportunity for a long, and we just kind of put in a double top here on a 3-minute chart. Took out last week's high. Just a beautiful, beautiful move to the upside. And again, Jay, you're the man. Thank you very much. So just something I'm always learning. We're always learning. Jay is the one that kind of taught me, to look at this 3-minute chart, to put that anchored VWAP on there and to see if he can find opportunities that line up. When there's confluence with the things that you're already looking at, and this actually gives you that confluence, what a great opportunity. We're going to be talking more about that as the days come. But let's take a look at the S&Ps now. S&Ps holding above weekly kickoff high. Here's that 30-minute chart. Where do we go? So we did not open with a gap in the S&Ps. We opened at the low of the range from yesterday. Initial balance low, exactly the low from yesterday, which was the opening range was the dead ass low yesterday. The initial balance low to the tick to that. Now, is that a strong low? Typically not. That's going to be more of a mechanical, shorter time frame low. But at least for now, it held up as a beautiful, beautiful long. Initial balance high. This is a 30-minute chart. We took out the initial balance high. We closed above the initial balance high. As long as we remain above that initial balance high, to me, this is going to be a long all day long. Market comes all the way back down to settlement, leaves a couple of single TPOs above the initial balance high. Wonderful. There's your opportunity. That's the cheap long right there. If we get too deep into the initial balance high, below the initial balance high, or spend too much time there, trades off. But it's cheap. You get that opportunity when we've seen the market trade almost to the tick, the high from yesterday. So so far today, we traded exactly to the low from the regular trading hour session from yesterday and almost exactly to the high from the trading hour from the session yesterday. We're in range. We're in value. Pretty much all the news is out. Are we going to just chill for the rest of the day? Maybe the market needs a little bit of a break, a little bit of a hangover. NASDAQ was a little bit of a different story. Just going through again what happened this morning and how things are going. What in God's name is that? Let's get rid of that. Okay. So on the daily, we did close yesterday above the weekly kickoff high of 22,000. We closed at 22,050. Not 22,050, 22,000.50. 2 ticks above the weekly kickoff high. So we're still looking at the market as seeking higher pricing. The open interest we didn't get a lot of help from yesterday. The difference between the S&P and the NASDAQ was the position of the open. The market opened with a gap. Well, one of the first things we did was close the gap. All right. Well, that's going to take some of the selling power, and at least the presumption or the hypothesis of selling power away from the market. We put in the low. Once we took out the IB high, that's right about when Trump started talking, was when we opened that bar right there at 10 o'clock. We opened the next 30-minute bar above it. This becomes an opportunity for a long. With a little bit of volatility when Trump started speaking, would have taken out all of the stops. If we were to take that long, we would have been smushed on those stops. But the market has been holding above that IB high. It just took another look down to it. We've got our anchored VWAP almost to that level. Take a look on the 30-minute chart. What did it do? Okay. Here's the open. Here's the IB high. Here's holding the IB high. Here's that dive back down when Trump started speaking, basically right down to the 100-session simple moving average on the 3-minute chart, but also a lot of play with the VWAPs there. It couldn't hold below those VWAPs. Buyers are still in control with the angle of the VWAPs. We're looking for longs. Another move back to the IB high offers another opportunity. I don't know what's going to happen the rest of the day, but again, I'm kind of thinking where we may just kind of find range. Where are we is compared to yesterday's area of value? That the S&Ps has already done this, but this would be something that that we may have a value area, a value acceptance play. We're not back inside of the value area from yesterday in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has been presenting as much weaker than, of course, the Dow and the S&Ps. If we start to show acceptance above value low, which on this platform is showing me right around 21,990, get back above that, get back above weekly kickoff high, the market could rotate, which is a very small value area from yesterday for the NASDAQ, up to 22,052 approximately. Remember, these are all approximate numbers. So we already looked at gold, we looked at NASDAQ, we looked at S&Ps. Well, we all heard what the president said. We're going to make crude oil cheaper. Well, obviously, that is going to have a big impact on the move that we've been seeing for the day today. I think we could easily seek 73.40, the weekly kickoff low, by the end of the week, possibly. Today's Thursday. Is that even? Yes, anything is possible. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So IB high, IB low, very small range. We've already extended the range bigger than the initial balance to the downside. That is volatility, folks. We're seeing a little bit more volatility coming into this market. We're seeing lower highs. We're seeing now another lower low. We've got a gap to fill down to 73.55, 73.40's weekly kickoff low, which is basically a naked point of control. It's going to be an interesting rest of the day. Again, quiet day for the house account. That's okay. Everybody was being patient and looking for opportunities, but when that doesn't present itself, you're better off hanging out and having a little fun. And hopefully it was fun for you. Hopefully, if you are trading today, you're trading well. We are looking forward to having John London back on with us today. He's doing some great trading lately. 10-day win streak ended on Tuesday in one of his express funded accounts. We're looking forward to having him back on here with us for Trade with Topstep. We've got JD leading and Dolby and John London coming up for you. Stick around. Lots more happening on TopstepTV today. We'll see you in a little bit.
We demand you trade with Topstep. I'm joking. We were just talking about the World Economic Forum in the green room. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. We got John London here. We got Dolby Time, and you got me, JD. We're looking at some markets. We're going to put out some trades maybe. House count, no trades still. Flat. Dolby's got the keys. And we're going to check in on John London's analysis. You're coming off a nice win streak. What are you looking at today? You making any moves in the markets?
Yeah, so I'm kind of in that even period where I don't know whether to go long or short. I'd like to go long if we can pull back to that 200 exponential, which is right now around 925s or so. So if we can get anywhere within like under 930, I'll probably go long. Look to attack the range up there at 960s, maybe risk level under the 200 exponential at maybe like 910s. So good, almost 2-to-1 reward to risk. That's what I'm looking for right now. Market's still on the highs of the the speech, I guess, a little bit, but yeah, we were talking about it before. He demanded low interest rates, and Dolby and we were both saying about how we're surprised the market didn't like that more. I don't know if it's that easy to demand higher or to demand lower interest rates, but I guess I'm for it as long as inflation doesn't spike.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to determine what the outcome will be from the sitting president demanding that interest rates be lower. I don't know what kind of effect his demands will actually have on interest rates. But it was definitely a memorable quote, and but we didn't get much reaction out of it. That's for sure.
Sure, yeah. Oil's down. Bringing oil down is, make gas more affordable. Good for drivers, bad for oilmen, I guess.
He didn't.
Good for
He didn't say drill baby drill again, but he definitely alluded to that policy.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense.
Dolby, what's up with you, man? You like it from the long side too?
Well, no news. I'm always looking for longs and indices. I don't think what has transpired today counts as enough news to push the market lower, personally. So I would be looking for longs with John London. I'm not really sure who's interested in selling America right now. I mean, Trump is pretty pro-America, so I'm not sure who's taking the other side of that bet. But who knows? If there's more sellers than buyers, then the market's going down. All you can do is just make assumptions here.
Yeah, I'm looking under that 200 exponential. If we break underneath there and like start to kind of look weak, I'm okay with shorting, but we got to really break underneath that level, So that's kind of like my middle range level, the 200 exponential on a 1-minute chart. So
yep.
Yeah. I mean, I even had what did I have? 21,920s on my chart, which is basically just the high of the range that we broke out of from earlier this morning. I think we finally broke out of it at around 9:30. It's acted as support once today, so maybe resistance becomes support, and this ends up kind of stair-stepping higher, but it seems like it's really only taking place on like a really large time frame. So we get kind of squiggles here, up, then maybe squiggle here, and then maybe we break up and out to the upside. But taking place very slowly, very, very slowly. So this could be a second half sort of trading day.
Right.
20,918 area. That is your initial balance high in the NQ right now. Hoag was talking about that. Could be a decent support area or the start of a support zone if we get back down there to retest.
We're definitely.
But acceptance back inside. Acceptance back inside or below initial balance high. We could see a run to take out initial balance low in due time.
That's right.
We'll see what happens when we get down there. Looks like we're making a run for it. We're going to try and make a run for it at least.
It's like a pretty slow walk. I'm not sure if they're running JD. This is a saunter. Maybe it's sauntering lower.
I like it.
Lower.
Yeah. Definitely not skipping,
No teleporting in the NASDAQ today. At least not yet.
We're almost low enough. I might bite a little bit here. I'm trying to work on larger size, and part of that is kind of like scaling in. So I don't mind taking like 2, and then which I just jumped in at 932. I'll plan to add down to 925, and if it doesn't, I'll have a very, very, very small green trade, but nonetheless, I'll get to kind of add into it here just to give us something to watch.
Cool.
My main account, I lost the green streak, and then I hit my max loss, which was $200 today. So I'm a huge trading wimp. Yeah, so it's not the end of the world. My max loss is tiny compared to most people, so it's okay. But yeah, I'm just glad it's there. That way I don't have to worry
Yeah,
about
that's
it.
not bad.
But we're green on this one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we're gonna bid 94s and 18s with you.
There he goes. Yeah, so the background of that soundboard is in the Karate Kid. My favorite quote of the Karate Kid is Johnny, you're in cream puff. I told him they had to jump on that sound bite. And if I was trading Wimpy,
And we found
to just
it.
hit me with it. So I deserve that, I guess, right now. We'll look to add. I'm optimistic. Let me see.
Yep.
Yeah, we
Ooh,
ranged all morning.
Yeah. JD, do you want to address Freddie A in chat? He's talking about some of those big payout numbers, wondering if they were.
What was this question?
He was kind of alluding to some of these big traders putting up 100K, 300K days in a single day on Twitter. How come these traders aren't discussed on Topstep? You know, are these actually legit P&Ls? So I know he checked. Was it Kai Chung's yesterday?
Kai. He's our new superstar. Kai's been trading the life on an account here at Topstep for only 12 or 13 days, and he's up close to $260,000 over those 12, 13 days. So we've got a trader that's making some real big moves. Put up $138,000 last Monday in a single day trading the live account. Broke a record here at Topstep. But we did post.
We just added 3 contracts because we're right at that 200 exponential level that I want. So now my average, it looks like, is 930, right around 930. I'm going to use a risk level of 915 for this one, and then a reward target up to about 950, 955. I think that gives me enough reward to justify it. So,
cool.
Got it. So you're long a total of, what's your total position now? You're long.
So I have 5 micros. So still pretty small for most. Yeah.
Long 5 MNQ from 21,930.
We're very close to getting filled. Let's see. Yep. All right. We're long 1 at 21,000, say 924. And then we will bid 1 more at 918s. And you said your stop is at what, 15?
Yeah, like right around 915.
We can do 918.
Like
You said 915. Oh, sorry. Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Close
I
enough.
didn't mean any of that. What did I mean? I meant 910s. Sorry. 910s.
Sure, that's good.
We're long with you.
More. Yeah, appreciate it. Jumping on there with me. But yeah, so he's making 100K a trade. That's crazy size, man. Crazy size. That's great.
Yeah, we had him. We featured him on the shoulder tape. He's not trading huge size, but he has excellent hold times, and he's great at getting out of bad trades. His average winning trade duration is over 3 hours, and his average losing trade duration is like between 18 and 30 minutes.
Wow.
So if he gets in a trade and it turns out to not, and it's not going his way, he just dumps it and he moves on to the next trade. Still only making 4 or 5 trades a day, and not trading huge size either. Just holding on for big chunks of the move.
Incredibly efficient trading.
Is he watching on his phone? He has to be watching it on his phone, I'm guessing. Just kind of hanging out.
It's hard to say. He's trading out of Taiwan, so our knowledge of what he's actually doing and what his trade setup is, what his strategies are, it's very vague. I know the risk team has reached out to him and talked to him on several occasions. So he's been receptive to the risk team, not so much the TV team. We've been trying to get him on TV, but he's kind of avoiding.
Who even knows if he's even babysitting these trades at all? 3-hour hold time, he could be getting filled overnight and setting levels and letting the thing cook.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's kind of like that swing trading style, day trading, I guess, like much longer term. I envy it.
Forget it. A crock pot.
So Dolby, what's our risk on this trade? We're long one at 924. We're working another one around 18.
Yeah, so probably around like a little under 500 on this trade. We get filled and stopped on the second one.
Sure.
So now we're gonna long 2? No, not yet.
We go. We got another one?
Oh man.
Almost.
What's your bid? Are you working 18 bid, did you say?
18s. All right, we're filled. We're about to get filled and stopped like almost instantly. All right, we're long
House
two,
count long
21,910.
House count
Some
long
news
2
out.
NQ 21,910. We're seeing some selling pressure coming in right now.
Yeah. I'm just
Heavy,
about
heavy,
to cut
heavy.
it, cut mine. Yeah, it's a big candle. It looks like it's maybe news related, but it's hard to tell.
Mm-hmm.
But there is
There's a
no
dump.
news, right?
Hmm.
It's just technical.
We got a VWAP right
Possible
here at
future.
13, call it 14. We're dipping right through that now.
We're about to get
I'm out.
stopped. We're
Yeah.
done too. Negative 441.
Sure. Yeah.
Boring Trade says there's a head and shoulders on the 1 minute NQ, MNQ. I'm also looking at that same head and shoulders pattern on the 3 minute chart.
We're still stuck
You
in
can
middle
actually-
range too.
Yeah. I don't like either side. Two middle range. 200 exponential now is we're underneath it, so can be bearish short term on a shorter term chart.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to stay down there, so too early to tell.
We got stopped at 910.50. Did we get? No, pretty damn close. Hopefully, I don't know. It's kind of like those things where if you get stopped out, you want to see it continue down. So it's like, oh yeah, I was totally wrong.
Yeah.
It's just better than having it hit your stop in
Justification,
reverse
yeah.
for 100 points. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that hurts the most. Yeah.
Yeah.
Burns a little bit more.
So Boring Trades, the measured move for that head and shoulders you're looking at would take us down to 21,872 in the NQ. That's from the breakout price of the head and shoulders pattern.
How's the E-mini doing today, man? The S&P is what I mean. It's almost close to lifetime highs. It's like what, 1%? Somebody said.
The NQ or the ES?
The ES. It's close.
Take a look. What is our all-time?
Yeah, I'm showing 61, 63.
Yeah.
Oh.
I do wonder, JD and John, if we go down to like 21,860 and maybe grab some stops and then rip to the upside. Might take some time to develop, but this range has been forming for a very long time, and I'd have to assume that there's a lot of stops down below, and maybe they need to go down there.
Yep,
grab them.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Is everybody flat now? Dolby, are we out of that?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
yes. Negative.
What are our P&Ls? What's the house account right now?
Negative 441.
Minus 441. And,
Yeah, for me,
John, what's your P&L on that one?
Oh, I ended up losing, I think, 150, but I was already up 50, so I think I'm probably down about 100 on the day. Let me see. I am down 140 on the day. So not too bad.
John down 140, house down 440. Still seeing sellers stepping in here.
You know, John.
Yeah, we got.
What I really respect of you. Greed is nowhere in your game plan, and I find that very impressive. It's, I mean, so many of us. I mean, I still have that problem. You know, greed kicking in. Come on, you can make some more. Come on, you're on a losing day. You can get out of the hole. You're very disciplined, and I really appreciate you sharing that.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm not always this way. Honestly, I'm using Topstep X's lockout feature to help me kind of be less greedy. It's kind of hard to be greedy if it locks me out at $200, you know, which is good, which is great. I think it's a beautiful thing. Yep, absolutely. So yeah, y'all think the market's gonna range? It's been mostly choppy. Next week's a crazy week, but we do have like a little bit of time before any major economic reports outside of the Trump speech. Next week, we got a bunch of stuff, but I guess the question is, what do we do this week? We've kind of had this big, strong rebound back up over the last few weeks. So are y'all bearish over the next week? Do y'all think?
Not unless news comes out and says so.
Sure.
But this is,
I think sometimes.
I mean, this is not even that big of a pullback. I mean, we topped out at 21,968, and now we're down, 60 points, but it feels a lot more than 60 points. It kind of shows you how not a whole lot is going on right now in the NQ, at least.
Yeah, the E-mini, the S&P ES looks better. But
it's kind of no trade until we get down to like 21,860. I'm just not seeing any ranges really setting up that well. I mean, maybe the 1 minute is setting up for an opportunity. I'd be kind of curious to see if we can get back to 21,887, which is the midpoint of kind of the range we broke out of. That's something I've been keeping tabs on. Every now and then we'll get some bounces from there. Large time frame, 4-hour chart, stair stepping higher.
Mm-hmm.
We still have, 22,114. We didn't touch that high. We got pretty damn close to it. That was yesterday, actually. This looks like a normal kind of pullback day. This is a second half sort of day, is what it seems like. It's giving me second half vibes.
Well, the interesting thing for today, I think, I see somebody mention in his chat, is the Japanese rate decision. The yen carry thing happened mid last year. Basically, people use the Japanese yen to have like cheaper interest rates to buy U.S. assets like stocks and bonds with. And so when the Bank of Japan is more hawkish, sometimes, and like the interest rates go up, sometimes they unload U.S. assets, and that can cause drops. And then that decision, I think it's at like 10 o'clock tonight. I think the Bank of Japan is a little bit more different than the U.S. in regards to like they don't have a scheduled time. Like the U.S. releases at 2 p.m. They kind of randomly release it sometime throughout the day, and that's today. Or technically it's tomorrow, but it should come out at like 10 tonight. That might hit markets. Yeah. So that might move things depending on how bearish they are.
This is just
to drop below the 900 here. Got a big fat round number in the NQ.
Still looking for stop runs for longs. 860, I think, is just very, very enticing. But this is a day that I think it's easy to get chopped up, not feel very satisfied, unless you happen to catch a nice move this morning. This is tough trading. Today and yesterday, I think, have been very, very tough. We're typically used to NASDAQ just zooming all over the place, providing opportunities everywhere, and it's a slow poke. Last 2
it's
days.
That 12 o'clock lunchtime lull is probably part of it too, I think.
The world is waiting.
Very possible, yeah.
Yeah.
How'd chat trade today, though? Did you like today's price action? Let us know.
That's a good question. Chat, how did everybody do? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Yeah, let's do a poll.
Yeah, I'll put a poll out.
I like it.
Get a poll going here.
Yeah, daily is not a whole lot. 4 hours still, stair-step highs, 1 hour stair-step highs, but sort of like this megaphone-esque pattern, but not quite.
Yeah, I see some support at like 21.9, but it's kind of lowing back into that range that we were in from basically all morning. We were in this kind of that 900 to 860 range. We're just kind of falling back into that, so it's tough to tell. I guess if we maintain down here, I guess you could pivot to bearish and just look to attack the range, but I don't know if it's super high percentage. Yeah.
I don't. It is okay not knowing. That is
sure.
Truth. This 1 minute's kind of tightened up a little bit. Might be a little scalp opportunity there. I don't know what direction it would be. Probably to the short side, just as like maybe a little short-term scalp, but you'd be paying a premium for that.
Yeah, I like 890s.
890s, yeah. I do as well. It's very close to that sort of midpoint of that range that we were talking about earlier.
Sure.
We can probably even place a bid or two. We'll go ahead and bid. We'll bid 890s and like 886s. See if we can kind of
right around.
What's up?
So I've been looking at this bear flag all day. So 895 is right around the lower trend line, or lower channel line of that early bear flag that we were looking at this morning. We had a false breakout to the downside, tested the upper end, came right back into range. We're trading to the lower end again.
Yeah, still holding.
just doesn't feel like the same NASDAQ that we all fell in love with.
Yeah.
It's like it has a cold or something. not quite itself.
Yeah. We're just in that lull. Usually, maybe jobless claims. Like I said, jobless claims showed higher unemployment filings than expected this morning.
Yep.
Market went up from it. It might have went up from the Trump speech coming out, but who knows?
I mean, Mag 7, seeing some red. Apple's down, I mean, 0.27%. That's nothing. Tesla's down 1.2%. That's not all that much.
Google's up.
What about Meta? Meta's up 1%. So it's like 50-50
Yeah.
on what's going on.
That's with the chop. That's the chop. You know, chop. Some
Yeah.
blue chips moving up, some blue chips moving down. You know.
People were saying the YM was cruising today. I can't pull it up because I don't have data for it. But is it as bullish as they say?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's at
Man, it looks
very
super good.
strong. Yeah. Up. He's been uptrending all day, basically. Every dip you can basically buy it.
How come you guys weren't trading YM during fast markets? This thing was just cruising to the upside.
Yeah.
Look at this. Oh man, it's a way better chart. It's like a totally different market compared to the NQ.
Yeah, I got it up on my screen. It's up there. You know, just super strong trend. You know,
Yeah.
Let's see if I can get the.
Wow. At least something's moving today.
Oh, you don't? Did you say you don't have YM data? You don't have CBOT data?
I only have CME data.
I'll have to change that. You were doing great
I would
trading
agree.
YM for a while.
You said it's a it's a $5 tick movement.
Yeah, it's
Correct.
fun. It's fun to trade. I think it's like one of the like maybe that and RTY. You could trade a couple E-minis without breaking the bank, unlike Nasdaq, where you trade a couple E-minis and it's knife's edge. You're gonna get stopped out or not in 30 seconds.
Yeah, you're down 2K in 5 minutes. You know.
Yeah, if you're bored, chat, hop into a practice account and place a trade in the YM, and then place one in the Nasdaq, and see how different they are.
Yeah, for sure.
Good experiment, definitely.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Hey, gentlemen.
I was just about to call you in, Eddie. Markets are kind of flat again. House account's flat. John's flat. No trades on. We're working some bids below. So, Eddie, let's hear some announcements.
That like a skunk in the middle of the road. All right, casting call, Topstep. Hey, you want to join us? The doors are open. We're looking to find some of you traders. Yes, we're always looking for traders who want to come on Topstep TV, trade live with us, or share your story. Whether you're on the big board or you're new with us or you're still jabbing away at a trading combine, we would love to have you. If you want to mix it up with the crew, then we want you. Put your name in the ring by filling out we've got the form here. We're going to be putting that form up here very shortly. The link, click on that link, and that'll get you to the form saying that, hey, I want to party with Topstep TV. So have at it. So there we have that. Thank you, Danielle. Danielle putting the casting call link there. And she pinned it to the top. And also, while we do have some time here, let's do on this day. Let's do on this day here. So we're going to refresh this real quick. Get this up on the board. Today is the 23rd of January. And let's hit our magic flea market gong. Travel back in time. All right, to January 23rd, 1556. My goodness, long time ago. On January 23rd, 1556, China, there is an estimated 830,000 people casualties. There was an earthquake on that day, on that year, and it's often considered one of the larger scale disasters, especially prior to the 20th century, but this disaster is still considered the deadliest of all time. The quake struck late in the evening with aftershocks continuing through the following morning. Later, scientific investigation revealed the magnitude of the quake was approximately 8.0 to 8.5, which isn't even close to the strongest tremor on record. However, the quake struck in the middle of dense population, poorly constructed buildings and homes, and that resulted in the terrible death toll. In some places, there was a 60-foot deep crevice that opened up on Earth. Serious destruction occurred as much as 300 miles away from the epicenter. The earthquake also triggered landslides, which contributed to the massive toll. So, back in 1556 on January 3rd. Let's hope we never, ever see one of those again, ever. And back to you, JD.
Thank you so much, Eddie. Always informative on this day knowledge. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, still
out of control.
20
points.
Out of control.
Absolute madness.
We're making a comeback here. We're poised to rip. That was a joke, guys.
Well, I mean, the real beauty today is YM. YM has just broken out of a 5-minute range and is still bidding to the upside here. So YM might be carrying the U.S. indices higher here. A totally different world the YM is in, as usual. Actually, YM does tend to kind of trade its own style, dances to the beat of its own drum.
Yeah. I'm wondering what stocks are driving it up in the Dow. I always forget. Dow is like Coca-Cola. We went over this yesterday.
McDonald's.
Yeah. Food. Yeah. McDonald's up.
Used to be industry. Now it's just food. So it's just all the fast food companies are all in the YM.
Maybe manufacturing. Caterpillar up big. Boeing up big. Goldman Sachs up big. Yeah. That's
big.
UNH slightly up.
Okay, CVS also in there. All of those thrilling names that we know and love.
Yeah, CVS, it's hard, I don't know how I feel about the pharmacy industry into the future, but
I don't know how
I'm
I feel
surprised
about
Bitcoin
those stores in the future.
Yeah, exactly.
Walgreens,
Mail
CVS.
order. Yeah.
Trashy.
Bitcoin moving up. Should I trade Bitcoin on stream? I could always play with it. Let's try it. Bitcoin up some.
The liquidity is kind of all over the place. There's actually like a 2-3 point spread, or not tick spread in the Bitcoin. At least in the micros. That's all we can trade, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So you need a bunch of them, really. Let's see.
I have no idea where to even begin trading this thing.
It's got to be like a longer term, I think. Like you got to like swing, like day trade it, but like high, hold for hours is what that's what makes sense to me.
Big levels, big time frames, big levels. See if you get filled overnight and just roll with it.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well,
I want to get into some trades for you guys, but just kind of.
Yeah, it's been a
middle.
tough morning altogether, all around.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got orders placed. I think, our other long was, unlucky, but I do like the idea of bidding, 890. It's just a question if we can get down there. And with Dow maybe pulling the market up, then I don't really know.
Sure.
I don't really know. That's okay. It's okay to not know. As long as you manage your risk. That's all that matters.
Right. Yeah, so I'm watching that 200 exponential. We're right there now. It's possible we bounce off of it too. But
what's your price on
somebody
that?
told me a long time. So I'm showing 922 on a 1 minute chart for the
922
NASDAQ. Yeah. But it's been respecting it today a lot.
What time frame is your 200 EMA
on? 1 minute chart. You can look at that on a 5 minute too. But I notice it respects the 1 minute a lot. I guess it's different on but it's about the same on a 5 minute, I guess. Yeah.
And I was watching the 1 minute chart. I looked at the 1 minute chart all day yesterday, and I haven't looked at it once yet today.
Oh man, that'll make you go crazy.
Which market? NQ?
In the NQ, yeah.
However, I like the 1 minute chart in NQ. It's not as wiki as the 5 minute for some reason.
Here comes another rip.
Look at it bid. No one can stop the NASDAQ.
It's one of those trades where in hindsight I'd be like, yeah, I should have bought it, but I know I shouldn't.
Why weren't we paying closer attention to that 900 level? That big fat round number, 21,900 stopped on a dime, did an about face and just ripped.
Too busy dumping on the NASDAQ to get long.
I called it out. I called it out too. I think I called out the 900 level, but like, you know, I had just lost and I didn't want to jump immediately back in something, even though sometimes those are my best trades. But then if you lose 2 in a row, you just feel bad. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. This market, I think, also can really make you apprehensive as a trader because it's just, there hasn't really been a lot of follow through in anything. And so, especially after a losing trade, hopping into another one is just a lot. I think I would have a lot of insecurity in the position because if you lose, you just feel so dirty because it's like, the market sucks. Like, why are we taking trades? And then you start stacking losers and like mediocre market conditions, and it can really start draining your mental capital really fast.
Oh yeah,
you feel hopeless. So it's like you can't save your day, so you just keep on losing more. Volatility's not
double that size.
Yeah, double the size.
You double your size. You say, "Hey, it's time to win back that money, sir." You know.
I'm already having flashbacks to blown trading combines. It's not a fun feeling.
Oh yeah, everybody's done it though. You know, everybody's done it. I see a friend in
you
chat.
Only get
Go
there.
Tigers.
Yeah, you only get there through experience, right? So sometimes it takes a couple trading combines and some really mediocre markets before you realize that it's just not worth trading. Even if your beautiful setup occurs, you had an idea of a level that it's hard to take those trades. Mental capital is a real thing. Let's see if we can make some higher highs here in the NASDAQ. Kind of broke it, I guess. There's this little area we're kind of peeking out of. Maybe we can get above 945s.
Yes, say hi to Mo. Mo is in the chat.
Hello, Mo.
Hey, what's up, Mo?
I have Mo on later today, I believe.
Is Mo on later today?
I think so. I think he's on
tomorrow.
Get him in Power Hour?
Oh, it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
How did Deanna say it yesterday?
Nope. Can't. Oh, God, you guys are going to kill me with that.
Mo's on today, yeah. We got Mo in Power Hour today.
Today?
We do. That's awesome.
Today.
Good luck. Yeah.
Also, a huge shout out to everyone who submitted a casting call. I've been going through those, and be prepared. You're going to start seeing a lot of fresh faces in the next probably 2 to 3 months.
Nice. We got any big board traders on there?
Big board traders typically don't go through casting calls, JD. They go through our reach out program.
Gotcha. I should be more
We
familiar.
also have Mo coming on tomorrow, so we were both right.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah. Fast markets tomorrow. Power hour today. Fast markets tomorrow.
I saw 87.
I joined that stream just in time to hear her say that and to see the original just in time yesterday.
Yeah. You heard it live. Awesome. Who's on for power?
I'm thinking about. I'm gonna buy a 4 contract position right here and just look to see if we can hold that 200 exponential. I'm gonna keep to the same risk level. Yeah. So I'll keep to 915, 910. Look to get up here at 960. We got some really nice rebounding here, so that's good. We'll let it work though.
It does seem like it's perking up a little bit.
Yeah. Optimistic, you know. But
are you?
Yeah.
You're in the market right now, John. Is that correct?
Yeah. So I just entered 4 contracts at where did I get in here?
Long 4 MNQ at 29, 929.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can get 27s.
Ooh, better fill.
Yeah, trying to beat me.
50.
You know, 2 ticks.
There's a 50 lot playing around in there.
I'll try 27s and 22s. See if we can get both.
All right. We got John London long 4 MNQ at 21,929. House account is working a bit below, trying to get a better trade location than John London.
It's okay. I allow it. You know, I allow that.
Not the reason. Not the reason.
I'm rooting for you. You know, I really am.
Oh, you bought 29.
Actually, I'm not now.
I bought 28.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to lock in half just now. I know it's really quick, but, you know, we're kind of coming back after a loss. So this taking half there will let me hold on to it a little bit longer. And now I can just kind of sit. And if it goes against me now, it's break even. It just went so far in my direction originally that I'd like to get myself in a situation where even if it goes against me now, I can get out mostly break even on the trade. If it continues up, I can be a little bit more loose with it. So
every tick counts. Stack them tall.
That's
Stack
right.
them high.
That's right.
Yep. What's your price? 21,929.
21,929.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully, I don't regret taking that piece off. I kind of am already. You know, we'll see.
You can never win with trading. It's either you
Sure.
sold too early, sold too late. I mean,
That's
the only
right.
thing you can hope for is that you got a profit that is a good ratio to your loss limit. That's really the only thing you can hang your hat on. But
Excellent line, though, Dolby. You're never going to win trading.
you're never going to win. Emotionally, you're not, unless you program yourself to not care. But exiting
You always
trades is,
care
I
a
think,
little
one of
bit,
the
though.
hardest thing. I know.
Yeah.
But if you care too much, then it ruins your trading. If you don't care
Sure.
enough, then you start making like super dumb trades. And so you have to like find that balance. You can manage your mental capital.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
I still
Some
think
days are
exiting
just not
trades
good.
is the hardest. Exiting
Oh,
trades
yeah.
is the hardest thing to do.
I think it depends on the person. It depends on the person.
Oh,
I knew a lot of people that were so scared to enter trades. They just get so
Mhm.
nervous that they would just never enter. You know, they had to kind of condition themselves like Pavlov. Just do it over and over and over again before they got used to it.
It
Even on
depends
like a
what,
practice account, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can get paralysis from there. But I think it kind of
Paralysis.
depends like what trader what kind of like mental and emotional damage they bring into their trading affects like what their emotional trading is going to be like, the effects of it. You know, if you got burned, you know, entering the too many trades, and maybe you get gun shy, you know, size up too fast, then maybe you have a hard time sizing up. It just depends what you brought into the arena with you.
Sure.
We're all broken.
Oh, hey, guys,
Short.
look at the time.
Oh,
we got to get out of here. It is time for the shoulder tab. Hoag's taking the driver's seat in just a minute. He's going to be joined by risk manager Ben. They're going to be roasting and toasting some of our live funded traders. And then I'm going to jump in and join Hoag for Lunchbox Trading after that. So we're going to take some of your questions. We're going to take a look at the markets. We're going to study some charts, maybe take a trade, see if anything's happening. John London, thanks for joining us. Currently long for MNQ at 21,929. We'll keep you apprised of how that trade plays out. He did cover half for profit, letting a couple
and John
runners run.
John,
what's up, Eddie?
John,
you,
you're
sir.
not a cream puff. No, you're not.
Hey, I needed that today,
You're
man.
an
I needed
all-star.
that. Thanks so much.
You're an all-star, brother.
Johnny, you're a cream
Cheers to you,
puff.
man. I'm gonna go watch that movie right now. You know,
nice.
But yeah, y'all have.
I've actually got I didn't realize it at the time, but I left my TV on in the other room, and I can faintly hear Trading Places being played through Pluto TV currently. So that's kind of funny. All right, guys.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a short break. We're gonna be right back with the shoulder tap. Mr. Hoagland and Ben from the wrist team will be here. Mr. Dolby, always a pleasure. John London, we will catch you next time. Thanks for joining us. I always appreciate your time. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to the Shoulder Tap segment. I'm Hoag, and I cannot believe my luck. 2 days in a row, I get to hang out with Ben, the risk manager. Ben, how you feeling today? Happy Thursday.
Yeah, happy Thursday to you, Hoag. I'm feeling pretty good. It's been a very busy day overall, but yeah, feeling good. Happy to be on on TV with you, and pretty muted day as far as action in the markets, equity specifically, and that's reflected in our live boards. There's not nearly the amplitude of some of the moves we've seen. It's been very let's say hot and cold in that way so far this year. I talked with JD about that pattern. We've got some days surprisingly frequent where we've got a handful of traders that are up $20,000 or more in their live accounts, and then other days where there's maybe only one or two people flirting with $10,000 mark. So of course, as always, there's winners and losers in the markets, and there's going to be people that are significantly red or on a red streak. Maybe they've hit their daily loss in a few days in a row. So as always, there's a spectrum of performance there. But the very peak of the mountain today, at least, I know the session's not over, but not particularly high peaks today. Topping out usually around like I said, the $10,000 mark. We do have Yun Yung up 12,600. Justin Bars up 8,400, and then Scott's up $6,000. I know Jake R is up 3,000 as well. Good to see him on somewhat of a hot streak developing, it looks like. So good on you, Jake. And yeah, not too much else worth mentioning as far as P&Ls go. So kind of a tricky day, I think, but so it goes. That's how sometimes you get the trend days, sometimes you get chopped. So that's what we're seeing today, Hoag.
Well, Ben, we were just talking about it in the green room, and the fact that the Trump was speaking at the World Economic Forum, I think probably put a lot of people out of the markets. A lot of people being patient, looking for something to maybe happen afterwards. And do you think that may have something to do with kind of the smaller P&Ls on the upside today that we're seeing on the board?
Yeah, speaking strictly from a trading perspective, I know everyone has their own political predilections, but as it relates to the effects on the market, there are, and we were just talking about this, Hoag, that there's the events that are on the calendar that are coming up, CPI, if it's a Fed speaker that's booked or something like that. These are things that you can prepare for and say, okay, maybe I want to be flat, maybe I want to reduce my position, take profit, whatever. And you can plan around those things. And then, I would say a little bit less traditional. Our current president has a history of coming on, TV, or whether that's even Twitter, right? I guess formerly Twitter, throwing out tweets about, the trade deal that we have, or some, oil deal with Saudi Arabia that's in the works, and those types of, if you're flippantly talking about these different elements of the markets, that's if there's a conversation, the president says, "Hey, we're going to rehash an oil deal with some oil producing country," that is going to move the oil market. And
Right.
I think again, from an agnostic like trading perspective, that is it poses risk that you need to understand could happen at any moment, and maybe that influences the position sizing that you take. Would be generally my recommendation, but I think it also, if you happen to not have a position on and something moves suddenly because of a tweet or a conversation or something like that, that could pose a really good trading opportunity as well. Though some of the best opportunities are those sudden shifts in supply and demand. Things get radically recalibrated from the market participants. The big ones that have a lot at stake, and that could create an opportunity for you. I think about. I've listened a lot to Brian Shannon in particular. I know he's someone we've had on the program, and his use of anchor VWAP, his discussion of anchoring to certain points in the market, things like high volume candles, specific events, right? Maybe throw an anchored VWAP at the minute the tweet came out or something like that, and you can if you have a plan for that, you can risk against it. I think there will be opportunities, and there will certainly be additional unknown risks, related to headlines that you just don't see coming. So definitely something to factor
Yeah.
into your plan, and understand that that's part of the new paradigm going forward for us day traders.
Yeah. Well, the president's got loose lips. Keep that in mind as you're working through your trading day. Hey, so our trading cards today, and I know we're talking about somebody very interesting here. You want to start with the trading card or the other one?
Let's start with the trading card. We got that one. Got that one prepared. And this is for a live funded trader. Typically, we reserve the trading cards for folks who are in live accounts. I will. It looks like we may have just had fat finger on the trading card, but that average daily P&L is minus $314, not minus $3,000. So just a quick note on this account. So still average daily P&L is negative for Jocelyn Beer, but it's situation where, similar to some of the other cards we've discussed this week, Hoag, there's kind of a leaning into that daily loss limit. Jack has famously, coined the club DLL. If your average losing day is the daily loss limit, you are a club member of club DLL. And, in some cases, we've seen traders have success being backstopped by that $3,000 daily loss limit, and able to they have enough they're able to achieve escape velocity and actually build their account balance beyond that. But I can say there are very, very, very few, like single digit few traders in our program who are successful at the 3 month, 6 month, 9 month mark trading with this type of style where you risk the full daily loss limit on a daily basis. So keep that in mind. Not to say that Jocelyn Bear is not going to be able to achieve that, but so far we see again a slight negative expectancy here with that minus $314. Now, keep in mind, up $8,000 today. P&L. The session's not over, so you definitely have to book that. But I like seeing these, using these, profitable days as an opportunity to talk about, what has the performance been thus far? Okay, we had a big day. How do we build off of that and make sure that we don't lose what is a good winning day today in the next 2 trading sessions in the form of daily loss limits, right? What can we do to manage this account balance such that this is a jump, a leap in that P&L curve that we do not retrace, right? Graphing and charting your own P&L, your own account balance over time is a productive exercise, I think. If you see a lot of variability in that P&L curve, probably got some stuff to work on. But if you have an $8,000 day that and you don't retrace that, and you don't have a pullback in your account balance, that's positive. That means you're building from there, and you are stacking that money and ultimately taking a payout as a result. So something to keep in mind as you look at your own performance, for our viewers. But the the payout so far, one payout of $21,000 from this account, that's a win. That's huge. That's really crucial, especially since I've only been in the account for 31 trading days so far. So definitely have some positives here and have a trader that can do some good things. But leaning into that daily loss limit, if you can find a way to stop doing that, or cut that average losing day in half, I think we see a lot of steady growth rather than 3 steps forward and maybe 4 steps back as kind of the standard. But Hoag, what I know you've seen a lot of trade reports that look like this. What stands out, if anything, and what would be your feedback?
Well, it started off with a really healthy balance, and started off slow. This beginning of December, 31 completed trading days. Started off slow, made a little bit of money. Started to get a little bit more aggressive as time has gone on. First big day, $4,500 on the 13th of December. Had another day that before that was 2,000, but the day between those was a daily loss limit. The thing that sticks out most to me is I always look at the P&L high, right? The realized P&L high on the day, and there are days here where they were up big. I mean, up 14,000, ended at the daily loss limit. It hurts. I mean, it almost physically hurts me to see that. You've got to be able to stop yourself when things turn around. Another day up 6,500, daily loss limit. Up 5,700, daily loss limit. It's just I feel like my ribs hurt now because of just thinking about that. That's just so. It's got to just be absolutely brutal on mental capital, not to mention real capital. So, Yasenbeer, if you're here, next time you're up 5, 6, 7 grand, 14 grand, what's wrong with keeping half of it? What's wrong with keeping half of it? You'd be much further along. I know the average winning trade, average losing trade, your average winner is a little bigger than your average losing trade by about $100, maybe $80. But at 44%, 45% winning trade percentage, you're basically just kind of treading water. And you put up a really nice account balance in this account. I mean, you started with a lot of dough. What changed? What's different now? Is it just the fact that you're live? Are you getting greedy on those big up days? You see $5,000, you want 10. You see 10 grand, you want 20. Yeah, some days you're going to be able to do that, but manage that downside risk on an up day like that. Just, any day, pick a number. Let's say $4,000. Once you're up $4,000 on the day, just by looking at, where these days have turned around, keep half of it, risk half of it. Yeah. But if you give half of it back, then walk away and come back the next day. If you did that, your account balance would be far greater than it is now. And I would say your average daily net P&L would be positive.
I think you're right. I think something that it definitely hurts. Seeing it. We want our traders to succeed. We want to see them be able to take book those profits and take payouts on it ultimately. But
100%.
I think oftentimes there's this element of like I don't know. They're looking for some type of a cookie cutter model. Like you said, risk 4,000, whatever it is. Trading is a very personal exercise, and I think it's important that you understand thyself first and foremost so that you can manage yourself above everything else. Because if you don't know what your statistics help, right? Statistics are a very unemotional like representation of what you've been up to, so it's important to look at those. But then logging, if you can overlay like an emotional journal, right? I know we've talked about that a lot on TopstepTV. If you track, what is your personal temperature when X, Y, and Z happens throughout the day, and then you can plot that over what your statistics show, then you can start to be better about, okay, I really struggle with $10,000. Like that's a big, it's going from four figures
for you.
Big psychological number, right? You're going from 4 figures of profit to 5. Maybe you haven't been there before. And so you start to really, go off the rails as you approach that number. Okay, well, maybe you need to, take those baby steps, right? Maybe we need to focus on if I clear $7,000, I'm going to book the day and walk away, right? And so you can start to get more comfortable, but everyone has a different calculator emotionally going on upstairs, right? And that really, really influences which key you're pressing when, which mouse, you're clicking your mouse at a certain time or in a certain way. We're emotional creatures, and the better you can understand, how you're going to respond to the things you're seeing on the screen, the better you're going to be about managing that account and creating some growth rather than these boom bust cycles that, Justin Bears, experienced at times. But, today is an opportunity to book those profits and walk away on a high note. Last thing I'll say here before we move on, I know we have another trader we want to get to. Some of our best performers, one thing that they commonly share is consistently walking away at or near their P&L highs for the day. So, as you go higher and higher, and I would highlight, Kai is someone we've talked about a number of times earlier in this week, but, his big winning day, he was up $64,000, unrealized at one point, ended up walking away up 41,000. So taking away greater than 50% of your profits, having the discipline to do that when you're talking about tens of thousands of dollars is very difficult to do.
Yes.
But that's a big reason why Kai is in the position that he's in, and why I have total faith that he'll continue to build this account over time if he's managing, the profits that he's sitting on, right? When you find yourself in a windfall trade, what are you doing about that? Is just as important as finding the windfall trade to begin with. So,
right.
Unless you have anything else to add there, we can keep it moving.
No, I just love what you said. It's emotion. A lot of people try and just, hide emotion when they're trading, and emotion is actually information you can use. And, the more often you get up to that, $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 range, you may find that emotion is going to hit you, and you get to that certain level. Get to that level, stay there, and then try and do it again the next day. The more often you do it, the less the emotional it's going to be, and the more likely you're going to be able to to bust through that glass ceiling, if you want to call it that. Great stuff, Ben. What about this other trader? This is going to be exciting. I'm
Yeah, so
excited to talk
I've
about
been
this.
I've been tagged. I've had things sent to me. I've heard quite a bit about one of our traders who the risk team decided to call up to live late yesterday. I believe he goes by Deeper FX. So shout out to you. We did call this trader up to live in the 5 XFAs they had. So very sizable account balance, starting account balance in the live account. This trader also took across the 5 XFAs. So I should say in each XFA. Took 3 payouts totaling $15,000. You multiply that times 5. So in these XFAs, a couple of things here, Hoag, that made us decide to call this trader up to live rather than keep them in sim potentially for further evaluation. There's only 12 trading days completed, but we've got 100% winning days. So being able to walk away with a winning day, 12 trading days in a row is impressive in its own right, but oftentimes that can be misleading. So we look a little bit deeper. I love the fact that the average number of trades per day is just north of 2, about 2.25 average trades per day. We do see quite a few contracts traded. That's to be expected if you're talking about posting a $50,000 plus profit in an XFA, a single XFA in 12 trading days. You're going to have a high number of contracts traded, but the statistics look pretty darn good. We've got 77% winning trades. That skews a little bit. That's kind of the hot streak, right? Of when you're not taking that many trades and you're on a hot streak, you're going to see a high winning trade percentage. Obviously, we don't have an average losing day because he's not taking losing trades, but the average winning trade is many multiples of the average losing trade. So, really just kind of supernova trading streak here from this trader.
Really?
Also holding, the winners for 4 hours compared to 1 hour on the losers. So we've got a lot of positive things here that would lead us to believe this performance will translate into the live account. Looking forward to working with Deeper FX in the live account. And, the only real point of concern that I see here, Hoag, and I think we talked about this just came on too, was, the amount of drawdown intraday, right? What you draw down to before you end up with a positive day. Something to watch out for. In the live account, you're going to have a daily loss limit. We're going to work with you on adhering to that and figuring out, maybe adjusting trading to accommodate that. But realistically, if you're, posting I guess yesterday would have been nearly a $60,000 P&L day in each of these XFAs. To draw down close to 4,500 to achieve that on an intraday basis is that's pretty good, right? That's not bad. What we don't like seeing is a lot of drew down 10 grand to make ended up making 2,000 on the day, right? That's concerning. That's very that's kind of trading without an account stop, right? There's trading individual trades without a stop loss, and then there's trading your account without a stop. That's not something that we view as acceptable in the live account, and definitely not something we see from our most successful live traders. So looking forward to working with Deeper FX and growing this live account, having them take down some big payouts in the live markets. Anything you got here, Hoag? It's quite a spectacle looking at that trade report.
I'm flabbergasted. It's quite unbelievable. I mean, there have been days when Deeper FX has been down a lot of money and they've been able to dig it out and just finish the day a little bit positive. When you look at your trade report and you see your worst day is positive $260, it's like you're doing something right. And yesterday was just lights out. Just lights out. I mean, only 5 trades. Talk about going for quality over quantity. The win duration yesterday, 9 hours and 38 minutes. 9 hours, 38 minutes. It just makes me wonder, did they just put it on, put in a stop and leave? Did they sit there and watch this all day and just watch those numbers rack up? I mean, this trader just kind of fell from heaven. It looks like this is just amazing. The 5-to-1 reward over risk, 77% winning trade percentage. You're gonna build an empire here one of these days. just fantastic.
Right.
I hope they're able to keep it up, man. This is unbelievable.
Yeah, of course, and we expect those statistics to come back down to earth to a degree. Again, any subsection of like trading history, you can see cold streaks and hot streaks. This is definitely one of those hot streaks. So again, as long as you're managing the downside risk, and are sticking around for the next hot streak, this trader is clearly capable of putting up big numbers. So we look forward to helping and putting them in position to do that in the live market. So. Good on you. That's our feel good moment. It looks like we're probably out of time on this segment, so I'll kick it back to you, Hoag.
All right, Ben. Well, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you for the past couple of days. Looking forward to seeing you in person soon here. And folks, that's going to do it for the shoulder tab segment. But again, Ben, always a pleasure. Stick around for Lunchbox Trading. Get your ham sandwich. Get your glass of milk. Join JD and me for Lunchbox Trading in just a couple of minutes. Ben, always a pleasure. Love you, buddy. We'll see you soon. And all of you, stick around. Lots more coming for you. Stick around.
Oh, welcome back, friends and traders. Thank you for your patience. Thanks for sticking around. I think my camera just went a little fuzzy, but that's all right. Welcome to Lunchbox Trading. I hope you all grabbed yourselves a sandwich or whatever suits your fancy. You got me,
Ham
you got
sandwich.
Hoag. A ham sandwich. Definitely team ham sandwich. Yes, I am. We're going to look at some charts. We're going to answer some questions. If you got a question for either Hoag or myself, there's a question form pinned to the top of the chat right now. Go ahead and grab that. Click on the link, enter your question, and maybe we'll get to it. Hoag, what's going on in the markets today? What are you seeing? Still grinding higher in the equities.
Yep. Yeah, the equities are grinding higher. The Nasdaq, however, is lagging terribly behind the others. It's still actually down on the day. It's got to get up to 22,000 again, which is weekly kickoff high and basically settlement from yesterday. S&Ps have left yesterday's settlement way behind, as well as the Dow. Nasdaq is just dragging, but it's still, offering some decent upside opportunity. Just more of a grind, I think, than we're really seeing in the S&Ps. Here's the 30-minute on the S&Ps. We didn't open with a gap. We opened inside the range from yesterday. We just took out yesterday's high and naked point of control above that. We got another one up at 61.50 in the orders. NASDAQ, however, is a different story. It is just being a bit of a pickle. Did open below range and value from yesterday, re-accepting inside range, but still hasn't even gotten into value from yesterday. Just a real dragger here for the NASDAQ. And if it's getting pulled up by anything, it's getting pulled up by the S&P and the Dow. Am I looking for opportunities at this point? No. I think our opportunities were earlier, but everybody was kind of sitting back and waiting for Trump to say what he had to say. And I think there still might be some upside opportunity in these equities. Gold is really the market that I was really focused on this morning, and just a beautiful up move in gold. And if we have time, I know we've got a few questions that we want to talk about, JD, but if we have time, I want to show you a situation that occurred in 2022 that is setting up again now in 2025. We'll see if
Awesome,
we get
yeah.
time for that, JD.
Oh, we will make time for that. That's a very important piece of information that you're sitting on there, Hoag, and yeah, we want to share that with everybody. But first, let's hit a question or two, and then we'll get to the gold. There's a JD in there, not this JD, but JD from the chat says, is the initial balance high, initial balance low, the same level with the first 15-minute opening candle, high and low? I know we talk about this quite a bit, the initial balance high and low. The initial balance is the very first hour of regular trading hours in the market that you're looking at, so it's different in every market. Regular trading hours in equities happen to be 8:30 a.m. Central Time to 3 o'clock, so 3:15 Central Time. So your initial balance is the high and low from 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. Central Time.
Yes.
We should really just get a document. I feel like we answer this question every single day about the initial balance. So we should just
all right.
Start
Why we're
flashing
here.
something. Yeah, that is why we're here.
Flashcards.
All right. Thanks for the question.
I can see, JD, why you might be confused about that, because Jerome was talking about his 15-minute opening range, which is, of course, different than the initial balance. Good question.
Yep, good question. All right, so moving on to Aaron. Aaron wants to know, is it possible to set your personal daily loss limit as a positive number? I would love to be able to do this if, for example, I'm up for the day at 600 and I want to lock out my account at 300. Well, you could just set a stop loss or a stop or trailing stop and then lock yourself out. But setting a positive daily loss limit, I mean,
it's a really good idea. I think it's an interesting idea. I don't think
but
we
you
can
have to
do
be
it just yet.
You don't enter a trade up $300 though, so it's kind of hard to adjust that before you get into a trade.
Right.
If that makes
But if we were up,
any kind of
would
sense
we
to
be able to bring that daily loss limit to that level? Good
Yeah, sure, you
question,
could
and
adjust.
maybe a good idea. We were just talking on shoulder tap about traders being up 5, 6, 7, 8 grand and then hitting the daily loss limit. If this was something that you could do to say, okay, I'm up 6 grand. I'm going to risk 3. If I lose 3, I'm done for the day. And to make yourself stick to it, taking that daily loss, well, it would be a daily profit, but it would work more like a daily loss limit. That's an interesting idea. I like that idea, Aaron. We're going to look into that.
Yeah. Very cool. Trailing DLL. One more. Yeah, we're burning through these pretty quick. One more from Subu. I always pass 2 50K combines in a month and get into an XFA, but the moment I get into an XFA, I lose the account in 2 days, even if I try to trade the same way with MNQs. One thing that I have realized is it's not the same as when you get into 2 contracts. Not sure how I go about it, and I'm pretty sure that I do not have the same discipline either. Any help here would be appreciated. Hoag, your IB initial balance of the day has helped me a lot this month after following that. Thanks a lot. Follow-up question.
Good.
If I have an XFA, am I not eligible for the VIP program? I'm hoping I will get into it. Yeah, you could still get into it. If you have open active XFAs and trading combines, you are absolutely eligible for the VIP experience. I just hope that you filled out all those forms as we posted them. But Hoag, I know it's been about 2 weeks since we looked at the graphic, the balance beams. You don't have to bring it up, but the difference between trading in a combine to moving up to an XFA, having actual skin in the game, the potential to take payouts and make real money. It's a mindset shift for some people, and for some reason they just start reacting differently to the markets once they have real skin in the game. It's just a thing that it's a natural tendency, I should say. But what's your take on it?
You can make real money on it now. It's a mindset change. You're going to be more careful, or you're going to be looking for more specific things for in some way, because you now have skin in the game and you can make money on it. It is going to affect your decision-making process. So Sabu, when you get into your next XFA, or if you're an XFA now, forget it's an XFA, pretend it's a combine, pretend it's a trading combine. Just forget about the idea that, yes, I can make money on this, because it's messing up your process, right? You heard Dakota say it a lot. It's process over profit, process over profit. So if your process is consistently getting you into XFAs, but you get into XFAs and you lose them quickly, you're messing up your process. Forget about the fact that it's an XFA. Just continue to trade it as though it was your trading combine. Try and get your head wrapped around that. I know it's easy to say and it's hard to do, but somebody a long time ago said something really smart is, when you're trading and you're trading real money, you got to try and trade carefree. Like it doesn't matter, but you can't be careless. Be easy on yourself. Don't overthink things. I think we have a tendency to overthink things, and you can't believe most of the things we overthink. So you'll get this. So we'll just keep at it. Forget about the fact that it's an XFA. Could continue to trade your process, the process that's getting you into those XFAs and out of the trading combine. And eventually you're going to see some degree of success, and I'm sure of it, and we'll be looking forward to it. So let us know how things continue to go for you.
Thank you for the question, Shibu. All right, checking back into the markets. Just kind of hovering around. I'm looking at gold right now because we were talking about gold before we came in. Let me switch back to the NQ. Here we are.
Yeah, just kind of hovering around the highs.
Making our way up to 22,000. Another big fat round number up there. We'll see if we can do it.
NASDAQ, yep. Slowly but surely.
All right, Hoag. This gold trade that you alluded to a few minutes ago. Same setup you saw, exact same setup you saw in 2022, which was good for, what, $300 you said?
It was a $220 move in gold.
Okay.
$220 move. So
and you are seeing the exact same setup right now. As we
very similar. And I'll show you what I'm looking at. So this is my volume and open interest sheet. I keep track of these. I populate this daily. Yes, it's a pain in the butt. Is it worth it? At times like this, it is, because when we're looking at this, this is the 7th of February, 2022. Price is 1821.80. We start accumulating open interest. This is the net change of open interest on a daily basis. So we see price move higher the next day on a higher open interest. We see price move higher the following day on higher open interest. We see price move higher the following day on higher open interest. We see the same thing the following day. Higher price, higher open interest. What we also should be noticing is the fact that delta, regular trading hour delta from 7:20 to 12:30, period, that's it, is consistently negative as price continues to push higher on increasing open interest. What does that tell me? Tells me there's longer time frame buyers, either, well, not liquidating shorts, they're adding into longs because we're seeing higher open interest, and the fact that price is moving higher and delta is negative is telling me that shorter time frame, weaker hands traders have been selling into the stronger hands, longer time frame buyers this whole way up. So we're seeing, 1807, that's on the 4th. We see 1821.80 on the 7th. By the time this move ends, this is the close on the high at that time, 22,043.30. So we're looking at a $220 move almost straight up. These are negative days. There's always going to be your pullback days. But by the time the longer time frame, the shorter time frame traders get wind of what's happening to them, they're already down $100 if they're still holding those positions. But they just keep selling it and getting run over, selling it and getting run over, selling it and getting run over, selling it and getting run over. This is what this looks like on the daily chart. Now I want to show you, and then I'm going to show you what it looks like right now. This is what that move looked like on a daily chart. So we go from 18 and change all the way up to a close at 2024. Now, this is a different contract month probably, but that move was foretold by the fact that we were seeing more and more longer time frame buyers against shorter time frame sellers. And this is what I mean by pitting time frame against time frame. We have the longer time frame buyers continually just taking bids, moving those bids up. Short time frame traders using market orders to hit into those bids until finally they figure it out. When we're up about here, then all of those short time frame traders have to unravel and push the market exceedingly higher, when you can bet that the longer time frame is liquidating those positions. Okay? And they're liquidating those positions here as well. Here's what this looks like today. January 7th, 2665.40. Higher open interest, higher open interest, higher price, higher open interest, lower price but higher open interest, higher open interest, higher open interest. The open interest has been accumulating for, what is this, 7th through the 22nd? How many ever trading days that is? What else do we notice? Negative delta daily. We currently have negative delta. We're only negative 800. When we look at the price action today, the price action has been squeezing shorts. So we're setting up, not saying it's going to happen, but one thing's for damn sure. When I see this, if I get money in a short, it's see money, take money. If I get a good long, that's something that maybe I can sink my teeth into and hold on to for a little while, because we're seeing open interest increasing at higher pricing against negative delta. The short time frame, weaker hands traders are the ones that are going to squeeze this thing considerably higher if it works that way. So I haven't seen this since 2022. Why today I was like, I'm not shorting this. We looked at the failed upside auction today in gold, and I said I don't want to take this because the move is to the upside, and it certainly played out that way. So here it is, JD. When we were talking during fast markets, we had a failed upside auction. And, we were looking at taking it. And I said, you know what? If we're going to take it, it's going to be see money, take money, because I don't want to take it. I think that the market is inherently strong based off of that information that I just showed you. This is a pullback. And if we can continue to see the market break at new highs, we're going to see this market continue to push higher and higher. I don't know how far this is going to go. I don't even know if it's going to continue to go, but it's the reason that I did not want to short the IB high today, earlier in the session. And we've seen, we've already doubled the IB high. Well, almost doubled the IB high in price action once we broke out above it. Part of what kept us out is, Trump. We're going to be talking to Davos and all that shit, but it was a wonderful opportunity. And it was, even if we didn't take the long, I knew not to take the short. It'll help you at the very least stay out of trouble by recognizing that. NASDAQ Delta, negative 1,800. S&P Delta, positive 2,700. Seeing a little bit of that in the NASDAQ too. We saw negative Delta in the NASDAQ yesterday, but the NASDAQ is certainly having trouble continuing any upside moves. But it does appear that if we're going to be looking at Delta, the NASDAQ may be accumulating some longs and longer time frames. I don't know for sure. I wanted to take the opportunity to show you that because I haven't seen it this stark in quite a long time. And certain markets, like crude oil, if you accumulate this information in crude oil, you have to remember that crude oil, it trades for 10 years into the future. Every month, there's a contract month. That kind of dilutes the volume and open interest information because there are so many different products. But when we're looking at gold, we have a front month, which is February. The vast majority of it is in that month. Now we're starting to see some open interest coming into the future front month, which will be the April contract. But once that rollover happens, there's not a whole bunch of other contract months that are accumulating or losing open interest. It's a very pure market in that way. It's one of the reasons that I like gold so much and why I look so often to the volume and open interest information and why I keep track of that. It's a pain in the butt to do it every day. It only takes a couple of minutes, but I'm like, oh God, I got to collect that information. I could probably have somebody populate it automatically for me, but it's just part of my process. But even if it shows me on a day like today that I don't want to be short, it's worth a whole year of doing that, because there's a lot of times when it's not going to show you anything. And there's a lot of times when it's going to show you very important things. I hope that, at some point, this is going to help you. Open interest is, I remember the first time I asked my dad, what's open interest? He said, it's the total number of outstanding contracts. I said, well, what good is that? It wasn't until I stepped out of the pit, more so much than being in the pit, to recognize the value of watching open interest and the changes in open interest. And at the very least, to protect yourself, if not to look for some bigger opportunities and profits. I hope that helps. I hope it made sense. Yes. And I hope it was clear to everybody. If not, we can talk about it another day.
Volume and open interest, both very important indicators. Thanks for that, Hoag. Thanks for the insight. We appreciate it. We're all going to be checking in on that gold trade over the next couple of days. And yes, you are 100% correct. You kept us out of a bad trade with this analysis this morning. You saved the house count. A nice chunk of dough, that's for sure. All right, Hoag, look at the clock. It's time to go already. Lunchbox trading has come to an end. We'll be back again tomorrow, though. Stick around, though. We've got Back to the Futures coming up. We got Funded Trader Doom coming in. He's going to be joined by Coach Jay, Dolby Time, and me. So stick around. We're going to take a short break. We will be back in just a minute or two. TopstepTV. Let's go. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to the futures. We're going to sit around. We're going to talk the markets. We're going to take some trades. We've got a special guest for you. We've got Doom here. Doom, a former live TopStep funded trader, currently trading in a couple combines. He's got a trade on at the moment. We're going to get to that in just a minute. He's holding a short runner in the NQ. We got Coach Jay here. If you were listening in the last segment, our man Hoag was talking about a gold trade. Jay put on a trade counter to Hoag's analysis. Not on purpose, of course. We're not fading Hoag. He put the trade on before Hoag started talking. But we're going to talk through that trade also. And Dolby time with the keys to the house account. We are ready to go. Vroom, vroom. Giddy up. Saddle the horses. Let's roll. All right, Doom. Congratulations. This is your TopStep debut. TopstepTV debut. How you feeling? You're in the markets.
I'm a little
We want to hear
nervous,
your whole story, but let's talk through this trade that you're in right now, real quick.
This pretty much is I'm trading what's called, not many people know about it. It's the top.
Oh,
There's a game of pleasure.
It's called the.
Oh, there he's back. Okay, there we go.
Oh, you lost me?
We did.
Yeah,
for
we
a
lost
second,
you for
yeah.
a second. You're just about to say the. It's called the, and then it stopped.
Oh, well, it's called the 5 Energy Method by Dr. Barry Burns. Shout out to Dr. Barry Burns and TopStep Trading. This strategy has changed my life, man. I'll be honest with you. I've been quite successful with it, unless I slack around, take my knowledge and skill into this for granted, and then really bad things happen, man. Ego kicks in. If you have external problems outside of trading, house, chores, just don't trade. Close your combines and live accounts or whatever you're trading personal. Do what you got to do and come back fresh. Otherwise, you're going to suffer like your boy Doom, and it's not going to be healthy. That's my personal tip to everybody starting out. And
a little bit, yeah. A little bit about your trading journey. So you went from the trading combine to the XFA. You got into a live account. You were there for a little bit, and now we're back in the trading combine. Tell us a little bit about what that roller coaster has been like for you the last couple of weeks. What was your strategy that got you into the live account? What happened once you got to the live account, and what are you doing now to sort of make sure next time you're in that live account that you're holding on to it a whole lot longer?
I'm coming back to the books, and I just gotta train my mental game more. I completely failed my initial plan because I got in with a 50K account, and the daily drawdown limit is pretty small, $1,000, and I totally I didn't follow my plan. It was bad. It was bad. I was going bigger size than I planned to. I was going the session that I'm not really good at, and I gotta give you guys a lot of props for this trading platform and the ability to close out certain sessions. I'm not touching Asia again, never again. It's just it's not my venue, and I had to learn the hard way. Hard head. I hope I learned from it, and I went back through my books, and the best I've done. My biggest trades and biggest P&Ls during the day would be either catch a move early in pre-market and carry it into open, or trade the U.S. session, and that's what I'm going to stick with. That's my plan. How to kind of get up and possibly get in with a 150K account over the 50. Those are
more
sweet.
room. Yeah,
more room,
a little
and
bit more room.
you know, the 50K. If you're good or semi good trader, the 50K account is somewhat easy for you to get funded. It's not that much of a challenge, but at the same time, it's easy to burn through it.
It is. It is. But
yeah, the
micros
max loss
now.
limit.
No, trade micros.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah. God bless the micros.
All right, we
Oh,
have
yeah.
talked through Doom's trade. Coach Jay, you are short
JD?
gold at the moment.
I'm flat actually. I'm flat. So just a
Oh,
quick
okay.
scalp. Took the 2 points on it. A little Dolby time range trade here.
Oh, nice.
We were talking about the 5-minute candle once gold's settlement. We know gold settles a little bit earlier than the equity markets. So a trade I've been looking at for a little while now is using that 5-minute candle, framing it out, and then same way I do everything, attach VWAP to it and see how the market responds. So when we pushed above it and VWAP didn't leave the range, just took a short back down to the low of the range. Just a quick scalp trade. But I was saying in the green room, I do like looking at this trade because sometimes we do see gold move a lot after settlement. But if it doesn't, it's a quick scalp trade that you can put on if you don't see anything earlier in the day. Like today, we had a pretty choppy, fast markets. This is a trade I'll look at in the afternoon for potential opportunity. But I am flat now and scanning, looking for another trade.
Excellent. Can you hit us with a P&L, Jay? What are you up or down today?
For the day, I'm down 174.
Down
I've been trading pretty bad lately, so today is just about seeing a setup and executing it, and just taking it, regardless of what it is, what market it is. Looking at a couple different markets, seeing a trade, and just putting it on.
Excellent. All right, like I said, Mr. Dolby has the keys to the house account. Let's get into the markets.
What are you guys seeing?
Still making a nice move down. Doom, you still holding on to that short?
Yeah, I'm debating on trailing and kind of biting my fingers for not adding on the top. I had a good signal there and for exhaustion, but debut. I don't want to go with something too big. Take a bigger bite that I can chew through, and this is it. I'm potentially looking to exit. This yellow line is the 50 SMA. Potentially, I'm looking to exit at the so-called mean, or trail with the 15 EMA on the 15-minute chart. I don't have a complete exit plan. Are we going to see a new low? This was a pretty strong support this morning. There was a lot of big orders down here. I hit what I'm behind them, and it worked out. There was a lot of sellers in this area. They got smoked. Pretty much the book got cleaned up. If there's no
Keep losing
this
Doom.
might pass through with no hesitation.
Might have the mouse glitch.
The mouse glitch, yeah. Who knows the details behind that? Talking while you're moving
don't
the
move your
mouse.
don't move your mouse if you're talking, if you have the mouse glitch. So Doom, if you're trying to go through your charts, just make sure you're not moving your mouse. I know that's not easy to do, but for some reason, there's a bug that if you move your mouse, it ends up chopping up your stream. Just so you know.
Okay.
There you go.
You guys might know it. Is it because it's a wireless mouse related, or any
We don't
mouse
know.
that's USB connected, or it's just a
We're no
glitch
idea.
that
Yeah.
It just happens sometimes.
randomly to some guests, yeah. It might not happen next time you come on. Who knows?
there's this little fine line of trading where you catch a glitch and you make it work for your favorite.
Yeah, right. What do you?
Exactly.
So you're short right now. Man, Nasdaq has been super choppy today. Where are you short from? You're short from. Oh, you had a nice location. Yeah.
968, yeah.
Oh,
This is a
yeah.
nice, this is a nice trade right now.
Yeah. I was in with 2 lots. It perfectly hit my exit, but at the time we had what I know as and I call a band snap. Price deviated further away from the 50th.
Well, maybe it's not the mouse glitch.
On the 50.
Nope.
I'm
All right, we'll come back.
What you see at the bottom right indicator, that divergence of the highs, that's exhaustion of momentum, and we had 9 waves of momentum, which is twice as the average, and it looked pretty exhausted. That's why I stuck around in the trade. I would have taken for break even. I was debating to adding, but since it's again looking at the chart, it's a reversal trade. I didn't want to get in with too much, and might as well have a good chat with you guys and hold through this either to the previous low that we had 910, or push it further down if the market is willing to go further down.
Mm-hmm.
This 900 level has been a support pretty much all day in the Nasdaq. We're sitting at VWAP right now, which is right around 920. But
Very quiet in Nasdaq today. Very quiet.
It really has been.
Yeah, 900s would be cool to bid. We tried bidding it last time. I think we just missed it. 900 evens. Doom, where are you looking to get out of? You said you had like a moving average that you're targeting?
Big buy lot at 920, 150 cons, and maybe if it makes a reaction off of that size, 140 cons right now. If it bounces up from that size, I'm going to start trailing close. If not, actually, thank you for reminding me, Mr. Dobie. A pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure is mine. It's all about the trade here. Got to make sure your trade has target, exit, manage responsibly.
That is the game.
It is.
Risk management, money management, account management.
Maybe a 1 minute range in Nasdaq, right at 926. There's just not a lot of ranges today in Nasdaq, to be honest. The only one that really happened was at like about 7:30. But maybe we're reforming another one. I don't know. This is hard. This is a hard day today.
It's actually a really nice short.
Yeah, dude, your short is like picture perfect.
Yeah, excellent. Right off the bumping up right against 70s there.
I had a
very decent short.
I had a better long with size in the morning, but I did take some heat, and you might see it on the chart. That HOE, it's coding over emotions. It gave me so much heat, but conviction. Yeah.
You said that you were having trouble staying in some of your accounts. Is it over leveraging, bad risk management? You just trying to make a bunch of money?
You're shooting from the hip. Yeah.
Both, and the indicators of the X platform are wonderful. I'm not big fan, but what I use is their custom indicators for Thinkorswim that give me the wave count of momentum, precisely pinpoint the bars for the cycle entries. I use the stochastic for precise and for stops and so on. That's what the strategy is based on. And when I'm trade like ego thing, I would trade without loading up my full arsenal. You know, I'm going to show up to the battlefield with a pocket knife, like here I am, and leave the bazookas. Yeah, it's constant work. If you think that you're gonna like learn to do this as you ride a bike, believe me, you won't. It's constant work, and the moment you start slacking off a little bit on it, it will show. And if you're a little weak on your mental game, it will finish you. This is a vicious game. That's why the reward is so big. It's hard. It is very hard.
Hardest easy money you'll make.
Yeah, you said it.
Yeah, and I learned a lot. That phrase, "see money, take money," made me so much, saved me so much, and the segments with the risk, make little snippets of just pure trader genius. That something that you got to beat in your head and like get a ring when those situations come to you. Like, come up in your head, be like, "Hey, this is what's going on. Do it, cut it. Enough is enough." I'm debating to trail with the 1 minute, but I'm undecided. I'm going to give this more room. This could see some action.
You want to see more right now?
You want to see lower prices, huh? Yeah.
There's still above that big order.
Kind of just holding that regular trading hour session VWAP as a support right now, right at 925.
Yep.
Is actually a decent signal for a long. If we get Dakota 3-bar reversal here, would be above 940 for the long side right off of that VWAP.
Off of what, 5-minute time frame?
Yeah, I'm looking at a 5-minute, 3-minute, same thing. But yeah, it's bouncing off of that regular trading hour VWAP, and
so that would be long 940s.
I mean, you could take it now with a pretty tight risk, Dolby. You could take it now with a 10-point risk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or if you want to wait for another test. Okay. What price did you get?
We are long one at 21,933.
I'm gonna take it with you. My stop is at 918.
Okay.
Same spot, 933.
And our risk is just 10 points of risk, right?
Yeah, I'm going 15 points, but you could go.
We'll do
15. Yep. Nate Trade said, "What happened to dry January?" Everyone was looking at the Nasdaq. This is just a combine here, also, and like I said, I've been out of the pocket lately. So my goal is, if I call something out, I'm going to take it. And it is what it is.
All right.
Don't know till you bet.
We've got some bad only positions here. We got Doom short the NQ and Coach J and a house account both long the NQ down here from 21,933. We're right here on top of our entry price at the moment.
Not fading Doom. He's already in the money, like 50 points.
Yes. Doom's got 40 points in this trade already.
Honestly, I'm debating on adding here, but I'm getting that Cappy Trinker sensation, and I'm just going to abstain of taking more risk into this. Trying to pick I want to see that liquidity picked up at 920 to determine how far I'm going to trail this down.
It seems like the NASDAQ ladder has perked up a little bit in the last couple minutes. Yeah. It's starting to just wiggle a little bit more than it has been. And all that means is that it's just changing price rapidly, but like not necessarily going anywhere. So you could kind of see it like kind of flutters in the ladder a little bit, but it's definitely perked up. This is, I think, the first time I've seen this kind of happen today. Typically, the dome has moved kind of methodically and slowly, so this is a little bit of change in behavior here from what we've been seeing earlier.
This 940 level was somewhat of a resistance pretty much all day, so I want to see some buyers step in and push us above here.
You like adding above the 40 level, Jay? Putting a few more on.
Not necessarily, because I think 950 is going to act like a resistance also.
Okay.
If we want to add below it, I think it's okay. But you see how we kind of just pushed up into there and slow down a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Jay, do you also have this big channel drawn in the NASDAQ? It's like really obvious on the 5 minute. Kind of goes from like 830 up until like 120. And then it's on my chart right now, but it's just higher highs, higher lows. It's just a long time frame.
Mm-hmm.
I see what you're saying. I don't have that channel drawn, but I have the VWAP is pretty much right at the low of your channel right now.
Yeah,
from
I
regular
see that
trading
too.
hours.
Yeah. Yep. Dude, how long have you been trading for? I might have missed this. How long have you been trading for? Did we lose you again, buddy?
Oh, did we lose Doom again?
2019.
2019. Oh, okay, 6 years. Nice.
Oh, not clear. You know, GME stuff was everywhere, and at the time I was traveling fees, so opened an account with them, and I was like, "Hey, this comes with a free brokerage account. Let me try trading." Here I am, 6 years later.
Caught the bug.
Yeah, once you catch this bug, it's pretty hard to shake. I know that feeling.
Oh, yeah. What's our target here for this NQ thing? It's finally starting to perk up a little bit.
We're getting a nice movement here.
60s, Dolby. But what we're going to do here is once we get 15 points on the profit, we're going to trail that stop up to 5 points in the profit. So we'll see something from this trade and not let it turn into a loser. But I'm targeting 60s. I don't want to put an order at 60. Let's just continue to trail as we go. So,
So we're
we got 12 points right now.
60s. Yeah, cool.
Yep.
Sound trade management right there. Sound trade management.
We're just waving higher. Yeah, Dome is still pretty good. Something changed. Something changed. Maybe we're finally getting that sort of second half move.
Man, yeah, you guys really nailed the bottom on that.
Yeah, that was a good
Dolby,
call.
go ahead and move your stop up to 38s.
38s, okay.
We'll take at least $100 on this trade and try to let this one go. Doom, are you still looking to add to your short? Because I'm conscious of that as well, right? Because you had a really great short location.
Not at a moment.
You're talking about okay.
It's up. I don't have like really anything. This indeed is more long than it is short, and I might cut it here. Take some profit on the trade. I'm going to wait on this 5 and 15 minute close, and if it does not completely take out my stop up there, or let's call it break even, I'm going to consider pushing it down and taking it out. If I'm looking for a close under 15 EMA on the 15 minute chart, that would be 490.
Here we go. Still spiking. Still spiking. All right, guys. House account is long. Doom is short. We got a little bit of housekeeping to do. I'm gonna pull up those fun to trader hot streaks from the last couple days. Full disclosure here: I was putting the P&Ls together, and I kept getting sidetracked with other TV duties. So we've got the streaks, but we don't have the total profits for these traders. I'm just gonna throw it up and rip it through it real quick. Zachary, I know you've been asking for these all day long. Here you are, sir. Right at the top of the hot streaks list. Zachary B, 33 days in that XFA. Ali L, 31 days. We've seen Ali on this on this hot streaks list before. Ali's juggling a handful of XFAs, and some days he's on, some days he's off. But Ali is still trucking along. 31 days. Thomas Tree 31 days. Sean S 30 days, and Darren 29 days on these funded trader hot streaks. There you have it.
Nice.
33 days. Pretty
33
impressive.
It's a lot. It's a great streak.
Mm-hmm.
A month and a half of trading,
What do
right?
you-
20 trading days a month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, you could say that.
Pretty awesome.
It's really good. Really, really good.
There's no Delesh, but
Forever in our hearts, JD. Forever in our hearts.
I'm gonna get a Delesh tattoo, I think.
Yeah, you should.
He deserves it.
He does deserve it. Really sweet guy too. He was emailing us kind of throughout that episode that he was trying to reach the 100, and kind of said that he was working on a personal goal. That was really it.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't trying to be like a meme king or anything and just get the 100 days. I mean, I think it was a real objective he was trying to achieve for his own personal development.
He was working on a process, and I hope he figured it out.
Yep.
93 days. Then he dropped it all in one day.
Oh. Nerve-wracking. It's so hard to do. It's so hard to do. I mean, as
Yes,
someone
Alpha
who's put a
Dredge.
trade on, yeah. Go ahead.
Alpha Dredge, that's Zachary in the chat, who is the top of our hot streaks list. He says his daily average is definitely higher than Delesh's. And yes, he will agree with you on that.
NQ's perked up.
Big shout out to you. Nice job, Alpha Dredge, getting on top of that list.
Something's changed. Can't tell you what it is, but this is not the same NASDAQ we were watching 3 hours ago.
Yeah, it's
Film
very
feels
strong
like
now.
it's back to life.
We get above
Wanna move to
60s,
stop,
Dolby
Jim?
out. One more. If we get above 60s, we'll trail again.
Okay.
And we'll go to 46. 46.
Doom, are you changing up
46.
are you thinking about changing up your strategy at all here? Are you thinking more of an exit than an add?
I've moved my stop. This is the price I'm considering a fair exit. If it goes above it, that's my stop right there. I'm looking at how many points is this? 13. Yep, I just got out, and
Nice.
that's the end of the trade. It is giving me a decent long here, but I'll have to wait on this 15-minute bar. Most likely, we'll place a new high. This has momentum.
It really does have some
Upward?
momentum.
Yeah. I can't chase this. I was thinking about reversing the trade and trying to capture this, but looking at the wicks earlier this morning and today on the 15-minute, I don't want to be in between that. Just catch a body and end up just holding the wick. Pretty solid day on this combine today too. I'm up 13.50, 13.49.
Do you find that your like mentality changes when you go from trading combine to like say a live account or XFA?
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. The is up. Like like earlier you mentioned an individual that has had this goal of 100 trading days in a row that are green, the 100-day streak, or you want to climb up at the top 25, or you want to have a certain P&L by the end of the week. Like placing those goals that are fixed, a certain digit, either days, amount of capital, and so on, and trying to do it in something that is not as
We go 46.
reliable.
46, heard Chef.
Moving the stop up to 46. Here we go.
In the money.
Entry price was 33. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nice trade.
Nice little base hit. If we take profit right now, we break even on the day, but we do not trade our P&L. We trade the trade.
Yes, we do.
As tempting
It's
as it
40s.
is.
All right. House count long. Doom is short. Or Doom is flat. Doom is flat.
Doom is flat.
House count long. Coach J. Still in this trade also.
while we're waiting to see what develops next, we're going to bring in our man Eddie with a nice
Hey, what's up,
Twix
crew?
update. What's going
How
on,
we
Eddie?
doing? You know, JD, you were talking about the Lesh just missing that milestone. Well, you know what I tell you? There's a lot of Hall of Famers that have missed milestones either. Lou Gehrig, 493 home runs, well, a bit off of 500, and 1,994 doubles, or RBIs, I should say. I'm sorry. How about Andres Galarraga, 399 home runs? Hall of Fame. There you go. How about that? Ian Kinsler, 1,999 RBIs. Still, Hall of Fame, all-star performances, and we will never forget Delesh making that number so high, sort of like the Joe DiMaggio consecutive game hitting streaks. But yes, they were following milestones. And speaking of following, how about following us? Okay, make sure you're following at TopstepTV on Twitter, X, Twix, whatever you want to call it. Keep up with what's happening on the show throughout the day, and this is where we put our special guests. So be the first to know who we do have on our program. We're going to be posting that each and every day. So if you post about your trading day, your funded trader certificate, your battle station, some cool swag that you've got here from Topstep that you want to show, tag us at Topstep and hashtag Power Hour, and we will show it in our next segment. So that's what I have right now. I'm going to pass it back to you, JD. Milestones.
Milestones. Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate those updates. We're going to see Eddie again in just a few minutes with our jabs for the day.
Nice.
Stick around for those.
We almost got tagged out of this trade, but we're still in it.
Real close,
We got like a tick. Hello, Gus.
Dolby, I wanted to add to that right there. Dolby, the ad that you do all the time, the low risk ad that you do, I think that's a great opportunity there. Right, 2 points within our stop.
Yeah, that would have been a really good one, Jay. Actually, that would have been a good example too, of how to kind of add into a trade. I think because of how we got into this trade, and we got into it with like kind of really big kind of time frame. We aligned ourselves with the time frame really well, so we kind of bought the higher low off this channel, and then if you could get down to like a 1 minute chart, then yeah, you can start doing the exact same thing, but use a smaller little trend here. So we had that little pullback, kind of came back down to like little middle consolidation, and then you would just add there, and then yeah, it's too bad we didn't get that in there, but it's a really good example of how to add into a trade if you're already in it.
Excellent. Thank you.
So now, next upside target I'm looking for is 970.
970? Okay.
Yeah, I really want to see a 3 minute candle close above 60 here, because 958 is the low of the 30-minute Globex opening range. It's kind of where we are rejecting right now, and that's why I really liked Doom's short earlier, because you were short in that 30-minute opening range with VWAP being below it. So price got up here, but volume has not been agreeing so far.
Would you be interested in adding at 948s now, or is it ship sailed?
I almost feel like if we get back down there, we'll probably get stopped out. But if we hit 48s again and it doesn't stop us out, another $50 I think is okay.
Okay, I'll pull it. I will pull it.
Doom, what are you looking at right now?
Took a small kind of VIP intro on a possible short here, but I'm
looking at a
very
short.
tight
Okay,
stop. A very tight stop.
Are you in the market right now? Did you put a trade on?
Was I breaking up because I was moving the mouse?
Oh yeah, you broke up just a little bit. What's your entry price on that short?
955.
21,
Risking, under 20 points at 971 and 3 ticks.
Got it. Doom short 1 NQ 21,955. CYA up at 71.
2 micros.
2 micros.
Nice.
2 MNQ.
Mr. Eddie earlier mentioned to flex that swag. I think today is the day. I've never put this hat on.
Whoa!
The 5 tick club hat.
There it is.
Oh man, there we go.
There you go.
Wait, put him solo up. Put him solo up. This is the Doom show now.
One-up
We got
shot.
his get the one up there for Mr. Doom and his 5K payout hat. And it's not all bleached out like mine is either. Oh my man, there we go.
Look at that.
Fresh, man.
That's
So
the
it has a
swag.
sticker on it.
Sticker on it and everything.
That's the swag everybody wants.
Man, congratulations on getting that hat. Well earned.
It took a little
Way to
bit.
go.
You know, some people have been complaining on Discord that it takes like too long. It's the surprise effect, you know? Like you just
It is.
go to your mailbox and like, boom, that hat is in there in the box with the Topstep logo on. It's like, yes. It's like a little birthday, you know? It's awesome. It was great. It was great. And
Trader Christmas, yeah.
most of the people I know, they're oblivious to the fact that like they don't trade, they don't do any of that, they don't know about prop firms. And I'll show up with this hat and like, oh, what's that? It's like, you know, it's a hat.
It's a hat.
Where can I buy one?
It's a hat.
You can't buy
Like, it's my
one.
magic hat.
These hats aren't for sale. These hats are earned.
Yeah, I mean, 5K payout club started, I don't know, 5+ years ago, back when a 5K payout was a pretty big deal. So probably need to get that like inflation adjusted, guys. Should probably be like 10, 15K for a payout hat.
And if you're still waiting on yours, I know we've said this many times before. We have seriously just one single person working on the payout club hats, and they put each box together by hand. They personalize it. You get a nice little note written. Somebody actually sits down and writes that little note, and it takes a little bit of time. So if you're waiting on it, please be patient. It'll get to you. One person can only write so many notes in a day.
Yep. If it smells like bong water, that might be Eddie who packed it. Just in case.
I hear you. I see you.
He's back there.
There he is.
We haven't seen Eddie's bong in the chat in a while. Is he still around?
That's true, actually. What happened to Eddie's bong? Hope he's okay. Eddie's bong, where are you? We need like a bat signal or something to see if Eddie's bong's out there.
Eddie's water pipe.
It's right, water. Well, NQ
All right.
is trying to get above 960 here, which is great. Have a nice little 1 minute range.
Well, we do have Eddie back there. House count's still long. Doom is short a couple. House count's long one. Let's bring Eddie in and
yes,
do some jabbing. Who are our good traders today?
It's been a long time since I was on here, guys. Boy, I miss you. But yes, jab. It's a strategy that emphasizes patience, discipline, and readiness to avoid the reckless overtrading or hunting for that knockout punch. But it has opened up to a lot more success, payouts, and of course, let's take a look to see what top step traders are making those jabs count. Travel letting just passed the combine after 3 days of trading. Way to go, travel. Bashir and aka Cool Bash passed my 50K trading combine today for the second time after losing the funded account. Way to jab back to success. Samuel K recaps help me with my daily tempo. I just wanted to put this one out there. Reminds me that it's lunch hour and to regroup, recenter, review, and refocus. Samuel, you are taking full advantage of that, and nice to see that, and thank you for sharing. Bert Ayers just qualified for my first payout, up 2K in XFA. Cha-ching. And we do have John Bertoni. Coach J, I caught the ES and fast markets using micros, up 300 for the day. And remember, folks, set the table. Don't be a deer in headlights. And when the market takes a sudden turn, have your actions ready. Slow things down. Take time moving forward and eliminate that FOMO and greed. And I'm going to pass it back to you, JD. Thank you very much. And that has been Jab. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Eddie. Always appreciated. And big shout out to all those traders. Always love seeing our traders doing good things. Great things, I should say. All right, guys, back to the markets. We've got trades on. Who wants to talk about theirs first? Doom, how's your trade looking? You still liking your short?
Not really, but it's on the table. It's on the table.
Mhm.
I haven't got kicked out. It's
Yeah, we're
it's a
still
fairly
sitting right
small size, and I'm I don't want to say that I opened it from boredom, but this is a price that we saw sellers, and I'm waiting for this 5 minute to close. If we have a triple wick rejection at that price point, I would really like that, and it might pan out. But otherwise, I'm always have my finger on flat now. Like keep an eye on the book and looking how the bars are playing out. Sometimes I switch down to tick charts, and if I see something that it's going against me, I'd rather react quicker and save me the full stop instead of checking out of the trade.
Mhm.
If I
Do you
get the
utilize the hotkeys on Topstep X, or do you like the mouse? Do you like the point and click?
I did, and they were very nice. But I have a 3-year-old, which took out the stickers from my buttons. I printed out stickers for the buttons. This little small keyboard. Yeah, she came into my office. We're having fun, and look, I was doing something else. I turned around, and she has them over her little things like, "Ooh, stickers." I was like, "Oh." Yeah,
Did
somebody
you have to reprogram the whole thing?
Yeah, and I think I got this. It wasn't from Amazon. It was one of the
Timu.
Chinese web. Every key to be like 3 different keys. So, like when you're using your main keyboard, you won't get the shot that accidentally execute a trade while you're typing in Discord or you shoot an email. Yeah, so very handy, very handy.
Excellent.
We are kind of building a little bit of a bull flag, it looks like, on the 3-minute chart here on the NASDAQ.
I'm looking at the same exact thing, yeah.
Making higher lows here. Again, that
Ceiling
60 level is
960.
just, yep.
I mean, I'm
Higher
just
lows
happy
going into
NASDAQ
it.
is back to life right now. That's all I wanted to see was some life back in NASDAQ, and it finally has some. We'll see if we can maintain these higher lows in NASDAQ and see if we can pop 960s. But if we can get above 960s, then that could get pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. I did see some size. We got 40 contracts being offered at 970, which I think is the largest offer or bid currently in terms of size. So 40 contracts, yeah.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many 100 lots today. They were all over the place yesterday. Very few of them today.
Yeah. You can make a little note in the chart.
We got just a couple minutes left here. We're going to bring Hogan for the afternoon recap in about 5 minutes or so.
We're at 46, Dolby, or 48?
46 and a quarter. So just below that 5-minute candle. But we can always change that, however you feel.
I mean, stay there. If we get 48s again and we don't get stopped out, I think.
Add to it.
Let's add the other one for the 2 points. 2 points of risk.
So if we get, are we buying 48s right now?
Bid 48s.
Like bidding it?
Yeah, bid 48s.
All right, we'll bid 48s.
And keep the stop exactly where it is.
Yep.
I like it.
48 is great price. 48 is great price.
I think we're going to get it.
Oh, the NASDAQ. NASDAQ, you're alive again. How nice. I don't know
Welcome
what
back,
changed.
everybody.
But it seems to be alive.
No fill on the 48s.
Nope.
A little bit of a pop. Doom short at 55. House count long at 33. Long from 33, I should say.
Yeah.
CYA at 40. What was it again? 46 and a quarter?
I moved it down to 45s.
45s. Got it.
I wanted to give us a little bit of room. I wanted to be underneath this little point and then underneath that one, just to see if they can hold up. Sometimes they just want to run down there and grab some stops and then bounce.
Mm-hmm.
Nazi, you're back. So I guess chat. I guess maybe chat you can kind of like see what I'm talking about. If you were watching this morning, the ladder was moving very, very slowly. In the last half an hour or so, you can kind of tell that the ladder's picked up in pace. It's just fluttering a lot more, going up and down. This is kind of more of what we're used to from the NASDAQ. We're about to get filled? Question mark. Oh,
It wants to. Or wanted to.
It wanted. Yeah, right. We'll see.
Missed the
Still
buy
doing
and
higher
Texas.
lows.
Making a lower high, right? If we zoom out, right, the high of the day being 986,
Mm-hmm.
or that most recent high, and then could we be turning around here, right? That's
Oh, almost got filled again.
Mm-hmm.
fill our buy and our stop at the same time.
48s, 45s. Ah, this is so much better price action. At least it's doing something.
With Robert looking at 942s, kind of the base of that flag we were talking about.
Mhm.
I think that's where
Oh,
Dakota
we
is long also.
are... Okay, nothing happens. Nothing happened yet.
Nothing yet. Nothing yet.
Nope. Long? Nope. Long two? No.
Robert wants to see things pick up for Power Hour. So do we. Stick
Oh.
around. We got Power Hour coming up. Dolby's going to be here. And Hoag. And Muhammad. Don't go crying to Muhammad if you got chopped up today during those slow markets early on. What a grinder of a day, though.
God, you gotta be kidding
Within
me,
a tick.
Jay.
That's why
Gotta be.
Deanna says don't go with whole numbers.
What?
Don't
This
go
was
with
a
round
whole
numbers.
number. Well, then how do you know? Do you do 47 3/4 or you do 49 1/4? You know,
You have to pay up.
which
You got to pay up.
side?
You got to
Oh,
pay up.
Okay, you gotta pay up. All right. Trying
Welcome back,
to...
Lito. Where's a Speedo? Lito, where's a Speedo? Took a nap during the World Economic Forum speech and is just coming back to life. Welcome back. We got Power Hour coming up.
You've missed.
We got
almost
2 minutes
nothing.
left, guys. Doom, appreciate your time, my man. Thanks for joining us. We'll keep an eye on the short trade that you're still in. Doom short from 21,955 in the MNQ. Yeah, it's been a pleasure to see you.
This was great experience.
Oh man, we're so happy that you came on. Glad you had a good time. Pleasure was all ours. We're gonna keep tracking your journey back into that live funded account. So we'll have you back on again soon. Coach Jay, Dolby Time, always a pleasure with you, my brothers. We're gonna take a short break. We got Hoag coming on for the afternoon recap, and then we're gonna slide into Power Hour. Dolby, Hoag, and Mohammed is here. I already see Mohammed in the green room. He's ready to go. All right, folks. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. Hoag's coming in. TopstepTV. Let's go.
If I can't see a clear, no-brainer decision, then I try and not make the decision.
Yeah.
And no decision is actually better than a decision, is what I realized.
100%. The act of not trading is being a trader.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
you got to know when to trade, not to trade, and all that kind of stuff.
Hi, welcome to the afternoon recap. I'm Hoag. Thank you for joining me. Finally, a little bit of action here in the markets. The house account just got hit on their second bid at 940.48. Average price is along approximately 2 contracts at 21,949. Price is already paying them. The target on this is all the way up at 21,980. Pretty much a new high. Stop currently sitting at 945 right there. So even if we do get stopped out, this will be a profitable trade. Let's see if we can get up to that profit target and see how things go. All right. What are we looking at? Well, we're looking at the market in the NASDAQ that opened below yesterday's range. The market has been attempting to try and get back into that range and back into value from yesterday, has been unable to do so, has been unable to get back to weekly kickoff high after closing 2 ticks above it yesterday. It still seems like it's trying to do so when you look at the shorter time frame chart. The low, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher high, higher high, higher high. Looks like we're sitting in a pretty good position here, starting to see some price action heading towards that profit target. That will be, of course, good to see. The S&P is much stronger, however. Here's the 5-minute chart. Yesterday's range low, we matched it to a T, to the tick, and the IB low, the low of the regular trading hour session today. Overnight inventory was a little bit short. Settlement, I haven't even reached that yet here in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is actually still down on the day, down about 40 points as we speak. Market has continued to push higher through value to a naked point of control that goes, let's go back in the Wayback Machine. We'll go back in the Wayback Machine. Where does this naked point of control go to? It goes to the way back. 18th of December. The last time we were up at this level, man, oh man, that seems like a long time ago, but time sure flies when we're having fun. All right, let's get this back over here and let's see what's going on. We did see the market, test to this naked point of control, good target, possibly even a good opportunity for shorts. Our good friend Nick for a tick ended up with a really good short here. I think he's up about $1,500 on the day, being very, very patient, waiting for the right opportunity and seeing money and taking money on that. It wouldn't surprise me if we start to see a new high or a new session high coming in here in the S&Ps, maybe even in the NASDAQ. Take another look and see how that's playing out here. Still seeing some price action to the upside. Again, the NASDAQ just weak, feeble on its moves to the upside today. Crude oil, we heard the president say he wants cheaper crude. He's going to be talking to Saudi Arabia about cheaper crude. Looks like the market has taken that into effect and has held below the IB low. Still hasn't filled in this gap down here. Maybe that's something we can do tomorrow. In the medium time frame, and we have been seeing lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. Off the daily chart, though, have we broken upside structure? I would go with yes, probably. We're back inside the area of balance that we spent for a couple of months. A weekly kickoff low, I think, will be the real test to see if we've truly broken upside structure. That's all the way down at 73.40. Maybe that's a target we can look for tomorrow. It's about 100 points, 100 cents, a dollar below current price. And gold, wow, what a great opportunity today. It's a daily chart. Yeah, this is still crude oil. What am I looking at? Here we go. Here's gold. We saw over the recent lows, we've been seeing a lot of longer time frame buying coming into this market. Higher open interest, higher price, negative delta. Market is primed for a continuation move. My question is it going to happen sooner or later? Are we too long to continue this move to the upside? If you look at it today, we did see a pretty decent overnight push to the downside, overnight inventory largely reconciled here by the end of the regular trading hour session, and the market really just kind of off on its own now. The regular trading hour is pretty much over about an hour or two ago. Market just kind of weaning off to the downside again. Another close above 27.56, weekly kickoff high. If you're looking at acceptance of price over time, this is the third day actually, we've closed above that level. What does the tempo look like is really the question. Are we losing upside tempo here? Pretty decent move today. Once we took out that IB high, and we did look back into it as Trump was speaking, but the move was to the upside. We thought about taking a short against this failed upside auction, thought better of it. At the very least, that the information that we have kept us from taking a loss on that trade. And that's pretty much where we are looking at in these markets. Let me see if we can find an interesting opportunity in the power hour session here. Looks like we maybe just got stepped out. House currently flat, up $73. Yeah, we did get stopped out on that. So I know there's a trade earlier. We're back to break even. We're starting with a clean slate for power hours. Speaking of which, Mohammed is going to be with us in Power Hour. Dolby and myself will be joining Mohammed. Looking forward to seeing how Mohammed is doing. He's made over 6,600 in each of new XFAs so far this week. In each of those, Mohammed is kicking butt. It's great to see. We'll see Mohammed in just a second, folks. This is TopstepTV. Stick around. Lots more to come. We'll see you in a minute.
Alex Vieira, a Beijing bronze medalist. On the switch right, double 10, double Japan. Into the first third, double 16s. With that safety grab, let go a little bit early. Slows things down for the right side, cork 10. Match 6, switch, left 10. Beautiful combinations into this, left 16, right 16. Gets the tail grab, and the trademark pole swing. Williams up into first place for Alex Vieira. 94.75 from the judges.
Hello, everybody. Oh, I'm Andre. Welcome to Power Hour. We got Hoag, Mohammed with no hat on, barely know who you are. Mohammed, welcome. You've been trading well, man. This is good to see.
Yeah, actually, I'm joining the club of winners today. Jay and Nick Fortek and House Account and possibly Dakota, I think. So today is a good day for Topstep, I think. I want to be part of that. I made good in 4 XFA today, around 3,000, I believe.
Beautiful.
And I locked it down.
Nice.
3.6, yeah, 3.6K. And I have another 50K XFA, which I traded differently, actually, using different new setup and strategy. If I have some time, I will talk about it today, especially that buyers, they got what they want, sellers, they got what they want. I don't expect much from this Power Hour as of momentum trading, because the new strategy that I will explain, I actually prepare it here in my chart. It depends on a word that Dolby hate, momentum. Let's give it another chart. Let's give it another chance, another chart, Dolby, and let's see if that sink into you.
Well, Mo, if you want to place a trade in the house account, Hoag has got you. I want nothing to do with your momentum trades. It will burn my fingers on the mouse. But how long have you been running this this new system? Is this part of your success? This little change up?
Yeah, actually, it is a trade setup that I rarely use because it got a little profit, very little profit, and very little stop. It is suitable for the small account, because in the small account, all what you need is to build up that account first, and then you can take more risk on that account. So it's called strength setup. Some traders call it 3 soldiers or 3 raven. The idea, it's a candlestick setup plus price action in addition to proper trade management. It's if we can say it. Otherwise, let me explain how I saw it today as a type of day. Today was a trending down day. As we can see, the day started here. Okay, it was trending down day. The question
Overnight,
now,
right?
was this trending down day with yesterday trend or against yesterday trend? Obviously, it was against yesterday trend. So in this case, we have to pay a close attention to the major trend line from yesterday. You keep selling, fine, no problem. It's trending down day, unless you see that major trend line broken. At that point, you consider getting back again to the high of the same day, at least. So, and this is what happened. The market stayed here. I didn't take any trade during this time. No trade at all. Because I want to sell. However, sellers wasn't having control at all here. It was range.
Neither,
The
right?
smoothing line was inside. So there's no trade short for me. I took earlier here a trade that was the majority of my profit was here, the Globex time. And then I went to sleep, and hopefully, that was good for me. I want to sleep. Otherwise, this is killing. Then the market broke the major trend line, as we can see here. Then in here, you can consider buying the market. Until where? Until, as you can see, exactly the high or the open of the Globex today, where I think Nick took his short up there. It was nice. So the strength setup basically is a momentum setup.
You muted yourself somehow, Mohammed?
No.
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
Somehow you've muted yourself. I don't know how
$5.
that happened.
$5 on you, Dolby. $5 on
Dolby,
you.
check your pulse.
Hoag,
Check your
you
pulse,
there?
buddy.
Nope, it's me. I muted myself. I muted everyone else. There we go.
The world
All
is
right.
your mute.
So,
Oh, I can thank Gus for that. Thank you, Gus, for muting muting myself from the keyboard.
so the setup basically simply is whenever you see strong 3 candles with whoever has control in the market, obviously at that moment it was sellers. If you see 3 or more, it could be 5, 6, 7, no problem. Minimum 3 strong. It got to be strong red candle, followed by a very weak green candle. This is 1000 tick chart, by the way. That weakness is telling me that there is no buyers in the market. Although we have this strong move down, there's no buyers. So it's the time for sellers to jump again to that move. So at the close of the week candle, again, it has to be weak. What does weak mean? First, weak compared to the previous candle. Second, it has to have a wick up there, showing some resistance of the seller. So that is a weak green candle. Entry after that one, the target is only ATR. This is why I don't use it in my big account, because ATR is what at that time it was 13 points. It was 13 points. So your target is only 13 points. I took that one, 13 points, and then move your stop at point of entry after you take your first target, and then trail it every 2 candles. And here where I exit that trade.
Yeah,
nice trade.
So that's what the first example. Yeah,
Are
another
you gonna
example. Yeah,
I can do a video.
If we see something.
Oh, are you gonna do a video on this new system?
Why not? Yeah. Why not? We can do a special video, and I might send it to you to put it in Topstep channel. No problem.
That'd be great.
But this will do it. It's very simple. It doesn't require 10 minutes video. It doesn't need to be that long. This is another string setup again. Market gives 1, 2, 3, 4 strong candle. Buyers has control. Also, this is an important rule. The smoothing line has to be outside of the moving averages. Otherwise, you are in a range. So there is no momentum in a range. So you don't go with that one. So that was an entry. Target was at that point 10 points or 11 points. You take your target, then you trade your stop, you exit here. That one was unsuccessful because it could be unsuccessful also. That was unsuccessful string setup. So we have to show the good, the bad, the ugly. There is no ugly because you have a stop loss. It will be ugly if you don't have a stop loss.
That's always ugly.
So,
Mo, can I ask you a question?
That is the entry. It moves shallow of the ATR, less than by 2 points almost. But this was unsuccessful. This was another unsuccessful string setup. What's the question?
Go back to where you were just now. That first long.
Yeah.
In the yellow.
Yep.
No. That's it right there. That's it right there. So you've got 1, 2, 3 4 green bars up. Is that first red bar weak enough? There's no shadow at the bottom of it.
Again, first you have to compare the candle to the previous one. Which one is stronger? As a body, you can see this is bigger body than this one. Also, compare this red candle to the full move.
Yeah. Okay.
Have seller done anything strong? Did you scared of this candle? No. Maybe if the sellers tried strongly somehow, even with a strong wick down there. But again, this is not. I don't see it strong. If you see it strong, you don't take it. That's it.
No.
But you need to practice this and really define what this one was. Very nice one. Although the last candle wasn't that strong, but we will compare this one to this one. This still stronger. The green one still stronger than the red one. So you take the stop, the trade. Your stop is again. We have to talk about the stop. The stop is the previous two candles. That's it. Because if the previous two candles is broken, there is no momentum anymore. Also, if your target is not hit quickly, I mean by quickly 3-4 candles maximum, that means there is no momentum anymore. Exit the trade. Also, if you got 3 consecutive red candle, you exit the trade as well, because that will invalidate whatever momentum that we have.
Looks like a 3-bar reversal up there.
Yeah, that one was also a nice strength setup to the downside. You sell here. The target is only ATR, and maybe you see it. How this one is successful? It is successful. You enter at 911. The ATR was 7 points. So here we go. We reached even 900. 11 points.
And what would your risk be on
This is
that trade?
scalping strategy. It is risky. Is this one a strength setup? That
You like it, Mo?
Yes.
No, not now. It's a 3-bar reversal.
This
we did
one,
hit highs.
how this one is different than that one? How this one is different than that one you asked me about earlier here? Where is it? Yeah, this one. There's no difference. So that one is a correct entry setup, although it is not working, I think. Let me see. But we have to say it. It is a correct strength setup, and here is the exit. Now exit to the previous 2 green candles.
2 bars.
So if it's not working, it's not working. Don't force it. Don't increase your stop loss because there is another reason. Don't do it.
No.
Exit and wait for another setup.
Well, while we wait for NASDAQ to figure out what it wants to do, we do have a Series 3 ready. Gabe, figure out the Series 3. Oh, there's that bell that gives me PTSD. So what do we got, Gabe?
Well, first of all, you don't got Gabe, but
great.
No, we'll roll with it. Your Series 3 question of the day. The maximum amount one may be fined for each violation of the Commodity Exchange Act is A, $100,000, B, $10,000, C, $140,000, or D, $1,400,000.
I think I know the answer.
It's been so long already, I forgot.
I will go for D.
The answer is C.
The maximum.
140 makes sense, right?
It does not make sense.
Yeah, maximum.
But it does remind me of something in the book. So
yeah,
we'll see what the answer ends up being.
All right, looks like majority of the chat is saying B. Dolby and Hoag, your answer is C. Correct? Is that right?
That is correct.
I think so.
All right, here we go. The correct answer is indeed C, $140,000.
70% accuracy. I got you guys. Ooh,
Don't
NQ. NQ's perked up today. Not today, but in the last, I would say, hour, NQ's perked up. Ladder personality has changed, or the dome personality has changed.
Definitely in the last minute.
Getting mighty close to kind of getting these new highs, I guess, for the day. Getting to maybe top of the channel. Mo, do you have any targets to the upside here for NQ?
Yeah, I see the visiting the same high again. Is a decent target. However, I'm waiting for an entry setup. Maybe we can find another strength setup again. That is failing. doesn't mean that it will not come back again. Especially
Right.
when the market is just jumping without giving you a chance to. I use that setup whenever the market is running away from me. I'm trying to catch it and I cannot. So instead of FOMO and trying to just buy it anywhere, this is a setup will help you to do it in a process manner, in something that you can repeat.
Yeah,
I
Mo,
say we
your systems are excellent. What do you got,
say we
Hoag?
get it positive on the day. Get it back to
We are
settlement.
positive.
22,000.
22,000? Yeah.
Yeah.
We do have 50. Did I just see it? 50 contracts, 54 contracts offered at 98s. 21,998. Make a little note there. And see if we can get up. I'm trying to look at other pockets of liquidity. Got some 30s, 40s, but 50 is the biggest. Yeah. What's the? Oh,
we might use that
90.
We might use the string setup to buy this going to 22,000. Yeah.
Say the
It's very
magic
difficult
words.
to buy it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Say the
Let me
magic
know. I'll buy
words.
50.
And Hoag will buy 50. That is exactly right. That is exactly right. Yep. We do have hashtag Power Hour, upper left corner. We are on X, or Twix, as Eddie likes to call it. You can submit all your content to @TopstepTV on X. Hashtag Power Hour. Share your tick picks, battle stations, P&Ls, whatever you got. Share it with us, and we will share it with the community. And there's a poll
For
up
now,
right now.
I have.
Grade your trade.
Go ahead.
Grade your trade poll is up. Something different today. Are you up and happy? Are you down and not happy? Or have you not traded and you're still happy?
What if you're down and happy?
I don't know. What if you made no trades and you're not happy? Maybe someone ate your ice cream in the freezer. It's ruined your day.
Happens to me all the time.
What
that ice cream
what
down,
if you are
Gus.
up and unhappy?
Yeah, Mo, you've had a good day. That's wonderful.
Yeah, man, it is.
Yeah, and in the 50K, I got 20,100. In the 150, 4 of them, 3,600.
Wow, nice. Nice.
Beautiful.
Ooh, let's do above below. Mo, are you familiar with this game, above below?
Yep. I think 22,000.
22,000. Eddie, if you're back there,
Yes,
other poll is
I'm
done.
just a full machine here today. Hold on a second.
You are.
Let's end one and start another one.
Keep them busy, folks.
It's like an Etch-a-Sketch. I got to shake it and erase it. Hold on a second.
All right.
All right. Above or below?
22,000 by 3 p.m. Central.
Etch-a-Sketch. I haven't thought of those.
Add also at 22,000. It could be exactly 22,000, similar to yesterday.
Well, Dakota called it by he got within a half point of above below, and he called it half an hour before we even got to price. It was very impressive. Very, very impressive.
Let's see if we can do it again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, above or below 22,000 by 3 p.m. Central Time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, there's a lot of question about this string setup. I usually got, and I am familiar with them. What if I have this doji inside or red candle inside, and then followed by another strong green candle? Yeah, fine. You can ignore that. Doji is usually a balanced
indecision
candle. That means the sellers are not here, so you can just ignore there is a doji here. But it should not be the last one. I mean, in this one we only have 2 candles, so you cannot say, "Oh, this is string setup, I'm going in." No, it has to be at least 3 candles. At least 3. So if we have a strong green candle now, followed by a weak red candle, that can validate as string setup.
You know, Most of the dojis I've met don't like to be ignored. just a little joke.
Let's see, 1 minute. Range bound. Really trying to get over these 977s here. It has been difficult to say the least for the NASDAQ. We got 985s on the horizon.
I have this level 947. If we go there, if we go down there, 947, it will be a nice buying zone. Maybe we'll take it below to this low, 942, for example. So maybe we can see a flush of these stops here, and then from there we try to go the high. So it's buying the stops instead of entering at. So entering at the stops.
Yeah, that's our new strategy, Mo. We're buying where everybody's stops are.
Mm-hmm. It's the way to do it. You just got to have the patience for that to come to fruition.
But the actual stop of this one is 936 because you got to have a stop also. So that's the stop. The real stop of that setup is 936. So we buy it at 936. How this will end?
No, I don't know. I still think we're breaking out to the upside, even though this is all playing around here. I was kind of thought I saw 27 lots. Someone has 20 contracts spread across like 3 points in the NQ. Man, we just rejected so hard off on 977s.
One thing I do like about the longs, Dolby, is we've got negative delta of negative 3,600 in the NASDAQ. We're hanging right below the highs here. We're just hanging right below the highs. May take till the rest of the session, but I think we at least put in new session highs.
I think so too.
So now I'm looking for a long around this area because we are pulling back to the moving averages, but I need to see a trap of this low at least. So we trap the buyers who they don't have a patient to wait and they bought up there. Their stops are here. So I want to see a flush of the stop, strong green candle. Then we enter, and that will be our stop. Looking for 22,000.
We'll let all the stops get cleaned out first, and then go on.
Yep.
Go get all that.
You don't want to be the first one to jump.
Looking for a nice juicy long then.
If you don't understand liquidity, that means you are a liquidity.
I'm gonna frame that and put that on my wall.
I like that one. I like that one. Well, another way to put that actually, Mo, is that let's say we're in a range. Let me get a clean chart here. So if we're in this range,
we have very clear range in here. We had the breakout, retested, getting back again here. That means we might see even lower price. So this area should hold between 21,960 and 21,953.
POTUS is speaking again.
Again, busy boy.
Yeah.
So unplanned
Let's take a look here what he's got going on here. Talking about Trump, China has a lot of power over Russia. He also does say, I want to meet immediately with Putin. He says Zelensky told him he's ready to make a deal. And Trump said it would be nice if issues with Iran can be worked out without Israel striking military facilities. So he is still talking here. Oh, here's another one. Surprise, surprise. China's already paying a lot of tariffs because of me. Thank you, Donald. All right, I'll be watching these highs on the prize. Back to you guys. Oh, it rhymes.
Thanks, Eddie.
Ooh. Thank you.
I'm a poet and don't know it.
And we wait. And we wait. Ooh, we got our poll in. Let's see what the results are. Once again, about 50-50. Which seems to be what it typically is about 50-50.
If it is
Amazing.
50-50, that means we will stay as we are. We'll
Yep.
close exactly at what we are here, 966. That could be the close.
Yeah,
Because
I mean,
even
I'd
if
be
it go higher, it will get
Mhm.
back again.
Yeah, I'd be interested in bidding
I
like
don't expect
964s.
I don't expect to see a momentum or rally today at this power hour. I mean, market is
Yeah.
very slow. As I said, buyers, they got what they want from this low. What they want really is to visit the high, and they just did it. So maybe they will try to go to 22,000 as well.
We got a wiggle there.
Yeah, we have a flush now.
yeah, it's
That wiggle is
picked
the
up.
flush. I'm getting ready to go long.
You long?
If this close strong green. No, not yet. This is not strong red candle. It's not. Let's have a long wick up, long wick down. We'll wait for a better candlestick. Anyway, the stop will be below 958. So we determine the stop right now, but the entry is not yet confirmed.
Negative
This thing is-
3,900 delta in the NASDAQ now. If
Yeah,
Elvis stays in the building, we'll see.
Yeah, that come back after that was a flush. That was a stop run here.
Probably.
Liquidity.
We're probably going to 50,000 in NASDAQ now after that happened.
Yeah, I will place my order at 968.75. If this closed, let me wait for the close. The entry will be, it should be the exact close of the candle, but this will require a lot of stop loss that I don't want to hold. So I'm in at 969. 969 to mini. Two mini. I will take some at 980.
And we're with you. Long to 68.75.
House account long 2. Love it.
House account.
Take some at 980.50. 980.50. We take one. We should not forget that this is,
Hey, some more comments coming off the wire here. Trump, I'm not sure we should be spending anything on NATO. He also expects the Fed to listen to him on interest rates, and I would consider talking to Powell on interest rates.
Okay.
Thanks, Eddie. Mo, where's the stop? CYA.
Stop
55, you said?
958. 958.
You got it.
Man, it's been a
Alrighty.
choppy day today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're in for the
Hopefully
ride.
At least we visit the high of this range. Market move, consolidate, move, consolidate, move. So usually the market continue to do what is doing until it's proving otherwise. Until now, it's not proving otherwise. So we should continue going higher. If our stop get hit, that will not invalidate the long if we have a strong green candle again.
Man, what do we... This has been such a hard day to trade NASDAQ. Such a hard day to trade NASI. Looking at maybe 955s. Maybe that's like midpoint bounce possible.
You know what, Dolby? It's like eating taffy with your feet.
It's like eating taffy with your feet.
Very tough.
It is very tough. Requires a lot of flexibility.
Especially at our age.
Especially. Taffy.
Yep. Definitely in Trump era markets right now. Waiting on pins and needles for something to happen here.
More years of excitement.
Yep.
You said
Why
the
we
T
wait?
word again.
What'd you say? What was the T word, Hoag?
Said he reiterated February 1st date for Canada and Mexico tariffs.
Ooh.
That's the T
I
word.
thought the T word was Tillamook, but apparently it is tariffs.
Yeah.
Someone wants a. We were talking about liquidity before, but what's it like being exit liquidity? If you want to hop to my charts, I can very quickly explain what we're talking about. Because it's a pretty important thing. Ah, cool. All right, so here we have a trend, or not a trend. Here we have a range. And typically what happens is that you have traders who want to set their stops right below the range. Now, if you have enough capital, you can actually move price down to get those stops. And basically, these traders, in my opinion at least, are the weakest longs in the market because their stop is the closest to the bottom of a range. So that's what we say, like, hey, we should get in where our stop is. This is kind of what we and they are referring to, is instead of having this be the stop, turn this into the entry, and then we are basically buying the stop run. So that is the concept of liquidity. It's that it is the weakest longs or shorts are going to be one tick above or below relative to their position where the range has kind of established itself because they have the least confidence in their trade.
The weakest,
Hope that makes sense.
Shortest, the weakest hands, shortest time frame. That's where their stops are.
Yep. That is liquidity in a nutshell. Look at this bid. NASDAQ, you're out of control. You're up 7 points from bouncing off that little range.
Still negative 37.
We only need 12 points. We only need 12 to get rid of the risk.
Oh, because you're going to move your stop up?
I mean, no, to
get
take the first target. Yeah, 980. We only need 980 for now. It's not too much. Go ahead.
You're going to see a squeeze. It's going to happen soon.
Yes.
Hope.
Mm-hmm. I think at this point, Hope, we're all just hoping for NQ to do literally anything. Just
Anything.
give us something to talk about, some sort of excitement, other than a channel that takes like 4 hours to develop. Yes, Mo, what's your current trade right now? We are long 2 at 21,969 evens. Is that right?
Exactly.
58.75.
Yeah.
For the party
Come
people in the
on.
back. There you go. It's trying.
You're watching
It has
our
a-
target or what?
It is.
Do some
Goldman,
liquidity sweep
Get out of
up.
here.
Got the right
Get out of here,
chart
Goldman.
up here. Got the right chart.
Yeah, that's the right one. Most chart.
All right, just check.
A little ceiling at 980s. Wooden buyers, Mo? Or do we think these are strong buyers?
Not strong enough. Not strong enough. They have this range here. If they're strong, they shouldn't make a range here. So they're not strong enough. The momentum is weakening, actually. However, there is no sellers in the market. I mean, the sellers are just here to ruin the day for the buyers.
Dakota apparently is still long 942s.
42.
I guess my next question is, when did you get filled on those 942s? Because that is going to
When
depend
your
on
stock-
how I'm
when
going
your
to
stock
judge
got
you.
hit.
Yeah, right.
945.
Yeah, he probably saw House account get stopped out and was like, oh, it's a great time to get in for a long.
Absolutely. He took your
Is that right?
stop.
Is that right, Dakota? You swap with us? Nothing but love for the GOAT, Mr. Number One. Also, how many contracts,
I don't like
Dakota?
this price action. I don't like this strong red candle we see at the top here.
Mm-hmm.
Strong rejection.
Seems like it's
At
just
the
going to
high
get
of the range.
real whippy.
Yeah, missing our target by almost 1.5 points.
Yeah. You should have used the 10% rule.
Yeah, it's a good rule. One of my favorite rules you have, Hoag, actually, is the 10% rule. That last tick, man, God, is it hard to get sometimes.
Sometimes.
The hardest one to get. Thoroughly range bound. Do we have hashtag power hour already, James?
Yeah, you want to see him?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. All right. It's a good day to be hashtag power hour or hashtag fast markets content creator. And too bad Andre isn't here. He would love this setup. This is from Smart Money Clance, ready for power hour. Yeah, that is a beautiful setup. I love the lights, love the setup, all of it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's cool.
420 written all over that one.
Here's a meme I think we can all know. What trading in my practice account feels like versus trading in my combine.
That's perfect.
That's from @Sunfrost. So it says
funny.
I'm Jim Simmons in practice, Richard Simmons in combine.
Shout out to all those 6-figure practice account traders.
There you go.
These next two are things that I know I absolutely love seeing out there. Payouts. So thanks Topstep, 10K month secured. Thanks to you guys.
Nice.
Who knows? Maybe next week I can get closer to that 20K. And you know, man, it's actually thanks to you. You know, all we did was pay out what you earned. So
very nice.
Congrats,
Yeah,
Red.
good stuff.
Another payout approval spotted in the wild from Thomas. Congrats on your payout from your Express account for $2,623. And that is his second payout of the year so far. Yeah! So 2 payouts in 1 month so far, not too shabby. And this trader, we were talking about him yesterday, talked about him on Shoulder Tap today. This is Deeper FX, our XFA trader who made that whopping amount yesterday. And what of an accomplishment. Yeah. Consistency, well-calculated risks, and discipline took me this far. A lot of the lessons learned from countless failure helped me get better each day. Thank you to Topstep and TopstepTV for this live, challenging opportunity and for being a trustworthy and reliable. So I blurred your last name there because I didn't want to fully out you on the internet. But congrats. We can't wait to see you. Maybe we'll see you on TopstepTV. Maybe we'll see you climb the leaderboards. Who knows?
Yes.
There you go,
Come on down, Jess Will. Come on down.
Finally, I have
stopped out.
One last. Oh, we stopped out.
All right.
We stopped out. Let's get ready to get in again. Yeah.
We did not get stopped out yet.
Okay.
Our stop
If
was at 5.
If I see a strong green candle,
957.5 was our stop.
558.
950. Oh my goodness.
Within a tick.
Hoag is walking the tightrope, Hoag. Good stuff.
We have one last thing for Power Hour, and then I will bow out of here. But I definitely want to give a shout out to Shane. Shane said, locked out the day. Guess that snow really worked its magic. And Eagle Eye viewers will spot a $12,000 realized P&L in a live funded trading account.
Yeah, let's go.
Nice.
So we'll check out the
beautiful.
Shane will keep our eyes open for you tomorrow on the top 5 leaderboard from the day. So maybe we'll see your P&L up there. But anyways, Dolby, back to you. You got 15 minutes left. Take us home.
Yeah. So I was in liquidity in this trade.
No,
5 minutes on MOC, folks. 5 minutes.
Ooh, MOC.
If I see trigger of this candle at
then you're going long again.
I will enter again. Yeah, I'm long again with a stop 57.50.
Okay.
Right.
Mo is going back to the well.
Other than this. So that means it's not liquidity issue now. It's a new move down there.
Hoag, we in the money?
No. We're down 7 points right now.
That's nothing.
We were in the money a little bit, but just came and missed our stop by a couple of ticks and still hanging in there.
We'll be in the money by the end of the show, Hoag. Believe in America. Believe in NASDAQ.
Yes.
Mo,
Look,
what is
NQ,
yep.
if you let me, I want to say something to the NQ. If you want to go up, I will be with you. If you go down, go alone. So take me out. I'm in again. You will not go up without me. Period. Go ahead, Dolby.
Oh, Mo, I was just gonna say, the United States has a new president. What is Riyadh's opinion of Trump?
Yeah, actually, I'm not in a political arena to talk, but we know in Saudi Arabia that the US is a strategic and long-term ally and friend, a country that we work together, we trade together, we do a lot of things together, we fought terrorism together. So it's not about a president who come or go. It's about, America at the first place. Yes, sometimes presidents have different behaviors and make things easier than others. Sometimes some presidents, they have different priorities. So we walk along with this. Having Trump previously was good period for Saudi Arabia and for the U.S. economy at that time, even for oil. Having him again is something that we should be positive about.
Nice. Always like getting everyone's opinion from around the world. He can be a polarizing figure, but he has been all about oil recently, so I'd be kind of curious to see what happens to oil prices, which will affect Saudi Arabia. Hoag, you were dodging stops left and right, and it looks like rewarded us with an extra 15 points here. Did not get stopped out.
Like
Hoag is
Neo in the
long.
Matrix.
Yeah,
Going
seriously.
right by me.
I guess your hip flexibility is that good, Hoag, and you can eat half
Yeah,
with your
sure.
feet. Well done. Well done, sir. Man, NASDAQ ceiling right at 21,970. Can we get above?
Come on.
I could sell one for the
They
rally.
didn't even trap the high.
No, didn't even take it.
Are we even gonna get 21,000 like 984s? Can't even stop run that. I do know if you look at the option ladder, 521s on the QQQ are right around 979s, 980s. Kind of wonder if they're gonna let that expire worthless for the 0 DTEs if you are into the option game. What do you say, Hoag?
If we get through that level, it could change things.
Oh, it could change a lot
30
of things.
seconds
Yeah.
on the MOC. 30 seconds.
Speaking of
Thanks, Eddie.
change, maybe that is the change we need here. NCM, you also doing MOC? It's not us doing the MOC. MOC is omnipresent. It is part of the market. It is a order type, actually. Market on close.
5 seconds.
Can we get above? Yeah, let's go. Let's get some action here, NASDAQ.
There
Bam!
it is. Got our first
Right,
exit.
S&P 1,434,000,000 buy side. NASDAQ
68.25.
1,091,000 here. I'm sorry, 1,100,000 buy side. We got the Dow here, 343 million buy side. Mag 7, 546 million buy side. Remember, these prices fluctuate, and my eye will be on the prize. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Eddie. Still holding negative 3,500 in
just-
Delta.
Oh,
Just try
22,000.
to train our stop at 969.50 for the remaining one contract.
Can we get to 22,000 for above below? That was the level. Who's gonna win?
Let's do it.
Who is gonna win?
Pocketing Pips has a question. How long have you guys on the live been trading for? Well, in the business, if you put me and Hoag together, that's about 80 plus years. Dolby, how long have you been trading?
I was trader number 123 at Topstep.
How many years?
I don't know, at least 10.
15.
All right, so that's 90, and then Mo, how many
Yeah,
years have you been
14.
trading?
Yeah.
Since
14 for Mo?
2016.
16. All right, so that's we'll give it another
100
10.
years.
So you got
Yeah.
100 years there. 100 years
Yep.
of trading, and I'm
A lot.
still paying bills.
Yeah, I was only in Topstep 2016, but I was a trader since 2009.
Coach
Coach
Vince,
Vince,
22
22
years.
years.
Wow. Carl Hungus has been
Actually, I
trading
was
since before
working.
Christ.
I was working for the forex desk in a bank, actually managing the bank portfolios in foreign exchange, and I have my own portfolio with the bank, which I had the target to achieve, a limit every day, etc.
Oh, we're gonna get these 22Ks. It
Let's
is.
trail the stop. Trail the stop to 983. 983. I will trail my stop to 983. So I will lock in at least more than 1-to-1 of my trade.
Trading wheat with Caesar.
Nice. This is a good trade, Hoag.
Looking good. Dodging bullets.
Yes, Ben Chet is 100 years of experience and still chasing consistency. There will never be the time where we say, hey, we have reached consistency.
No.
We are
We got
human.
it now.
Never.
We got it now. Every time I've said that, I've been in big trouble. I got it
Right.
now.
Oh, there you go. So sit
It's
back
so
down
easy to lose
and
that
open
consistency.
up.
So easy. You can lose it in an
Yeah.
hour.
Well, the problem, Mo, is that, if you lose a bunch of money, it has its own set of psychological problems. If you make a bunch of money, now you also have another set of psychological problems. So wherever you turn, you're going to have psychological problems, and you're just kind of perpetually trying to push all of those negative thoughts out all the time. Whether you're winning or losing, there's always some little brain game going on if you're trading. Well,
Notorious
22K.
B.I.G. said it best. More money,
22,000.
more
I trailed
problem.
my stop to 1990. Trail my stop to 1990. Or you can exit at 22,000. It's a level that could have interested seller. Okay, trailing my stop to
Squeeze we were looking
94.
for. It's gonna squeeze more.
94. Just keep going up. As long as you're going up, I'm with you. You go down, goodbye.
3,000 negative delta still to unravel here.
It is
Come on.
cruising.
Squeeze 'em
Finally,
out.
NASDAQ woke up.
Up on the day, finally.
Nice.
Come on. Keep going. More squeezy. More squeezy.
More
You can do it.
Squeezing.
You can
That
do
is
it.
a technical term from Hoag,
Squeezy,
apparently.
squeezy.
More squeezy.
My stop is
Sherman.
94. 94.
Yeah.
Fred's talking about aren't we at the all-time highs? Are we? And we go at the
Oh,
all-time
my goodness.
highs.
Here we go.
Are we?
Stop at 22,001.25.
You
Just
tell
go,
me, guys.
baby.
More squeezy. 2,800 left. Come on. Squeeze out of those shorts. Keep
Stop at
squeezing.
9.
Keep squeezing.
Stop at 9.
Nice
Squeezy,
trade, Mo.
squeezy.
950. Stop at 950. I mean
San Fuego.
9.50.
Squeezy, squeezy.
I guess, did we hit a high here in S&P, all-time high?
No.
Locking 42 points.
They're asking for it in
Twice.
chat. They're demanding in chat.
Squeezy, squeezy. Let's go.
All-time high,
Still got
22,448.
2,700 still. Negative
13.
delta.
13.5. 13.5. My stop.
Nice.
All right, I'll play your game.
All-time highs for
Check me out.
NQ 22,448. according to Coach Robert.
Yes, and Robert is very seldom wrong. Seldom, he's always right. He checks, double checks, triple checks. That's what I like about Robert.
Yep.
We're moving,
setup
man.
we are seeing here.
Finally.
Still trying to sell this shit.
Yes,
Still trying to
all-time
sell
high,
it.
61.84 quarter.
Negative 3,000.
Do you have a stomach to buy it here?
They keep trying to sell this shit.
Thank you, Jay.
I mean, I got 22,024 as approximately the middle range from kind of a congestion area from yesterday.
Squeezy.
That's something I've been paying attention to, is the middle of ranges tends to have pretty reliable levels. But
We had some headlines from Trump again here. Trump action to prohibit U.S. central bank's digital currency. And once again, talking about crypto working group to study U.S. digital asset stockpile. He's going to sleep good tonight.
Keep squeezing.
Keep talking, Trump. Keep talking.
Keep squeezing.
Keep talking.
They're still trying to sell this. There's idiots still trying to sell into this shit.
And
I know I shouldn't say idiot.
Heavy on the buys.
They could be taking profits, Hoag. They could be taking profits.
Negative delta, 2,800 still. There's still shorts trying to hold on. Squeezy. Come on. Keep going.
Hoag, what more do you want? You want more money, Hoag? What? Are you still long one or are you long two?
More money.
Who doesn't?
MOC
By the way,
update.
this was
If I was short, they wouldn't
845
feel
million
bad for
S&P.
me.
How come it couldn't be in my
S&P
house account? Huh?
MOC update. Got a big change here. 852 million buy side S&P, NASDAQ 650, 707 million NASDAQ. So they both dropped like $1 billion here.
Squeezy.
My stop at 20. Again, we have a strength setup live as we can see it right now. But who has stomach to buy it up there? I mean,
easy.
Hey, we got 2 minutes here,
that
folks.
was a strong.
Inside of 2.
That was a strength setup.
Squeezy.
Strength setup.
Jay, we should have bought 50.
Entry here. Target at but you need to be brave to buy it up here to target extra 7 points. Stop at 26. Go! We are milking this market. Very tight stop.
Inside a minute.
Just get it. Get everything you can.
So I'm with you.
We're milking it.
This is a dodgy,
You know?
Stop at 26 still. You know what? Thank you very much.
30
market.
seconds.
I'm out.
Yeah, that's great trade. Great trade.
Squeezy. Keep squeezing. One more squeeze.
I'm out.
Give me another squeeze. Come on. Come on.
Where's your stop at, Hoag?
19.
It should be 30 now. The stop
19?
should be 30 if I'm not out.
Yeah.
30. Yeah. If you are not out,
Just
stop
walk
is
it up.
30.
Look at this
Now
thing go.
stop is 33. Stop is 33.
All right.
Wow.
We just got
Well
out.
done.
Guess where we got out? Let me see this. 37.5.
What a
Done.
move. 37.5.
What a
What was
move.
that? 60 points?
And there's more to go. This ain't done. This is going
It
to keep
doesn't
going.
matter. It doesn't matter what we think. Remember, at the beginning of this power hour, I said, I don't expect that there is any move in this power. This is what I said. Okay? I was wrong, but I made money. That's the point.
I love it. Well, everybody, thank you so much. Mo, so good to see your smiling face. Hoag, excellent trading. Glad everyone, at least on this side of the table, made some money getting long that NASDAQ. Finally perked up. Eddie, if you're in the back, take it away and get us into tomorrow.
Yes, I'm in the back coming forward here. Yes, up front, center stage, and saying, hey, everybody, how you doing today? All right. Well, you know what? Let's take a look at tomorrow. Did we hit new ES highs? Yes, I think it's, I don't know. We'll check. Jay? Here we go. Tomorrow, we do have some early numbers. Maybe not. Okay, let me take that back. 845, we do have S&P Global Manufacturing and Service PMI, which is usually a strong number. 845. Okay, so heads up on that. 9 o'clock tomorrow Central Time. Existing home sales, and we do have the Michigan numbers coming out. Also, 10 o'clock, we've got the KC Fed Manufacturing minor number, really nothing to worry about. And of course, 12 o'clock, the Dusty Baker Howard Hughes oil rig count. And of course, later in the evening here, we're looking at the CFTC numbers, so heads up on that. As far as the menu for tomorrow is Friday the 24th. Gosh, January just sort of zippity do not buy, just running by us as fast as it can. Opening call be here tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Time. And Hoag and myself, we're going to fire up the machine. Coming into Fast Markets, we've got Coach Dakota. Mohammed's going to be back here again, Coach Vince. And hopefully Andre's going to be dropping in to give us an update on what's going on over there in Aspen. Peter Tuckman for our live NYSE. Coming in for Trade with Topstep, we've got George F. and Hudson J. Ben's going to be doing shoulder tap again. And Top Quiz. Yes, Alyssa and myself for Top Quiz. Real Deal Zach. Gosh, I miss him. He is back. I know that he wasn't feeling well here these past few weeks, but Real Deal and Anne-Marie will be with us for Back to the Futures. And to end the day, Power Hour, we got Anne-Marie's going to stick around. Coach J, Zona Dolby, and JD. So there you have it. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget about At the Buzzer coming up here at 3:15 with, yes, our good friend Coach Jade here today and Coach Paul. 3:15 Monday through Friday. We also do have today coming up at, let's see here, 4:30. 4:30, Coach Hoop, Fundamentals and Technicals. Approach to the futures market, that will be in the Discord channel. Also in the Discord channel, Coach Ray at 6 p.m., Coach Vince, who's been trading for over 22 years, at 7 p.m., and he will be with us here. And that's, we got Coach Dakota going to end it up here. Last day of the week here for Coach Dakota in slow markets. And don't forget Sunday too here, but I'll remind you tomorrow. We always got Nick for a tick at 4:45. I got to remind you more about market kickoff. So now it's your time. It is your time. Go relax, go re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow. Stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.
I've never felt so good in my life. I'm on an absolute roll, podiuming at every single competition during the year.
5.75 for the kid from Aspen. A tremendous showing.
And this is our 5th contest, and I'm feeling like I'm on cloud 9.
First thing with this system is the wind starting to hit that mile-per-hour range with gusts easily up and over 40.
And then in one fell swoop, literally 1 second, and my whole season, my whole world flips upside down on itself. I thought for sure I had broken my ankle, at least torn some tendons in my ankle, maybe have torn my ACL in my knee, and all the work I'd put in was coming to a screeching halt. When the doctor read the MRIs, it looked like he couldn't even believe the screen. No ligaments were torn, and I couldn't believe it. The dream is still alive. It had really only just begun. And I knew that I needed to work so hard in order to make it happen. My life 100% consisted of healing, day after day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, morning meditation, PT exercises, eat breakfast, oatmeal, blueberries, physical therapy, an hour, hyperbaric chamber, an hour, Novathor bed, 30 minutes, drive to the gym, stretch 20 minutes, bike 20 minutes, workout 45 minutes, hot tub 20 minutes, drive home, sauna with visualization, every run over and over again. Heat, ice, heat, ice, heat, ice, over and over and over again. Go to sleep, do it all again. Wake up, 7:30 sharp. The only thing on my mind, the only thing I could focus on, the only thing I could possibly do was get better. Feels like the bone and the bone. I'm gonna do every single minute detail that I possibly can, because if I leave anything on the table, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The day after I got injured at Mammoth, I was probably at 30%, exactly a month and 2 days after, close to 100%. I'm feeling like me and me more and more every day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, repeat, every day, every day. The reality is there's no roadmap to tell you, okay, I can do this trick right now or I can't do this trick right now. It's like, how do I feel? Okay, I feel pretty good. Can I do a 540? Okay, can I do a 900? Okay, I can do the 900. Can I do the 900 the other way, to the right?
Getting better every month. All right, switch those up. Nice and big, good takeoff. You got this. Come on, baby.
Backwards to the left, switch left. That feels good. Can I do backwards to the right, switch right?
Come on.
But that hurts pretty bad, actually. Can I do a double? Because I won't be able to compete the way I want to without being able to do a double.
Right up 12. Same trick I hurt myself on in Mammoth. All right, I got this. I can do this. I was freaking nervous for that.
There's a difference between going to the Olympics and just going, and then going knowing that you can do something great. And I'm nervous because I know I can do something great, and I believe I will, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm excited, I'm ready, I'm prepared, but yes, I'm nervous. And I think being nervous is actually a benefit. It makes me more focused. Can I do the left side double cork 1620? My heart's pounding out of my chest. Never been so nervous in my life. Oh my God, am I going to be the same? Am I the same? Can I do this? Does my ankle feel good? So many different thoughts running through my head. What if I fall here? If I fall here now, this is going to be really bad. But if I land, I'll have so much more confidence in order to bring it into the Olympics. Okay. Boom, drop in. Take off. Land. It's like, got it. Got it. And now is the moment I was kind of thinking to myself, this is doable. I believe in myself again. This is good. This is really good.
I can do this. I got this. I am this.
Man, today was so much better than yesterday. Just wait till tomorrow. That's what I tell myself every day.